friends.
Why, he looked at me.
I beg your pardon?
Well, we shall see. Here he comes now. Cinderella must be home by midnight, or she'll lose her gown, her slippers, her coach, everything.
If we could only stop the hussy.
I've got it. The old witch in the forest.
That's it. The witch.
On with the dance.
I'll stop that coach. In this rustic cauldron I've grown lots of woe. I'm known for my witchcraft wherever I go. At such times as this, my minions take flight to torment the traveler who rides in the night. I'm always in an ugly mood. I love to poison people's food. I'm bad, as you may well conclude. I even hate myself.
But we spread happiness each day as we go on our merry way. We help to make this life more gay. We love everything, except that.
Say, Mamie, who's taking you to the Hassenpfefferhop? What? That cheap lettuce lizard? Buck's taking me. And come that bunny strut. Woo woo. Kid, he's the carrots. Hold the line, dearie. Wait till I get rid of this pest. What's eating you, buddy? Where's the fire?
Woodland Messenger Service?
When I'm spreading gloom, my goal is destruction and ultimate doom. There, my pretty one, you won't fail me.
keep Cinderella safe tonight? Because we spread happiness each day as we go on our merry way. We help to make this life more gay. We love everything. Except that.
was saying last night, Cinderella, will you marry me?
I'm sorry, Your Highness. I can't. I have no dowry.
But what more dowry could I wish for than you, my love? And the coach.
There are some people who believe in ghosts, and there are some people who don't. If you're the believe in ghosts kind, then this story is about one. And if you're the don't believe in ghosts kind, well, just for fun, this story is about one anyway. His name was Casper, and he was surely the most unusual ghost there ever was, or wasn't, depending on how you feel about it. Every night, at the stroke of 12, his brothers and sisters scampered out joyously to frighten the folk of the neighborhood. But not Casper. He'd rather stay home and not frighten people, which goes to show how unusual he really was.
Wake up, Casper! Time to scare people!
Casper just doesn't like to scare people. Guess it sounds sort of silly, but, well, he'd just rather make friends with them. This has been going on for ages, and Casper just couldn't stand it any longer. So, Casper decided to leave home to seek new environments where he might forget he's a ghost and make friends with the world.
Good morning, friends.
Hello. My name is Bonnie. My name is Johnny. What's yours? My name is my name is Casper. Do you want to play with us? You mean it? Me? You wanna play with me? Mother, meet our new friend, Casper. Hello.
Somebody, get that ghost out of here! Don't you come near us! Go on home! You go on where you belong! Tell your mother I've come for payment of the mortgage. A ghost! The house is haunted! Keep the mortgage! I'll never be nothing but a scary old ghost without any friends.
So, if you're the believe in ghost stories kind, this is what happened. And if you're the don't believe in ghost stories kind, well, this is what happened anyway.
Cabbage grows well in many areas of Alaska. One favorite way to use cabbage is to make sauerkraut. I'm Julie Cassio with the Cooperative Extension Service of the University of Alaska Fairbanks. By definition, sauerkraut is acidic cabbage. It's the result of natural fermentation by bacteria in cabbage in the presence of 2 to 3% salt. Lactic acid is produced during this fermentation. This lactic acid, along with other byproducts of fermentation, gives sauerkraut its characteristic flavor and texture. Research on food preservation is an ongoing process. The United States Department of Agriculture and the Cooperative Extension Service continuously apply new research findings to their recommendations for food preservation techniques. The guidelines in this module may be revised as additional knowledge is gained that may increase the margin of safety or improve the quality of home-preserved foods. Consult your local Cooperative Extension office annually for updated information. You may do this through telephoning us, through looking for our resources on the web, or through our publications. Let's talk about equipment needed for making sauerkraut. A 1-gallon size container is needed for each 5 pounds of fresh vegetables. A 5-gallon container is the ideal size for fermenting about 25 pounds of shredded cabbage. Food-grade plastic and glass containers and lead-free stone crocks work well. Other 1 to 3 gallon non-food grade plastic containers may be used if lined with a clean food-grade plastic bag. Be certain that foods contact only food-grade plastics. Do not use garbage bags, trash liners, or plastic buckets not meant for food use or that have been used to store non-food products such as cleaning supplies. You'll also need a knife and cutting board, or food processor, or a mandolin to slice cabbage. A tamper, such as a wooden spoon or a plastic potato masher. Canning and pickling salt. A scale. A large mixing bowl or pan. A measuring spoon. And then you'll need something to weight down the cabbage. It may be a muslin cloth, fat plate that fits snugly inside your container, and a non-metallic weight, or a brine-filled plastic bag. Okay, let's grab our cabbage and get ready to slice it up. Mature, large-headed types of cabbage weighing 6 to 15 pounds with a solid white interior are the most desirable for sauerkraut. Red cabbage may be used, but the color changes during fermentation and not everybody likes what results. Work with about 5 pounds of cabbage at a time. Remove the outer leaves and any portions that don't look very good, anything undesirable. Wash them and then drain them, which I've already done. Cut the cabbage into quarters. And remove the core. Then you're going to cut it into thin shreds, either using a mandolin, a shredder, or a knife. We're going to start with the mandolin. You do have to be careful when you're using a tool like this, not to get your fingers close to the blade. What you're looking for is uniform shreds of cabbage, and you want to get them about the thickness of a quarter. If you have larger shreds of cabbage, pick those out and put them aside. You can use those later for cabbage or another kind of cabbage dish, for coleslaw. Of having shreds of cabbage that are the same thickness is because of the fermentation process. You want them all to ferment about the same length of time. So they all need to be about the same thickness. Sometimes you'll have to cut up some of the cabbage toward the end so that you can use the nice pieces. You can also, if you don't have a shredder, just use a knife and cut all the shreds from your cabbage by hand. When you add the salt to the shredded cabbage, it causes the juices to be extracted from the cabbage. This juice contains fermentable sugars. The microorganisms present on the cabbage leaves will, in the absence of oxygen, use these sugars to produce the lactic acid. The acid is then what preserves the cabbage. It's very important to use the correct amount of salt when you're making cabbage. Less salt will cause the cabbage to spoil rather than to ferment. So if you want a product that has less salt, you still use the same amount of salt while you're fermenting the sauerkraut. But when the kraut is finished and it's been fermented, before you're ready to eat it, you can rinse off some of this excess salt. And we need just a little bit more cabbage in here. We're looking for 5 pounds of cabbage. The proportion of salt that you need to cabbage is 5 pounds of cabbage to 3 tablespoons of salt. So when we've gotten a little bit more cabbage, we're going to measure it out, taking out our larger pieces. Sometimes, depending upon how you're holding the cabbage, you can see how this one is really thick. And since it's the rib of the cabbage, you really need to make sure that it's thin enough. And again, these can be either used in your compost pile or used for other cabbage dishes that you don't need to ferment, such as coleslaw or cooking it on the stove with some nice sausage. Good things to eat. Okay, see how much cabbage we have. And let's see if I can do this balancing act so the container doesn't fall off of my scale as I'm putting the cabbage into measure. Okay, we have just about 2.5 pounds. Okay, and we're going to add this to cabbage that we already have measured, which is another 2.5 pounds, into our large container. And we're going to mix this 5 pounds total of cabbage with 3 tablespoons of salt. And I want this to be measured properly, so I'm going to use a straight edge. And sprinkle it all around my cabbage. And then mix it thoroughly. After I get this mixed thoroughly, I'm going to let it sit for 5 to 10 minutes for that wilt to occur, so that the natural juices again come out of the cabbage. While we have been waiting for the cabbage that had the salt mixed into it to wilt, I've also chopped up some other cabbage, shredded it very finely, and I wanted to show the difference between cabbage. This is 5 pounds of cabbage with 3 tablespoons of salt added to it, and how this is beginning to wilt, and this is 5 pounds of cabbage that has not had the salt added to it yet. The salt that we've had wilting the longest is in this container. We're going to transfer it to a suitable fermentation container. You can actually ferment in smaller containers if you have smaller amounts of cabbage, and later we'll show you the quart jar method for fermenting cabbage in making sauerkraut. Right now we're going to go through the method for fermenting cabbage, large amounts of cabbage in a larger container. I'm going to pack that down, but in the meantime I want to get this cabbage started wilting. So again, our method is the same. Notice that in this cabbage we have some darker pieces of cabbage from the outer leaves. And these outer leaves, they're not going to hurt anything, but you need to know that at the end of your fermentation process, the darker green cabbage will be a darker color. It's nothing bad, it just means that the color is different. Since we have 5 pounds of cabbage, we're adding 3 tablespoons of salt and mixing it thoroughly. To set aside and allow it to wilt. Okay, now this cabbage that's wilted, we want to press down. We can use a tamper. It's made for that purpose. A wooden spoon, or in this instance we're using a nylon potato masher. Notice there's some metal here. I do not want to touch the cabbage with the metal. I only want to use the nylon or the plastic part. Metal can interfere with the fermentation. And as I'm packing this, you'll notice that the juices are beginning to show up. This takes some energy. So the strong person in your house is a good candidate to recruit for this part of the method. And we're going to repeat. We've already done the shredding, as I've mentioned. We have some cabbage that's wilted. And we'll add the next layer. It's much easier to work with 5 pounds of cabbage at a time and layer it. You get a better opportunity to get as many juices out of the cabbage as possible. If you have cabbage that's fresh out of the field, you will find that it doesn't take as long for it to wilt and that you will get more juices. If you purchase cabbage or take cabbage that's been stored, the juices take a little bit more coaxing. Sometimes you even need to add a little bit of sugar to help those juices be made more readily. You can use your hands as well to press this down. This glass or this plastic container is fun. Glasses too, because you can actually see the layers that you've put into the container. I'm going to continue pressing this, and we're going to wait while the next layer of our cabbage, next 5-pound layer, is wilting. If the final batch of cabbage is less than 5 pounds, adjust the salt. 1 pound of cabbage needs 1 1/3 teaspoons of salt for proper fermentation. Since we have 2 pounds of cabbage in this container, we would add 2 2/3 teaspoons of salt. Right, in this container we have 4 5-pound batches of shredded cabbage. So it makes 20 pounds of cabbage. The cabbage should be covered with 1 to 2 inches of liquid. And here we have, if we press down on the cabbage, because it likes to float to the top of the juice, we can see that there's about 3/4 of an inch of juice on top. If that's the case, if the juice doesn't cover your cabbage or there's not enough, you may add some boiled and cooled brine. The concentration of this brine is 1 1/2 tablespoons of salt to a quart of water. There, that looks good. Do not add plain water, as this will dilute the salt concentration that's necessary for proper fermentation. There's two methods of covering the cabbage and weighting it down to keep it underneath the brine, and I'm going to show you both of them. The first one that I'm going to show you, you cover the cabbage with a thin, white, clean cloth. You want to tuck it down on the sides so that any floating tendrils of cabbage are caught underneath. And after you get the cloth tucked in on the sides, get that out of there, and you place a plate, a flat object that just fits beautifully inside the container, and then you want to put a weight on it. And the weight needs to press the cabbage down underneath the juice. Okay? That's one of the methods that you can use. And the weight could be a weight like we have here. It could be jars filled with brine that are seated on top, just so that it's heavy enough to keep the cabbage underneath the juice. The other method that I want to show you uses a plastic bag and brine. We'll set this aside for now. You fill it with brine in case there's a leak in the bag. So you take your plastic bag. Oh, we need to take this out. I don't want to lose any of this wonderful juice. The brine concentration is the same, and because we need more brine, we used a gallon of water to 6 tablespoons of salt. We're placing it on top of the fermenting cabbage and getting it all the way out to the sides. You may need to adjust the amount of brine that you put into the cabbage or into the bag so that the cabbage stays underneath the brine. And in fact, I think I'm going to add a little bit more liquid to this bag. It's a good idea to use a thickness of 2 bags just in case the one that is actually holding the brine gets a puncture in it. Get the air out, tie it securely. In this instance, we could just zip it shut. The filled bag seals the cabbage from exposure to air and prevents the growth of film yeast or molds. It also serves as the weight. The bag should be of heavyweight, watertight plastic and, of course, be food safe. Do not use plastic garbage or trash bags. The amount of the water in the bag, as I mentioned, can be adjusted. Watch as you have this sitting and fermenting for bubbles rising inside the fermenting liquid. This shows you that fermentation is occurring. A room temperature of 70 to 75 degrees is best for fermenting. It usually takes from 3 to 4 weeks to completely ferment, though it may work slower if it's kept at cooler temperatures. Hotter temperatures can be a danger and you can have more spoilage than actual fermentation taking place. If you weigh the cabbage down with a brine-filled bag, as we're showing here, don't disturb the container until normal fermentation is complete. And usually bubbling ceasing tells you that that fermentation is complete. If you use the plate and weight method, the first method that I showed you, check the kraut 2 or 3 times a week and remove any scum as it forms. Now that I've shown you how to prepare sauerkraut in large containers, I will show you the quart jar method. You start by preparing the cabbage in the same manner as for the large container method, using a grater or knife to ensure uniform slices. Combine with the salt in the same manner that we previously demonstrated. Then, after allowing the cabbage to wilt, you pack it tightly into sterilized jars. And as you're packing, you want to leave a headspace of 2 inches. Takes a little bit to get to that 2-inch space because we'll start with 2 inches, but as we pack it, of course it gets compressed. really nice and juicy. Just a little more. And this is about 2 pounds of cabbage. Okay, so as you can see that these liquid on top of the cabbage, and there's about 2 inches of headspace between the top of the liquid and the edge of the jar. You can either do one of a couple of different methods in order to keep the cabbage below the brine. Pack a clean cloth into the headspace to keep the cabbage in the liquid, and then put some kind of a weight on top of it. Or you can use small plastic bags filled with brine and use that to keep the cabbage submerged in the brine. I'm going to use that method today. And pour the brine in using the double bag method. I like the brine-filled bags because I think that it does a good job of keeping the cabbage submerged. I want to make sure, though, that it fits snugly into all the corners so that no air gets inside. Remember, we're looking for an anaerobic environment. Another option you could do instead of the brine-filled method is to take the bag out, have the cloth inside, put the lid on top of the rim of the jar, and put a band around it and tighten it. Not so tight, or not too tight, but tight enough to keep air out. Again, we're looking for that anaerobic environment. Let it ferment 6 days. Sometimes it takes a little longer if you have cooler temperatures in the room where the sauerkraut is working, until the liquid has a chance to settle and bubbles no longer rise to the surface. This sauerkraut has been fermenting for 4 weeks at 70 degrees Fahrenheit. During the first week, bubbles rose to the surface and broke. During subsequent weeks, bubbles continued to form, but not as actively. They just kind of sat in the sauerkraut. Now that the bubbles have stopped, fermentation is probably finished. Another indicator that fermentation has stopped is color change from opaque and white to golden yellow and translucent. Smell it. It should smell like sauerkraut. And then taste it to check for characteristic flavor. We're going to remove the bag that has been sitting, holding our kraut underneath the brine. Take a non-metallic spoon or utensil and get a little bit of that sauerkraut out. It tastes like sauerkraut. You may notice residue on the inside of the container. This is salt sediment left behind from moisture evaporation. It's not going to hurt anything. Fully fermented kraut may be stored in the refrigerator, in the freezer, or on a shelf after being canned. In the refrigerator, sauerkraut can be kept tightly covered for 2 to 3 months. Make sure sufficient juice covers the kraut before storing it in the refrigerator. You can use any kind of non-metal container. And scoop it in. This particular container is a freezer container. You can check that by the package, the words on the package. You want to make sure that it has enough juice in it to cover. And we're going to have to add a little of the brine that we have, cooled in on the side. So we have enough brine to cover. This can be stored in the refrigerator for 2 to 3 months. As long as it's kept tightly covered. You could take your original container and put that in the refrigerator, depending upon whether you have enough place in your refrigerator for it to store. Okay, set that aside and put it in the refrigerator a little later. To store it in the freezer, pack your kraut and juice in rigid plastic moisture vapor-proof freezer container, a glass jar, leaving 1.5-inch headspace for expansion, or in plastic freezer bags. Make sure that you mark the freezer bag or the lid of your container with a permanent marker. Say the date frozen, indicate that it's sauerkraut, because when you have containers in the freezer, it's sometimes difficult to distinguish what they are. And you can store it in the freezer for best quality no more than 8 to 12 months. For canning the sauerkraut, place your boiling water canner on your heat source with enough water to cover the jars by at least 1 inch. Kraut can either be hot packed or raw packed. To hot pack, empty the kraut from the container that it was fermented in into a large heat source and bring it to 185 to 210 degrees. That's a simmering temperature. Do not boil. We'll be back when our kraut has come to a simmering temperature. We're going to pack our hot sauerkraut into our hot, clean jars up to a 1/2-inch headspace. Then we'll put in the juice to fill in those holes. A little too much. If we get it too full, the problem ends up being that the juice will run over the edges and very well can compromise the seal. We do need to make sure that we clean the rims of our jars, as that liquid brine can be very sticky. Then we're going to take the lids that have been softened according to manufacturer's directions, about 2 minutes in hot water, and add the lids that will keep the, or add the rings on that will keep the lids from popping off during the processing. We'll add our hot liquid, hot jars to our boiling water in the boiling water bath. And as soon as that comes back up to boil, we want to set our timer for the correct processing time. It's important to start the processing time when the water comes to a boil Jars should be processed for 10 minutes when they're pint jars and 15 minutes when they're quart jars. After the processing time has elapsed, remove the jars, set them upright, and allow them to cool. And when they're cool, of course, we're going to label. To raw pack, pack your clean jars with unheated kraut and liquid, leaving a ½ inch headspace again. This time you're going to start with cool water in your canner and bring the whole thing to a boil. Start your processing time again. When the boil comes up, it will be processed 20 minutes for pint jars and 25 minutes for quart jars. If you have fermented your cabbage into sauerkraut using the quart jar method, you will pack it only using the hot pack method. So we're going to remove the brine-filled bag from the top that has held the kraut underneath the brine during the fermentation process. We're going to put it into a pan of cool water up to the rim of the neck of the jar. And we're covering that pot and putting it on our heat source. We're going to bring that to a boil and boil it for 10 minutes. Alternately, if you wanted to take it out of the jar, you could pour the kraut into a container and put it on the heat source. Again, though, you want to boil it for 10 minutes. This is different than what I told you about processing with a hot pack for sauerkraut that had been processed, or fermented rather, in a larger quantity. With the 1 quart jar method, you need to have that added measure of safety of boiling the liquid and the kraut together for 10 minutes before you place it into the jar. Then you will follow the hot pack procedure. So now we've gone over 3 methods of storing your sauerkraut. You can either put it in the refrigerator in a tightly covered container, store it in the freezer in a freezer-proof container, or make it shelf-stable by heat processing it and storing it on the shelf. When the canning process is complete and your jars have cooled for 12 hours, check the seals by tapping the jar lids. If some jars did not seal, reprocess the unsealed jar lids using a fresh jar lid. Reprocessing must be completed within 24 hours. Alternatively, you may freeze the contents of unsealed jars or refrigerate and use within a couple of days. Rings may be removed from the jars when the cooling process is complete and you've checked the seal. Label your jars with the date, the processing method, and processing time. And of course, it's good to put the product on there too. Sometimes when they sit on the shelves for a while, you may not remember what's in each of those jars. Store your canned goods in a cool, dark place. For best quality, use sauerkraut within a year. People often have questions about spoilage in sauerkraut. Spoilage of sauerkraut is indicated by undesirable color, off odors, and soft texture. If your kraut has spoiled, here are some things that may have gone wrong. Soft sauerkraut may be due to insufficient salt, uneven distribution of salt, or air pockets caused by improper packing. Measure your salt accurately, mix it well with the cabbage to get rid of those problems, and pack it carefully and be sure to weight it properly to get rid of air pockets. Pink kraut is caused by the growth of certain types of yeast. Usually it's on the surface of the kraut. These yeasts may grow if there is too much salt, again if there is an uneven distribution of salt, or if the kraut is improperly covered or weighted during fermentation. Rotted kraut is usually found at the surface where the cabbage has not been covered sufficiently to exclude air during fermentation. Scum may also form on the surface. This scum does not cause trouble as long as it's skimmed off before it stops the fermentation process. Remove it every day or so. For spoilage which occurs on the surface, you may be able to remove the spoiled kraut and use the rest. Molds that grow on the surface of kraut can change the acidity, making it susceptible to spoilage microorganisms that are harmful. Molds grow best when they get some air. Try to keep the kraut container airtight. Check your kraut often for mold and quickly remove any that you see. Darkness in kraut may be caused by improperly trimmed cabbage. That's the darker green leaves, give a darker color in the kraut. And that's not bad. But it also may be due to insufficient brine in the fermenting cabbage. Exposure to air or a long storage period in the crock after fermentation is complete may also result in darkened kraut. Another cause of darkening may be high temperatures during the fermentation stage, processing stage, or during storage. These are some ideas on what may have gone wrong with your sauerkraut if spoilage occurs.
I believe we detected that fish. Wow.
That was a big one.
I have them all named. I have like 60 names of gar. I'll track them around forever.
There she was.
Bottom way down.
Let me know when you're ready.
Go ahead. Just let that go. I'll work the top out.
Tell me if I need to stop.
No, you keep going. That's better. This, and it's out his mouth. Just get out here. Saw him in action.
Where was you going?
Not in them things, not in them two.
Alright, so.
One more.
Hold on.
Oh.
Is it just that one?
Yep. Well, I think they're a little more active today.
Yeah.
All right now.
You got him ripping it.
I'm sliding it back.
You got a screwdriver?
Yeah.
Slide through. Gurney. He comes loose, push him back. Backwards.
Yeah, hold and grab that knife.
Alright, where's that?
What's it looking like on that knife? Are y'all off the tail?
Yeah, I got the tail. That's a big one. Need some slate?
Yeah, I hate to slide. Oh, yeah. There we go. Now it's coming. And one little open cinnamon. See if it'll flip over. Yeah, this one, I can feel it's kind of flat. It's been in the net for a little bit and it's healed off. So. Okay, can you work it? Is it upper or lower? There you go. Okay. Press that out. Probably your tooth.
Cook butter.
Oh.
It's gone. It went in a little bit.
Thought it had you, huh?
What was it? Cock butter.
There's a hole here.
Yeah.
This guy right here. And I'm going to pull this fish back. See this right here? That's what's hung. There. Alright, never mind.
You ready?
We got to get this net out the water there. We're going to put ourselves on top of it. Alright. Alright, hold tight. Yep. Double.
Double on up. I'm just hanging on. Give me a line on.
Alright. Alright, he's free, huh? Yep.
Sides down. Yeah, brother.
Use it to lift his mouth sideways.
Keep on.
Yeah, we might need to keep one.
Alright.
See what else we
She's barely hung.
Alright. Just bring it in.
Here.
Oh yeah, you got her teeth.
We got something down there. Or is that the weight right here?
Let's wait there.
Man, it's
Oh,
and
there she is.
there she go.
That's alright.
That's alright. Put it in your mouth then. And you slide her, ship her off.
Oh, we'll see her in a little bit.
Yeah. That's it.
Coming up quick.
Yeah.
Here, you think we can get that one at the snout that we can ship her through?
Yeah, I'd probably faster work them off the other way since
Yeah.
that's all. I got this. Y'all want to work that way? And
There we go.
there's another.
Mountain all wrapped in it.
I'm gonna.
Because he's an alligator gar guy. That episode whenever he does the alligator gar, all that stuff. Yeah.
Spin her around towards you.
It was so funny because
Yeah. It's all true.
Look at her eyes. She'll look at you.
But no, yeah, it's
Ready?
like these things ain't big.
Put your
I said they ain't gonna bite anything they can't swallow.
There you go.
But they ain't
Yep.
gonna do all of it.
Y'all want to just lift and give them a shot out the water while I'm working the teeth off.
watch your water on that boat. We
Yep.
better take it.
All right, let's put him back in the water, and he'll turn loose whenever so let his butt sink down. Open your mouth. There you go. Come on. There you go. Thank you, buddy. And goodbye. All right. Looks like
Gillen
that
Mud.
should be
Flames cooking. Go ahead. Go for a ride.
Let's point her in the deep direction and let her go again. I think she's ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
Pardon me, Popeye. I gotta phone Ella for a date.
Just a minute, Pluto. I'm phoning Olive for a date.
Oh, yeah? You ain't calling no Olive for no date.
Hello, Olive. This is Popeye. How's about a date?
All right, Popeye, come right over.
Okay.
You rut. Give me that phone.
Here you are.
Number, please. Number, please.
Hiya, Olive. Here's your little old lover bow.
I'll be ready in a minute, Popeye.
Okay, Olive. Take your time, but hurry up.
Oh, a pin. See a pin? pin and pick it up, and all the day you'll have good luck.
So, Olive is superstitious, eh?
Oh, look, Popeye, it's Friday the 13th. I'm not going out today.
Why, Olive, there's nothing to them silly old stupid stations, and I'll prove it to you. It's supposed to be bad luck to open an umbrella in the house.
Oh! Popeye, you close that umbrella immediately.
Don't be silly, Olive. Here, you hold it.
Oh, dear.
See, what did I tell you? There's absolutely nothing to that silly old stupid station.
So, nothing's going to happen.
But Olive...
Popeye, I'm not going out with you today.
But Olive...
Look! A black cat! It's bad luck. Don't let him cross my path.
Why, he's just a harmless cat which wants to make friends. Oh my gosh, the goldfish! The fish market is 2 blocks down. Turn to the right. Olive! Takes a look at yourself in the mirror, Olive, and sees how funny you looks.
Popeye, breaking a mirror is 7 years bad luck. And I never want to see you again.
Tough luck, pal.
Why, that double-crossing Pluto?
So you see, Olive, this being Thursday the 12th and not Friday the 13th, it's safe for you to go out.
Well, that's different.
Look, Olive. A lucky horseshoe.
Being under a ladder is bad luck.
Bad luck! Oh, no!
3 on a batch is very bad luck. And like I was saying, Olive, stupid stations is the bunk. Oh my gosh. Bread and butter.
as Ogg Memorial Stadium, honoring that intrepid space explorer, Colonel Cotton. Hear the Colonel's first words since his return from the planet Earth. You are all commanded, invited to attend. Please, thank you for this unsolicited testimonial. And now, by special permission of the Commander-in-Chief, me, here is Mars' first space explorer, Colonel Cosmic.
I can't tell you how happy I am to see your smiling faces once more. First, let me say that this trip was made possible only by our dauntless chief, Ogg the Magnificent, introducer of Ogg Power, which runs most of our industry, and inventor of Ogg Speed, which doubles the original Ogg Power. A short time ago, the master was having trouble with the state limousine. He had, of course, developed the Ogg-explosive charge. But it was inclined to get a little out of hand, just slightly. And, of course, there was always the problem of friction. Parts rubbing together, heating up, and causing all sorts of trouble. But our leader was undaunted. He immediately ordered our first expedition into space to bring back the secret of how other planets got their state limousines to run smoothly. The target was picked with painstaking scientific accuracy. Destination Earth. You all know with what eagerness I volunteered for the mission, and with what confidence I took off. I took careful bearings and set out for my goal. It seemed no time till I was approaching a country of Earth called, the United States of America. I set her down like a feather. What's all the racket? Naturally, I protected government property by making the saucer invisible. They're after the chickens, Ma! And though the natives showed great interest in me, I decided to make myself invisible, too. Seeing moving lights in the distance, I headed for them. What phenomenal luck! I had landed close to what seemed to be an endless procession of state limousines. They moved quickly, and yet with fantastic smoothness. I just had to get a closer look at one of those Earthmobiles. Just as I thought. Not only smooth and efficient, but powerful as well. I watched them for hours. Great Ganymede, they were superb. I just couldn't help comparing them with ours, if you call that a comparison. Surely these vehicles must be the property of the highest officials. I was wrong. It seems that almost everybody in this country has one of those, they call them automobiles. They use them for transportation, for business, for pleasure. They use them for all sorts of things. I found that these vehicles gather at places called service stations, where they are fed, lubricated, that's how they beat friction, and given the finest care. The source of their nourishment was something called petroleum. A power source like that must be a highly prized state secret. I had to find out about it. Perhaps the secret lay within this government archives building. It was heavily guarded, but casting discretion to the winds, I walked boldly inside. Their code was remarkably easy to break. They merely substituted the word oil for petroleum. And I soon got hold of a veritable mine of classified information. I began to assimilate the material. I soon found out that though petroleum products are easily found anywhere, petroleum itself is a very elusive substance. Experts have to search for it constantly in all the most likely and unlikely places with all kinds of scientific devices. When they figure they found a good spot, they drill a hole in the ground called an oil well, for almost all oil lies far beneath the surface of the earth. These wells go down thousands of feet and cost a lot of money to drill. But that's no guarantee that they're going to find oil. Matter of fact, in exploratory drilling, only 1 well in 9 finds any oil at all. Only 1 in 44 recovers enough oil to pay for itself. And only 1 in almost 1,000 makes a major discovery. Pretty big odds. Yet America's proved reserves, the oil supplies still underground, have kept increasing steadily. I couldn't imagine how this ever-increasing supply of oil was achieved until I found out that there's not just 1, but thousands of oil companies, all competing with each other to discover and develop new sources of oil. For believe it or not, in the USA, anyone who is willing to risk it can drill for oil. But oil discovery is only part of the story. Once they get oil out of the ground, it has to be moved through pipelines, on ships, or in tank cars to fantastic processing plants called refineries. Crude oil goes in, and great Jupiter, the things that come out. Gasoline, for example, the most efficient mobile power source on Earth. That was the stuff that powered all those cars and trucks. And asphalt, which makes smooth, durable roads. It seems that oil not only runs cars, it even gives them something to run on. Another oil product is the diesel fuel, which runs giant trains across the nation. In winter, fuel oil made from petroleum brings warmth and comfort to millions of homes. And still other fuels help defend America's shores and skies. From refineries also come the lubricating oils and greases that keep the wheels turning in America. But that still isn't all. Crude oil, like everything else, is made up of billions of tiny molecules. And using the magic of research, oil companies compete with each other in taking the petroleum molecule apart and rearranging it into, well, you name it, fabrics, toothbrushes, tires, insecticides, cosmetics, weed killers, a whole galaxy of things to make a better life on Earth. And you know, it isn't just oil companies that try to outdo each other, competing for the customer's dollar. The same story is true of almost every successful business enterprise in America. The result? A higher standard of living in the USA than in any other country on the whole planet. At last, the secret was mine. And now to get proof of my discovery smuggled past the border guards. In spite of my infinite precautions, one of them became suspicious and gave the alarm.
Come back for the eggs, did you?
And so, with the fond farewells of the natives ringing in my ears, I took off once again for Mars. My landing was a little bumpy, but I saved my precious cargo. Yes, I brought the secrets back with me, and here they are. The big secret is, of course, oil, which has brought a better life to all the people in the USA. But the key to making oil work for everybody is competition. Fellow Martians, I thank you.
Very interesting, Colonel. Oil, huh? Sounds splendid. But that, what was it? Competition. Not our kind of thing at all. Why, competition is downright unmartial.
Oil? You'll have oil for everybody. That's what we need. Oh, boy, oil.
Look at them. You know what this means, Cosmic?
You bet I do, Og. It means that you're through. So why don't you get lost? Yes, the real secret is not only a great source of energy, but also the freedom to make it work for everybody. And if you have both of these things, any goal is possible. It's Destination Unlimited.
Wilderness. So mysterious, so promising, so dangerous. These forbidding landscapes of the New World symbolized vastness and wildness. They epitomized abundance and fulfillment. Vastness meant space, intellectual and social elbow room. Emptiness meant the possibility of new creation. Wildness meant freedom and release. Through the drama of its changing forms, a national vision was born. It said, "We are the land, and the land is us." wilderness was the mother of this nation. For our Native Americans, she was a vision of home. But for successive beholders, her land was changed to reveal different meanings. The explorers and mountain men were mystified by its wildness and challenged it. The settlers in search of independence tamed the land and cultivated it. And finally, the builders conquered it. By the turn of this century, an ocean of wilderness had been reduced to islands. Islands in time, surrounded by seas of civilization. Both time and the visions of generations changed the character of these wild places. Even today, wilderness means different things to different people. For those who have touched wilderness, they are islands of retreat from the stress of a modern world. For those who have not, the pleasure lies in knowing these islands of the mind exist. To some, wilderness is pristine, an area untouched by civilization. To others, wilderness is any patch of undeveloped land there for the taking. As our society became more industrialized and mechanical, our connections with nature were looked upon as a matter of national health. Space and wildness became the necessary tonic of recreation. The fact that wilderness is here today owes itself to our collective national conscience, a conscience fueled by a need to preserve the vision for future generations. The need for wilderness with a capital W became a national campaign. The contributions of conservation giants such as John Muir and Theodore Roosevelt are well known. But it was the Forest Service that would take the first steps in federal wilderness management. Under the leadership of Gifford Pinchot, its first chief, the agency would play a key role in rescuing these islands in time from the axe, the dam, and the rail. In 1919, Arthur Carhart, a Forest Service landscape architect, surveyed the Trappers Lake area in Colorado's White River National Forest. Instead of developing a plan for summer home sites as he was charged, he was inspired to offer a plan to preserve the area for its beauty, a precedent in Forest Service history. Later, Aldo Leopold, a forest supervisor on the Carson National Forest, wrote a plan to protect our first national wilderness, the Gila in New Mexico. "1929 was the year America's dreams were crushed. Getting a nation back on its feet consumed everyone. But for Wilderness America, the crash was not all bad. Chief of the Forest Service, William Greeley, issued the first regulations protecting primitive landscapes. Later, Bob Marshall, head of the Forest Service Lands Division, expanded the scope of that protection. In his honor, the Bob Marshall Wilderness was dedicated. Today, Marshall and Leopold are respected as the fathers of our national wilderness system. In the late 30s, Howard C. Sennheiser of the Wilderness Society injected a new awareness of wilderness into the American conscience. For him, wilderness was solitude, a romantic adventure, the keys to human health.
The question is on the passage of this bill on wilderness.
Mr. Speaker, I request yeas or nays.
I object. Point of order.
No order. Call the roll.
Sennheiser wrote a National Wilderness Act based on Forest Service regulations. His crusade was to protect wild America from machine America by law. He led a legislative war that lasted 7 years, saw 66 rewrites and endless compromises. Worn out, he died 2 months before the act passed in 1964. The act gave birth to the National Wilderness Preservation System. It protected more than 9 million acres where the imprint of civilization is barely noticeable or non-existent. It directed federal agencies to manage a system that has expanded 10 times its original size. Today, the American wilderness is scattered from sea to sea. Areas range in size from a scant 6 acres at Pelican Island in Florida to well over 1 million acres in Alaska. They contain both the highest and lowest places in North America. Some are visions of giant trees in the enchanted forests of the far west. Some are endless panoramas of snow and ice in Alaska. Others hold visions of the hard, arid deserts of the Southwest. A few are visions of swamplands in the Southeast and lakeland forests of the North and East. Each is a living portrait of an America that was. Here we can relive the adventure and challenge that greeted our pioneers. In contrast to the campgrounds of the national parks and forests, wilderness is roadless, resortless, with none of the bare necessities. You enter on foot or by horseback. A few trail markers guide you through their pathways. At times the going can be taxing, but the rewards are beauty, challenge, and solitude. While recreation for our recreation holds an important place in wilderness use, there's something else that makes wilderness significant. It contains unique features of scientific and educational value. Wilderness is a living laboratory. A biologic yardstick used to measure the effects of time and natural forces. Wilderness is also sanctuary for many species of plants and animals that could face extinction without it. For the packer, wilderness can mean a living. For the rancher, it is summer grass for livestock. But whether we depend on wilderness, study it, or play in it, all of us are simply visitors. Our commitment is to leave only footprints and take away only memories. Recent years have witnessed an enormous popularity for the pleasures of wilderness. And because the quality of wilderness is related to visitor use, wilderness must be managed. Some areas are literally being loved to death. Regulations to control use at popular areas keep the system's success under control. Wilderness Ranger Mike Artemiev knows the problems.
We must manage wilderness to protect that traditional character of the wild. Some people have the idea the wilderness area is like a park in the city or like a giant playground. But it's more than that. Wilderness transcends recreation. It's a concept, sacredness and solitude.
I see people coming in on a Friday evening from a busy life in the city with obvious signs of stress. I mean, it's written all over them. They're tight. But once they've been in there for a few days and been able to experience that natural flow of energy from wilderness, then it changes. It gets much more comfortable.
Where are you headed today?
Well, the permit system, along with the quota system, has saved the wilderness from just being overwhelmed. It was just too crowded. You'll see a lot of impacts that have occurred over the years that aren't going to change. The ground is packed down like cement. There's no plants growing into the area, or trees have been cut and limbs have been cut off and that sort of thing. People don't realize that food packages nowadays are all foil lined or plastic lined. They throw those things into a fire and the outside paper will burn off, but the foil certainly doesn't. The results were just garbage and a lot of fire pits, which we cleaned up constantly, always. So the pack it in, pack it out idea is working. It's just not working probably as well as it could. There's a sacredness to wilderness. This is special. People have to have this feeling in order to preserve it and to make it last, because it's got to last. It's got to be there 100 years from now, 200 years from now. That's what it was set aside for originally.
I really believe that for some reason we all need the idea of wilderness. And when you get right down to it, the wilderness can survive without us.
To To answer the call of the wild within these untamed lands is to realize deeply personal rewards. Today's wilderness visitors pleasurably lose themselves in the inviting disorder of wildness. They are the hikers, the fishermen, and the photographers from cities, suburbs, and farms. Here we are alone. We stand face to face with our strengths and fears. We touch our spirit and see a vision of our abilities and our individuality. To succeed, we are asked to reach deep within to the untapped reservoir of our own resources. Each touches the wild and takes home what is perhaps the final treasure, the ultimate vision in life: peace.
faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, able to leap tall buildings at a single bound, this amazing stranger from the planet Krypton, the Man of Steel, Superman. Possessing remarkable physical strength, Superman fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice, disguised as a mild-mannered newspaper reporter, Clark Kent.
Send in Lois Lane and Clark Kent. Give me a follow-up on this bullet car story.
Metropolis. Attention. The destruction of your police station today was only a small demonstration of our power. Unless your mayor turns over the entire funds of the city treasury, power plants, firehouses, and all municipal buildings will be next.
Take heed. This is your last warning.
What are the authorities going to do about this, Mr. Mayor?
We won't be intimidated by criminal threats. Law and order must and will prevail.
This looks like a job for Superman. Another great scoop for you.
It was easy. Thanks to Superman.
Good night, Popeye.
Good night, sweetheart.
To be your lawful wedded husband?
I do.
Popeye, do you take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife?
I do. I do.
I now pronounce you man and wife.
Happy birthday, boys. Now make a wish and blow out the candle.
Yoo-hoo, Island. Good morning, sweetheart. Your lover boy is ready to get married.
Popeye, I ain't gonna marry you.
Confucius say, female, she is fickle.
Gee, I'm glad you stayed all night, Bobby. Don't you like the cereal? Oh, yeah. But it's a little mushy. It's not crisp like the kind my breakfast pals serve Dad and me at home. Your breakfast pals? Sure, they come every morning as soon as I whistle. What? I'm Snap. I'm Crackle. I'm Pop. At your service, Bobby.
Oh, yeah? Hey, gang, these guys is muscling in. Let's get them. Come on, Mushy.
Hey, let's go, Soggy. Rice Krispies are swell. Look, they float. Sure, and it's so crisp, it's noisy. Hear it? Crisp to the last spoonful. Hello, everybody. How are you all? Would you like to learn how to have strong, healthy teeth? All right, then, listen carefully, and I will tell you about 4 things which will help you have better teeth. Number 1 on the list of things which help us teeth is the right kind of food. If we teeth are going to be strong, we must have lime or calcium. This is found in milk, leafy green vegetables, and milk products. Another thing that makes us thrive is phosphorus. You will find it abundantly in milk, eggs, beans, prunes, cereals, and meat. Liver oil, cod liver oil, and Viosterol are rich in vitamin D, which is good for the bones as well as the teeth. Did you know there is another good way to get vitamin D? Good old sun. We teeth are very fond of you. We know how good you are for us. Healthy gums also need certain foods. Oranges, lemons, tomatoes, cabbage, and pineapples are rich in vitamin C. Now we come to help number 2, and that is exercise. You like to exercise, don't you? It helps make you strong. We teeth need our exercise too. How do we get it? By chewing. food you eat is soft and is gulped or washed right down, we teeth don't get the workout we ought to have. If things go on that way, we teeth get to be like some lazy fellow who lies around all the time and is not much good for anything. What we need are hard foods that will put us to work. Every day you should eat some of these foods. Help number 3 is your toothbrush. In buying a toothbrush, be sure to get one which is small enough. Your dentist will be glad to tell you the right kind to buy. Your toothbrush will last longer if before using it, you let it stand for about 2 hours in a solution of 1 teaspoonful of salt in a glass of water. If the whole family's toothbrushes are kept together like this, it makes it easy for germs to pass from one brush to the other. This is the right way to keep your toothbrush. The right kind of a toothbrush, hanging in its proper place where the sun can dry it, is a very fine sight indeed. But it won't do us teeth any good unless it is used regularly in the proper manner. Downward on the upper teeth, count to 10. Upward on the lower teeth, 10 strokes again. Remember the inside surfaces of your teeth as well. And finally, the grinding or biting surfaces. Take your time about it. You are not through until every surface of every tooth has been brushed carefully. Form the habit of brushing your teeth carefully at least twice a day, in the morning and at night. You couldn't put your time to better use. Help number 4 is to see your dentist regularly once every 4 months. Do you know what makes us teeth decay? Suppose that a bit of food is left between us teeth when somebody neglected to use his toothbrush. Germs inside the mouth act on this food to form an acid. This acid is strong enough to eat away the hard enamel. Then we have the beginning of tooth decay. If this decay is not stopped by a dentist, it will grow larger. You all know how one bad piece of fruit can spoil the next one to it. The same thing is true with us teeth. A decayed one may start decay in the one next to it. If a dentist had seen this decay when it was small, he could have prevented it from growing larger. That is why it pays to visit your dentist often. He may find troubles when they are little and keep them from growing bigger. Remember the 4 helps to better teeth. Proper foods, exercise by chewing, use of the toothbrush, and regular visits to your friend, the dentist. This is the truth as told to.
Open your mouth and close your eyes. Here comes a nice surprise. Skiddly-dum and skiddly-doo. I got some spinach for all of you. Here you are. Pip-eye, peep-eye, pop-eye, and poop-eye.
But we hate spinach.
You gotta eat your spinach if you wants to be strong like your great Uncle Hercules.
Hercules, our uncle, he was strong. He was great. Did he get that way from the spinach he ate?
Certainly, it's a hysterical fact. I'll tell you the story how it happened. Once upon a time, a long time ago, in a distant land far away, there lived the strongest man in the world, and the people's best friend, Hercules. One day, while Hercules was riding along in his chariot, he saw a baby boy fall off a tree. Jumping out of his chariot, he ran to the boy to see what happened. Now, so's he can help the boy, he has to get strength. So, he takes a piece of strong garlic and sniffs it. And with his strength, he pushed and pushed and pushed the big tree into the earth. Hercules was awful strong,
but very tender. It was garlic that made him strong. Where does the spinach part belong?
Don't come to conclusions. You ain't heard everything yet. Like I was saying, one day, a big, bull-headed bully come to Hercules' neighborhood.
So, Hercules thinketh him strongest man on earth. In my hands, he feel like dirt twice.
Grab it! Help it! Help it!
Play it for thy life! Hercules, I challenge thee.
I accept it. I accept it. I accept it. I accept it. So Hercules accepted the big bully's challenge to feats of strength.
Stop this, sport.
Gee, Uncle Popeye, it still wasn't spinach what made him win. Don't interrupt me. I ain't finished yet. So, mounting to mountings, the men challenged each other in a tug of war.
Get ready, set, go! The garlic. I'll fix that for good.
I'll fixeth thee and how. Mind strength. Good.
One good blow and thou art through.
Spinach. A strange weed this be. What restoreth my vitality?
How come you got strength without garlic?
Better than garlic is spinach. So Hercules knocked the big bully for a row of ash cans. So, kiddies, that's why you has to eat your spinach. Huh?
Ice cream is hot stuff.
You said it, sport.
Well, I'll be Monkey's uncle.
Yeah, Monkey's uncle. New stunt race day with a monkey business name. Spread the stunts out every place. Make it tough to win the race. Run wild, Monkey's uncle. Wind the timer, run and take the stunt that says be a snake. It's great, Monkey's uncle. Time is going tick, tick, tick. Do a rooster who is sick. Cock-a-doodle choo. Run wild, Monkey's uncle. Hurry, hurry, do those tricks for the monkeys out of ticks. Run wild, Monkey's uncle. Time, now's your turn to show your speed. Do more more stunts and take the lead. Run wild, monkey's uncle, catch a fish and give a toot. Be an owl who cries, it's fun, monkey's uncle. Time! Wiggle, waddle, quick, 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 do the build-a-tower trick. 12 stunts, just 3 tries, case of tie-spin monkey's eyes, and you're a monkey's uncle. It's wild! Complete with stunt mats, cards, horns, clickers, tricks, spinner, and monkey timer. From Transagram, where the fun comes from.
Up in the sky, look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, able to leap tall buildings at a single bound, this amazing stranger from the planet Krypton, the Man of Steel, Superman. Possessing remarkable physical strength, Superman fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice, disguised as a mild-mannered newspaper reporter, Clark Kent.
And I still say Manhattan rightfully belongs to my people.
Possibly, but just what do you expect us to do about it?
You have a newspaper. Publish the truth. Have the island vacated immediately.
It's fantastic.
Why, that's ridiculous.
Ridiculous? Maybe modern science will make you think differently.
I've never heard anything so absurd. You know, from the look in his eyes, I'd almost believe he was in earnest.
No, he's just a harmless crank.
Come ahead, Miss Lane. You wouldn't want to miss this story, I'm sure. Just a precautionary measure. Miss Lane. Get ready for the greatest story of your career.
Come on, Kent. Let's get out of here.
This looks like a job for Superman.
A girl is still down there.
The old island looks just as good as ever.
That's right, Clark. Thanks to Superman.
Our story begins. He is headed for the old fishing hole. Too bad. Freddie had helped his mother make soft soap to sell to their friends and neighbors.
Shucks, if I didn't have to work. Think of all the fun I could be having. Gee.
Freddie tries to figure out an easier and quicker way to make soap. He goes to work to make his dreams of fun come true. After years of working night and day, Freddie's experiments bring success.
Soap in cakes.
Pretty soon, word gets around to the housewives who want shorter, easier wash days and cleaner clothes. Freddy's soap is just what they need. Invests his profits in larger quarters and new equipment to make enough soap to satisfy the demand. Finally, his dreams come true. Time off for fun on Saturday. Hey, Freddy, a guy can fish anytime.
At 23 Skidoo.
Goodbye, Freddy.
Hopelessly in love, he wants to make good in a big way. So, back to work. As the company grows, it brings the railroad and other businesses to town. Increased property taxes from the thriving community help to build better schools, streets, parks, libraries, playgrounds, and waterworks. Taxes even help to provide more and better governmental services, such as police protection. Before long, Freddy becomes a successful businessman. And, incidentally, a successful husband and father. Fudsy's expanding company creates all kinds of jobs that never existed before. To increase production and sales, Fudsy builds up a strong labor management team. Each year, he invests a portion of his profits in research to develop better soap that can be made to sell at lower prices. The Fudsy Company continues to grow with the years because it makes a good soap, which in competition with others sells at a fair price. Competition forces each manufacturer to improve his product, to sell it for less, and to give the consumer more for $1 than his competitor. And Fudsy is hard to beat. Finally, he gets so many orders he realizes that one factory simply can't meet the demand. His profit motive starts sparking to figure out a way to increase production. He forms a corporation and issues stock to raise money to build factories from coast to coast. Fudsy's employees have faith in his management and back him with their savings. Banks loan depositors money to help finance the expansion program. Insurance companies loan the funds of their policyholders to help build the factories. Stock exchanges act as a clearinghouse for people from all walks of life to buy securities. Before long, everybody gets plenty of soap. At last, Fudsy's success is complete. Soap City. The profit motive, which drove Fudsy to accomplish so much, may bring out the evil as well as the good.
Hello? Fudsy, old boy, I've got a great idea. Between us, we control 70% of the country's soap sales.
Yeah, but quiet. Let's see what's cooking.
I smell trouble. Let's raise and fix our prices. Controlling 70% of the market where we do cleanup.
Terrific. We'll make millions. Millions. Go.
Quiet.
Okay, Sam. It's a deal.
You'll be sorry.
Fudsy and Sam Sudso raise and fix prices, but the result is not what they expect. A competitor comes along with a good bar of soap that sells at a lower price. Since shoppers always seek maximum value, only the lower priced soap sells, while Fudsy and Sam Sudso's profits turn into losses. 99 times out of 100, competition works. When it doesn't, the government steps in to prevent monopolistic attempts.
That was a tough break. Now the next time...
only a business operating at a steady profit can give its workers security and employee benefits. Operating at a profit, a business can provide the employee with comfortable, colorful working conditions, high wages and steady employment, first aid and health protection, accident and life insurance, time off for vacations. The employee working for a profitable business can maintain a savings account, own his own home, and have plenty of leisure to enjoy the peace and quiet of family life. When investors receive fair dividends, they are eager to supply industry with a steady flow of capital to create new tools and plants, which in turn create new jobs. With business prosperous and employment high, the farmer has a ready and profitable market for the sale of his produce. When businesses all over the country operate at a steady profit, our economic health is tops. Billions in taxes paid out of profits flow into local, state, and governments. The profit motive has been the driving force back of the growth of American industry. The American system of free enterprise will give the young people of today the freedom of opportunity to develop ideas which will make a better way of life for the children of tomorrow.
Visitors.
You know they're signing a wedding contract?
There's a giant on the beach. There's a giant out there.
Your Majesty.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Marriage contract. King Little of Lilliput on this 5th day of November can I have his daughter, Princess glory. To Prince David, son of Bombo, king of Blefuscu. Right, in order. Right. King Bombo.
Yes, we certainly did, didn't we?
Just a couple of old Dan Cupids, I think.
Your Majesty, the wedding things are here.
There's a giant on the beach. There you go.
Exquisite taste. Exquisite.
Roses, precious, rhododendrons, ranunculus, snapdragons, und daisies. Pretty posies, aren't they?
Beautiful blooms. Beautiful.
May I? Oh, please do.
Magnificent. Masterpiece. Vanilla. Wow!
My only little daughter. I dread losing her.
Oh, buck up there, old boy. You're not losing a daughter. You're gaining a son. My son, David. Lovely melody.
Yes, we like it. That is faithful. The Song of Lilliput. It will be played at the wedding tomorrow.
Of course, of course. Oh, what's that? Faithful? Oh, no, no. Forever, the Song of Blefuscu must be played at the wedding.
But, Bombo, Faithful is always played at our weddings. It's tradition, sir. And it's very pretty.
Yes, yes, I know. Pleasant little ditty, but hardly appropriate for this great occasion. But forever, there's a song for you. Ha-ha!
Faithful will be played.
Ah, twaddle. Absolute twaddle. It must be forever.
Faithful.
Forever.
Faithful.
Forever. It will be forever, or there will be no wedding.
No wedding, but the cake and the pretty flowers and... Oh, Bombo, you love Faithful. Oh, it's me. Oh, it's me.
I found the mountain, Your Majesty. I found it. It was a man mountain.
War is nice.
It was this big. No, it was this big.
People are hurt in wars.
He's as big as... Wait, Your Majesty.
Bombo can't frighten me. No, sir. Speak up. Don't stand there like a nincompoop.
I'm trying to tell you that there's a giant.
When I get my dandruff up, look out. But Glory, poor little Glory.
Don't look now, gentlemen, but it's war. War? Whoopee!
Smiling through, my sweet, I'll have just you here in my heart, and I'll trust you, though we're apart, so forever, my guide.
War. Rolls off my back like a duck.
But I'm trying to tell you. I'm telling you, there's a...
What's on your mind?
I say...
Speak up, man.
There's a giant on the beach. There's a giant on the beach.
For heaven's sake, Gabby, button your mouth. Can't you see I have a war on my hands? Be off with you. Shoo, 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 shoo.
A war? Do you suppose he can be a spy?
Or he followed me with passion. Who's a spy? Who's a spy?
The giant on the beach.
Giant? Why don't you tell me these things? Do something. Don't stand there. Go, stick the dogs on. Fetch him to me at once.
Quiet. We're almost there.
Where is it?
I don't know. But it was right here.
Here. Oh, yeah? Well, where is it now?
Well, I can't understand it. It was right here. Honest.
Giant. Huh. Dragging us out in the dead of the night. Yeah, chasing wild geese.
Gabby must have been seeing things. Maybe it just got up and flew away.
Yeah, and breathing fire.
Look out, Gabby! Your giant's gonna bite you! Hey, fellas, maybe it was me he saw. Look, I'm a giant. I'm a giant.
giant on the beach? And well, there he is.
He said that's the giant on the beach!
There isn't a moment to waste. Every last man must do all that he can. Work with the greatest of haste. So bind up its hands, its arms, its chest, its neck, its feet. And I'll do the rest. Let's go! Quiet. Quiet.
always played it our way. It was faithful.
Your Majesty. I've got the giant.
The giant? Oh, yes, the giant. Well, bring him in. Bring him in.
Okay.
Majesty. I don't think he'd fit in here.
Oh, you don't, huh? So it's not good enough for him, Well, where is he?
Out there, Your Majesty.
Now then. Not good enough for him. Well, where is he?
From here on.
Call out the guards, the army, the navy, women and children first. I'll see you later.
Search him, men. He may be armed.
What have we got here?
Help! Don't eat me! Don't eat me! Help! I won't taste good. I'll give you indigestion.
A man. A tiny man.
You can't do this to me. I got a wife and kids. Millions of kids.
Hold on there, mate. Nobody's going to hurt you.
Help! Put me down. Help! Help!
Drop that. Drop that.
Well, another one. Who are you?
Who, me? What? I'm king around here. Guards! Guards! To the turret! Archers! Surround the giant! Surround the giant! Guards!
Well.
You'll pay for this. Ready!
Aim fire!
We're tucked. We're tucked.
Stop, you swine! Get back to your post! Get back there and fight! We of Rufus Crew are not
afraid of anything.
Well, there's everyone gone. This is no way to treat a harmless visitor.
Look, Gabby, we've won! Gabby? See, Gabby, they've gone. Yes, sir, we're scared still.
Hello there. Come now, don't let my size frighten you. You, Your Majesty, surely you are not afraid of me. Well, good. Then let me present myself. My name is Gulliver, Your Majesty. Lemuel Gulliver, a shipwrecked sailor. At your service.
Well, welcome to Lilliput, Mr. Gulliver. Mr. Gulliver, can you fight?
Well, Your Majesty, I can lick anybody my size.
Ah, splendid, splendid. I don't think Bombo will give us any further trouble while you're around here. No, sir. He's on our side, Gabby. He's on our side. There's nothing to fear. The Mad Mountain's on our side. It's a happy day, toodaloo-lay, for you and me, for us and we, for the class ever. It's a happy day, toodaloo-lay, the sunshine bright, and the world's all right. It's a happy day. Orange bells and beans are dancing all the way. Come on, where are those buttons? It's a happy day. You can't go wrong if you sing that song. It's a happy day.
understand that not until that giant is removed can our forces taste the sweet fruits of victory. Now then, it is up to you to carry this message to my spies in Lilliput. Be off, and may luck be with you. Get going!
Majesty, I'm sorry the little princess isn't with us.
Yes, too bad. Too much excitement for one day. Bluebirds in the moonlight. That's how I feel when I'm with you. There are night owls in the daylight. Silly idea, night owls in the daylight. My heart is saying, who is the one for us? You, it's what you've done for us. There are
sometimes as big as your shoe.
My.
I lost her, though, in a furious gale. But I came home on the back of a whale.
But tell me how you caught the whale.
Simply grabbed a hold of his tail.
My.
I climbed a mountain peak so high, I bumped my head against the sky. And there I was. Where was I?
On the island of Alibi.
I.
My.
But now my life is very dull. They ought to make me an admiral. Now that's the job that I'd enjoy. I must be going. Ahoy, ahoy.
My.
You put that ball in there, and then it goes down and around. Pull that thing.
And it comes out here.
Giant!
Wow!
The light! Douse the light! He's gone.
Hello? Anybody in there?
Nobody here but just us chickens.
My.
Forever? That's the song of Weatherskew. Hi. Where did he go? Concealing a spy. And in a time of war, too. That makes it worse. Carry on the search, Clem. Mind you, your father will hear of this.
King Bobo, say the word, and the giant is a dead duck.
Is a dead duck.
Yes. What do we do with the body?
Two hearts and a wedding broken by a melody? Incredible. Wait a minute. I have an idea that might turn this malice to a melody. Sing faithful and forever together as one song.
The giant will be a dead duck. Ha! Now we are getting at somewhere. Dear spies, destroy, crush, obliterate, annihilate. Hear him. I will attack at dawn. Affectionately yours, Bombo.
What you got there? Attack at dawn. Attack. Bombo's attack. Guards! 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 Bombo's attacking! Bombo's attacking! Bombo's attacking at dawn! Bombo's attacking! It's war! Bombo's attacking! It's war! It's war! The enemy attack! To the beach! To the beach! Bomb attacking! What? Bombo attacking! War! It's war! To the beach! To the beach! The enemy attack!
To defend Lilliput. Yes, forward march.
Gulliver! Where are you? Bombo's attacking! Where are you, Gulliver? We'll be wiped out! Gulliver, where are you? Gulliver! Gulliver! Bombo's attacking! Gulliver! Gulliver! Bombo's attacking! It's war! Gulliver! It's war! Gulliver! Where are you? Gulliver! Gulliver! It's war! Gulliver! Bombo's attacking! Bombo's attacking! It's war! Let me down! Well, where you been, you lazy, long-legged, overgrown lummox? Now, get down there to that beach and wipe out that Bombo and that bunch of Lephisculians. And tear them to pieces. And don't leave a man alive to tell the tale. Forward march!
Aye, aye, sir. Huh?
Hey! Wait for me! Gulliver! Wait for me! Wait for me, Gulliver!
What is it?
What did you do with it?
Where'd you lose it?
Who's got it now?
Gulliver! Gulliver! Wait for me!
Let's go!
Hold on there. We can settle this peacefully. Listen. Hold your fire. Hear what I have to say. Order your men to lay down their arms. Must I make you listen?
David, look. Gulliver's Thunder Machine.
Wait here, Glory.
Poor, foolish little people. Look what you've done. Now go ahead, break your nutshell heads over your songs. But did you have to break Glory's heart, King Little? Because you were thoughtless and selfish? And you, Bombo, oh mighty warrior, what have you won? You were too stubborn to think, too busy quarreling to lend ear to the harmony that might have been yours. But now, in your sorrow and despair, perhaps you'll listen to your songs as they might be sung.
Remember that. I'll keep smiling.
Remember that.
We may be apart, not then, but I'll hold you in my heart till you're in my arms again. April, forever. I promise
In behalf of the peoples of Blefuscu and Lilliput, with eternal gratitude and love in our hearts, we christen thee Gulliver.
Give thanks for the good days. When the traffic lights all turn green, when promotions come and bad habits are broken. Give thanks for warm meals and the company of friends. Give thanks for undeniable blessings and clear direction, when the music floods your soul and the worship songs flow without effort. Give thanks for coffee and clothing and hope that the two never mix. Give thanks for the mother who battles daily in prayer, for the father working 3 jobs, for the brothers and sisters who build blanket forts and read bedtime stories. Give thanks for sons and daughters and all our family who remind us of what truly matters. Give thanks for the stranger who holds the door open and the lifelong friend who holds you when life is broken. Give thanks for the hard days, for the phone call that brings life crashing down, for jobs lost and friendships fallen into conflict. Give thanks for the anger that reminds us we are human, and the tears that express more than words can ever fathom. Give thanks, though the pain is overwhelming, your energy spent, your spirit fallen, and your only option is to fall to your knees before your Holy Father and cry out, God, please, help me. For in that moment, His power is made perfect. His love is made evident. He becomes your strength, your comfort, and your salvation. Give thanks for the power of redemption, from Genesis to Revelation, for the endless promises of a God who would rather sacrifice His Son than give up on His children. For nail-pierced hands, for brilliant dawns, for the cool touch of rain and the simplicity of a quiet day. For all things great and small, let us give thanks.
What happened? Gets me some sleep. Go peddle your cheese outside. Now hits the hay. Oh, parking next to a hydrant, eh? to get some sugar. Got him. Gosh, I hopes I didn't hurt him too much. That's all I can stand. I can't stand no more. That order keeps that mouse out of the house.
Joe, the king of the workers of the world.
Hi, folks.
Joe's the king because he can buy more with his wages than any other worker on the globe. Now, what makes it possible for Joe to earn such a good living? He's no smarter than workers in other countries.
Are you kidding?
He's no stronger than workers in other lands.
Oh, yeah? Well, just watch me.
Just because Joe's an American doesn't mean...
Yeah? Well, being an American is the best thing on the... Oh! My back!
Sure, being an American is great, but how could you be superior to any foreigner when you or your folks might be any one of a dozen different races or religions? So, if you're no Superman, it must be the American way of doing things that makes you the luckiest guy in the world.
I don't think I'm so lucky.
You don't? Well, let me show you.
Hey, what's that gadget? Television?
No, it's a time machine. Just pull that lever. You'll see how people worked 100 years ago. too far back. Try again. We want to stop at 1850.
Who's the character?
That's your grandfather, Joe.
Oh.
He had to work 69 hours a week to earn a living because he had only inexpensive hand tools and his own strength to help him make things. Your grandfather was a powerful man, yet his strength equaled only 1/10 of a horsepower. You have hundreds of horsepower in this costly giant of a machine to multiply your strength and efficiency 1,000 times. This makes it possible for you to earn more than any worker in history. And still have leisure time each day to enjoy life.
So I'm lucky. But what about the rich guy who does nothing while I do the work?
True, there are rich people who contribute nothing. And there are poor people who contribute the same. But most of the invested capital that buys the tools you use comes from your fellow Americans. 40 million of us have money in the banks. 70 million of us own insurance policies. Over 15 million of us invest savings in corporation stocks and bonds, which help to finance industry. Each year, the people of America invest billions of dollars to create new plants and equipment. This invested capital buys the tools which make a man's labor worth more because he produces more. In China, for example, where there is practically no capital available for investment in plants or tools, a man's labor is not worth very much. A coolie takes 10 days to move 10 gallons of kerosene 100 miles at a freight cost of 10 cents a gallon. An American railroad worker takes only 2 hours to move 100,000 gallons of kerosene 100 miles at a freight cost of 1 cent a gallon. The coolie makes 10 cents a day. An average American railroad worker makes $10 a day, or 100 times more than the coolie. The average railroad worker has the benefit of a $20,000 investment in equipment. The Chinese coolie's equipment is worth only 10 cents. With constant improvement in expensive tools and the skill to use them, the value of any man's labor can be multiplied many times. Naturally, the people in this country who invest their savings with industry expect dividends. No dividends, no investments. Without new capital each year to finance new plants, tools, and equipment, labor and management would soon find themselves in pretty bad shape.
Yeah, without capital to buy new tools, I might not do so good. But look what a new invention did to my grandpa. For 25 years, he knocks his brains out in the wagon works. Then along comes the gas buggy. Need I tell you what happened to Grandpop?
The history of our country proves that new inventions create thousands of jobs for everyone they displace. So it wasn't long before your grandfather had a better job, at more pay for less work. Our industrial progress is largely the result of the competitive struggle between companies to capture the market to increase profits. Huge sums are spent each year to make a better product to sell for less. Yet, regardless of how much money is spent to develop a new idea, there is often failure. When research proves successful, everyone shares in the accomplishment. The business which fails to give the consumer as much value as a competitor gives often goes bankrupt. However, on a national scale, competition gives the greatest good to the greatest number by continually producing more and better goods at lower prices. The American way of doing things makes it possible for more people to own their own homes. We're only 7% of the world's population, but we have 50% of the radios. We have 54% of the world's telephones. Americans own practically all the refrigerators in existence to give them plenty of ice quickly and easily. Bathtubs, we've got 92% of them. Most of us have the leisure time to enjoy the peace and quiet of the beautiful countryside as we drive about in 72% of the world's automobiles.
I told you to turn at the last corner. You don't eat it. You eat it. I know. I want to get candy bar.
Under the protection of our freedoms, American labor, management, and capital, the greatest production team in the history of mankind, have made the United States the industrial master of the world. Capital must continue to provide industry with the funds to create new tools and plants. Labor and management must continue to increase the production of better goods at lower prices so that more people will be able to buy the things that make life easier and happier for all of us. Then Joe will continue to be the king of the workers of the world.
You said it, brother.
What's up for July? This month, NASA is celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 mission, making the first human landing on the moon, while looking forward to the future of lunar exploration. So this month, a special edition of What's Up. Here are 5 things about the moon that you can share with others when you're gazing up at our natural satellite. How far away is the moon? The moon is farther away from Earth than people often think. A good ballpark number to remember is that the moon is about 250,000 miles away, or about 400,000 kilometers. It's such a big gap that you could just about fit the other 7 major planets into the space between the two worlds. Astronauts from 3 of the Apollo missions, including Apollo 11, placed special reflectors on the lunar surface that are still used to determine the moon's distance with extreme precision. In fact, they've revealed that the moon is moving away from Earth by about 1.5 inches per year. How big is the moon? This one's another easy approximation to remember. The moon is about 1/4 the size of Earth in diameter. It's about as wide as the United States. What color is the moon? The moon doesn't emit its own light. It reflects light from the sun. And up close, the moon's surface is mostly gray, like old, well-worn asphalt. Why do we always see the same side of the moon? Now, it may not look like it, but the moon really does rotate on its axis, much like Earth. We always see essentially the same face of the moon because it orbits around Earth in the same amount of time it takes to rotate. The reason is related to gravity and the same forces that cause daily ocean tides. A side note is that since it's rotating, there really is no permanent dark side of the moon. The changing phases of the moon demonstrate how the portion of its surface that's lit by the sun revolves around the moon every month over the course of the lunar day. What are the dark areas on the moon? One of the main things you notice when observing the moon is that it has these bright and dark areas across its surface. Everybody's familiar with the man in the moon, right? The dark areas are known as mare, the Latin word for seas. The lunar mare are volcanic basins created in the aftermath of ancient impacts billions of years ago. After the impacts, the craters filled with lava, which eventually cooled to form smooth, dark plains. One of the most famous mare is the Sea of Tranquility. This was the landing site chosen for Apollo 11, in part because it was fairly smooth and level. To locate the Sea of Tranquility, look for these 2 large dark markings that overlap. If you're facing south, they'll be on the moon's right side. Tranquility is the lower of the 2, and the Apollo 11 landing site is right here. 50 years on, NASA continues to reveal the moon's secrets, with an eye toward sending the next human astronauts there in the near future. Here are the phases of the moon for July. You can learn more about Apollo and NASA's future plans for the moon at nasa.gov. I'm Preston Dykes from NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and that's what's up for this month.
By an infant navy.
Let me ask you something. 1798 to 1805. Now, that seems mighty far away and long ago.
Yes, it was. But these wars were proving grounds for the great fleets to come. They schooled commanders and their crews for future struggles and convinced the country that ocean commerce had to be protected by a navy. Let's go back to the year 1783.
Well, another question. What was going on then?
The British left New York at the end of the Revolution. The Treaty of Paris was signed. 8 years of struggle were over. American independence was won. In New York, Washington said farewell to his battle-tested officers. In Annapolis, he resigned his commission as commander-in-chief. He'd been first in war.
And now he was first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen.
Yes, he retired as a private citizen to farm his fields at Mount Vernon.
Well, who are these folks here?
A veteran's family. Home came the fighter, the soldier, and the sailor.
Was that the size of our Navy?
Not even one ship was left. Victory over Britain appeared a hollow one. There was the weak central government. It had no power to tax. It relied on requests to the states. And with no common enemy to fight, the 13 states raised tax barriers, almost waged open war against each other. England refused to consider her former colonies as a truly independent nation. Foreign trade suffered. England, France, and Spain closed West Indian ports to United States ships. Unemployment followed. Debts. Veterans lost their homes and farms. Many sought new opportunities in the West. In 1786, in Massachusetts, revolt flared in Shays' Rebellion.
Appears to me something had to be done. As a republic, we were mighty young and weak. We didn't want to be begging England to take us back.
No, the tide turned. In Philadelphia in 1787, the Constitution was written.
But tell me, why did the states wrestle about the Constitution?
Well, you see, each was afraid it would sacrifice too much to a central government. But adoption of the Bill of Rights guaranteed personal liberty to every individual. In 1789, Washington became first president, and Hamilton, first Secretary of the Treasury, established government credit. America was ready to take its place in the family of nations. Vermont, the 14th state, joined the new Union in 1791. Kentucky in 1792. Tennessee in 1796.
Yes, but why in thunderation did these 16 states go to fight a war with France? At Yorktown, she was our ally, our comrade in arms.
It never was declared war, but there was shooting. In the year 1789, the French Revolution burst into flames. At first, all Americans sympathized. They thought the French, too, wished to be independent of a king. Louis XVI was beheaded. Then the bloody Reign of Terror. Too much blood. Too much terror. England and their allies in Europe went to war against France. Washington, hoping for peace, proclaimed our neutrality.
I'll calculate the French didn't like that. They wanted help from us. Figured we were still allies.
The French sent over an agent named Genet. He violated American neutrality. He outfitted privateers, recruited seamen, even tried to turn the American people against Washington. In 1797, our president, John Adams, wished to effect some sort of a reconciliation. He sent emissaries to France, but they weren't well received. Representatives of the French government, known only as Messieurs X, Y, Z, demanded bribes before they would even discuss a treaty. We were badly treated on land and on sea. The violence of the French Revolution spread. French privateers swarmed through the West Indies and along our Atlantic coast. By June of 1797, over 300 American merchant vessels had been taken by the French. In 1798, Congress voted reprisals, which were later extended to include the capture of armed French vessels anywhere.
That meant war.
An undeclared war fought entirely on the seas.
That calls for a navy somehow.
Yes, 6 new frigates had already been authorized by Congress, 4 of 44 guns and 2 of 36 guns. A separate department of the Navy was created in 1798. An energetic merchant and ship owner with vision was appointed the first Secretary of the Navy, Benjamin Stoddert. He worked hard to build a fleet and laid a firm foundation for the development of the Navy. By the end of 1799, 33 vessels were built or purchased, outfitted, and manned. Under the new Secretary of the Navy, the number of captains increased from 3 to 28, including Preble, Bainbridge, Rogers, Truxton. To build and maintain ships required shipyards, storehouses, materials, workmen near large cities.
All kinds of seagoing men of war. What are these little critters?
Well, generally, the small vessels of less than 20 guns were brigs or schooners, according to their rigs.
Well, now take these 3-masted fellas. How do you call them?
Up to 24 guns, a 3-master was called a sloop of war. 24 to 50 or more guns on 2 decks were frigates. The frigates were the largest ships in the American Navy at that time. Warships reached their greatest power and efficiency operating in squadrons and fleets. Then they could penetrate blockades and drive lighter vessels from the seas. For the first time, American squadrons were assigned definite stations, convoying American merchant vessels and fighting the French wherever they went. The senior officer of the new United States Navy, Commodore John Barry of Revolutionary War fame, commanded the frigates United States and Constitution and 8 smaller men of war. Commodore Truxton, in the Constellation and 4 lesser warcraft, cruised between St. Christopher and Puerto Rico. A 3rd squadron was stationed in the Windward Passage between Cuba and Haiti under Commodore Tingey in the Ganges. And north of Cuba was Commodore Decatur Sr. in the Delaware and 2 revenue cutters, forerunners of the United States Coast Guard. They held these stations when they were not home for repairs. They searched for privateers and escorted convoys of American merchant ships. The outstanding engagement of the war was off the island of Nevis, February 9, 1799. In a heavy sea, the French frigate Insurgente had lost her main topmast. Captain Barrault was escaping to the cover of St. Eustatius. The Constellation, Commodore Truxton, overtook and forged ahead of her antagonist, raking her several times. After more than an hour's engagement, the Insurgente struck her colors. The French fired too high, but the Americans were able to hit between wind and water. Superiority in gunnery was to stand Americans in good stead.
Yes, it's mighty handy for a Navy to know how to shoot.
Southwest of Guadalupe, February 1st, 1800, the Constellation again proved herself. For 5 hours, she exchanged broadsides with the heavier-gunned Vengeance. Truxton had a well-organized and a well-trained ship. He was near victory when the Constellation lost her mainmast. and the Vengeance escaped over the horizon.
Well, how did the war come out?
Besides these frigate battles, our armed merchant vessels had hundreds of engagements with French privateers. But late in 1799, the government of France changed. The Directory fell. Napoleon Bonaparte was made first consul. Facing trouble in Europe, he wished to reach a settlement with America. A treaty was ratified in 1801.
And that closed a war that wasn't a war, an undeclared one. Well, did we learn anything?
Yes, the ships and men were battle-hardened for the struggle that followed with the Barbary Corsairs. The Barbary states stretched along the northern coast of Africa.
Arabs, Moors, Turks, Mohammedans, most of them.
The Barbary states had practiced piracy for centuries. They sought plunder and captives to be held for ransom. They were experts at boarding and hand-to-hand fighting.
Why didn't the nations get together and stop them?
Because the rulers of Europe distrusted each other, they would not make a combined effort against the Corsairs. The Barbary rulers were quick to take advantage of a young, weak nation like the United States. In accordance with time-honored practice, tribute was expected as a price for peace. As early as 1786, Thomas Jefferson realized diplomacy was helpless unless a navy was created and used. Protection money, a price for peace. A treaty with Algiers in 1796 cost the United States nearly $1 million, including the gift of a new frigate. Peace with Tunis cost over $100,000, and Tripoli about $56,000. But the Pasha of Tripoli thought unprotected American trade too tempting. He repudiated the treaty and demanded $250,000 immediately and a yearly payment of $20,000.
Didn't the United States say no to that?
Indeed we did, and war was declared by Tripoli May 10th, 1801. About June 1st, 1801, Commodore Richard Dale's squadron left Hampton Roads. The President, the Philadelphia, Essex, and Enterprise. Dale cruised along the Barbary coast with a show of force. But 4 ships were not enough for an effective blockade of Tripoli. This force was enlarged by Commodore Richard Morris, the Constellation, Chesapeake, Adams, New York, and John Adams. But still not enough for the blockade. Their duties included convoying and showing the flag off Algiers, Tunis, and Morocco. And they replenished at Gibraltar. Soon to be given command of the Mediterranean squadron was a man who left a lasting imprint on the Navy, Commodore Edward Preble, who arrived on station in the Constitution. Little known to his officers at first, he was a strict disciplinarian. Born in the state of Maine, he'd fought in the Revolution. Preble was a great leader. He was firm. He had fighting spirit. He had character. A commander passes on these qualities. His officers were well schooled. They were given high standards and were in themselves great commanders with the Preble fighting spirit. 2 serious obstacles were ahead. Trouble with Morocco across from Gibraltar. The Sultan of Morocco saw that the American ships, at Preble's orders, were cleared for action.
So he up and changed his mind.
He renewed the Treaty of 1786 with no further demands on the United States. Bad luck here with the Philadelphia. She had been sent ahead to blockade Tripoli. Chasing an enemy craft close inshore, she hit an uncharted reef.
Ran aground, eh? What did the skipper do to get her off?
Well, Captain Bainbridge laid all sails aback, tried to lighten ship. He cut away her foremast, cast off her anchors, jettisoned many of her guns, but kept some to fight with. After 4 hours, Bainbridge had to surrender. The enemy floated the Philadelphia and brought her in triumphantly. The Pasha of Tripoli was pleased. He held the Philadelphia's officers and crew for an enormous ransom. But Commodore Preble was not pleased. The powerful American ship was now turned against him. He had only the frigate Constitution of equal metal to meet her. He decided to destroy the Philadelphia. Lieutenant Stephen Decatur, Jr., commander of the Enterprise, volunteered to head an expedition to enter an enemy harbor and capture and burn a large warship. This called for volunteers. Aboard the Enterprise, every officer, man, and boy stepped forward. He selected 5 officers and 62 men. A Sicilian pilot, Salvatore Catalano, knew the harbor. They set out in a captured Tripolitan ketch with Mediterranean rig, renamed the Intrepid. Boldly, they sailed into the enemy harbor. A plan of attack had been carefully worked out and rehearsed. They would capture the Philadelphia by a united rush. They would then split into details to set her afire. 100 yards away, they were hailed. Catalano, the pilot, answered. He claimed that a storm had stripped them of anchors and requested permission to tie up alongside. The breeze gave out. Becalmed, 20 yards away from the heavy guns of the frigate. Almost alongside.
What's that surface? They did it!
It was called a bold and daring act. This was from a British admiral, the great Lord Nelson. Decatur was promoted to captain and presented with a sword by a grateful Congress.
Yep, he raided it. Now, what's that peculiar floating object?
That's a bomb vessel for siege work. Commodore Preble borrowed 2 of them from the king of the 2 Sicilies. He was going to close in and bombard Tripoli. Preble sailed into the harbor of Tripoli with a squadron of schooners and brigs. The Enterprise, Nautilus, Argus, Siren, Scourge, Vixen, in addition to 6 gunboats mounting 1 gun each, 2 bomb vessels, and the flagship Constitution. With him were over 1,000 officers and men. They were attacking a walled city, defended by an army of 25,000, by forts and batteries mounting 115 guns, and a Tripolitan naval force of a brig, 2 schooners, 2 large galleys, and 19 gunboats. The first attack began on August 3rd, 1804. Preble took his entire fleet within point-blank range of the shore batteries. Captain Summers commanded the 1st Gunboat Division. Captain Stephen Decatur, the 2nd. Enemy ships and shore batteries opened up at grape-shot distance. Captain Decatur advanced toward the enemy's eastern division of 9 gunboats. The enemy closed. Captain Summers, even with his sweeps out, couldn't fetch windward to join Decatur. In gunboat number 1, he bore down on 5 of the enemy's western division, engaged within pistol shot, and drove them among the rocks. Captain Decatur, in number 4 gunboat, carried 1 enemy gunboat and then took a 2nd. Was saved by Reuben James. Lieutenant Tripp, in gunboat number 6, boarded an enemy, was cut off. He cleared the deck and hauled down the enemy colors. The brother of Stephen Decatur, Lieutenant James Decatur, was the only officer killed. Preble broke off the action, but returned 4 days later. The bomb vessels threw shells into the town. From their prison ashore, Bainbridge, former captain of the Philadelphia, and his officers watched the battle. Their men had been forced to carry ammunition for the enemy. The Pasha of Tripoli gave no sign of yielding his city or asking for peace.
Couldn't help but please those fellas.
Preble had another idea. A fire ship loaded with explosives to destroy the harbor shipping and shatter the Pasha's castle. The same Intrepid that had burned the Philadelphia. In her hold, 100 barrels of powder, 150 shells. Slow-burning fuses led to the powder magazine. The Intrepid, Captain Summers, was manned by a volunteer crew of 13.
13.
Preble waited. And the Argus, Nautilus, and Vixen stood by to take off the crew of the fire ship. Would the Intrepid repeat her great deed? Would her luck hold? The enemy was restive.
No, the luck didn't hold.
Subsequently, Preble was ordered home, and the Pasha was now faced by Commodore Barron. The new Commodore brought out William Eaton, Navy agent for the Barbary States, who had a plan. The brother of the Pasha of Tripoli was Hamet Karamanli. He had claimed the throne of Tripoli, had been defeated, and driven into Egypt. It was Eaton's idea to put Hamet back on the throne of Tripoli. A native army of 400 men was gathered in Egypt. Frequent disorders and desertions among them reduced this number. From the fleet came 7 United States Marines. They were under Lieutenant O'Bannon. And this army started out with 107 camels. From Egypt, nearly 600 miles across the Libyan desert, to Derna. It was an extraordinary march, one of the most difficult in military history. With the Marine Corps, it was the start of a great tradition, a march from Egypt to the shores of Tripoli. Supplies were received from the Argus and Hornet. Reaching Derna, the attack was coordinated with the guns of the Argus, Hornet, and Nautilus, guns on which the hope of victory rested. And the war was over. There was peace in the Mediterranean and at home for a while.
Well, did the war teach us anything?
Yes, commerce needs naval protection. The United States, refusing to tolerate piracy, had humbled the proud rulers of Barbary and gained prestige in the eyes of the world. The young Navy had beaten the pirates at their favorite hand-to-hand tactics, adding to the growth of a fighting tradition. The war produced great leaders: Preble, Decatur, Tripp, and Somers. Bainbridge, who will emerge from captivity to win victories. Other names that will be heard again: Hull, Rogers, Porter, McDonough, Perry, Lawrence. America made it known at home and abroad that to keep a peace and to keep honor, there must be ships that can fight and men who can lead.
Start your day a little bit better with Post Grape Nuts Flakes. Post Grape Nuts Flakes. The Energy Flakes. Whole wheat flakes for energy. For energy. The Energy Flakes. Post Grape Nuts Flakes.
Why, that rot Popeye. He ain't getting all of this time. I don't Hey. been causing the drips.
Popeye, look!
I'll save you, Olive.
Oh, no, you don't.
Don't you come near me, you sloth watcher!
Grandma was a bride, a familiar sight were these gleaming white wagons drawn by jet black horses, delivering the new processed food products that made the number 57 famous. Fascinating is the story of these famed draft horses, for which buyers scoured the country. Noted for their appearance, breeding, and care, they were quartered in probably the world's first air-conditioned stables, on floors of cork and asphalt, with daily rub-downs by electric grooming devices. Some people call this a lot of falderall. But even then, Mr. H.J. himself felt that distribution should rank right along with manufacturing and should be of an equally high standard. It just happened that his standards were unusually high. You see, before Heinz, much of a housewife's food was largely seasonal. Not only seasonal, but hard to get, far from where it was grown. It was not enough that the little brick house at Sharpsburg, PA, grew into the big kitchen that spread from coast to coast. The founder and his men realized it was equally important to put the foods where any housewife, anytime, could reach out and get them. So, just as the processing plants were located in the best growing areas, distribution centers were next established in all parts of the country where they would best serve the customers. Let's see how the system works. Take any of the famous 57 varieties. All right, take ketchup. This housewife did. We knew she was going to, more than a year ago. Oh, we didn't know her name, but we did know that approximately so many shoppers, including hotels, restaurants, and institutions in every community in the United States, would buy so many millions of bottles of Heinz ketchup this year. This survey was made by the Business Research Department. They told planning and distribution, who in turn told manufacturing how much was needed. Manufacturing figured out how many of those special pedigreed tomatoes to plant through their contract farmers all summer. Factory men kept check on the growing crop to make sure the quality and quantity would be right. Comes the harvest, and they know they will have the right amount to fill the demand. Of course, these ripe, luscious beauties, fairly bursting with vitamins, will go into other things besides ketchup. Appetizing juice, nourishing soups, and delicious sauce to combine with spaghetti, baked beans, and other products, including strained baby foods. But let's stick to ketchup as our typical example. The big pack in this line begins in mid or late summer. The New Year's sales start simultaneously. That means the last of the previous pack must be just leaving the grocer shelves. That's a ruling principle of this amazing system, a continuous flow of as many products as possible from the processing plant to the warehouses, to the grocer's shelves, to Mrs. Housewife's kitchen. Something like this. Take one small section of the map. The produce comes into the plant, is processed, and moves out to the proper warehouses. From the warehouse to the food stores in its territory, or to hotels and restaurants. And from the stores to the surrounding homes. Repeat that in all parts of the country with 57 different varieties, and the varieties within varieties adding up to at least twice that number, and you begin to get some idea why this gigantic system is the pattern of national distribution in America. The harvest is brought in at its peak of ripeness and processed within a few hours. That means while still at its flavorful best. The finished product goes directly from the packaging line to waiting trucks, which start them toward the designated warehouses. There's room at the plants to store only a small part of the food they process. Here is a typical branch warehouse, one of some 70 spotted around the country. Among them are these at New York, Milwaukee, St. Paul, Chicago, Oakland, California, Jacksonville, Florida, Dallas, and Los Angeles, to picture only a few. Goods from the various processing plants arrive by truck, by rail, and at this, as well as many of the others, by ship. And here comes a load of our ketchup we saw leaving the bottling line such a short time ago. Though completely modern and commodious, you can see that here again there is room only for goods in transit. Not more than a few weeks' supply can be kept on hand of most kinds. Even at that, it takes a lot of floor space to house so many popular items. Here we see stacks of oven-baked beans put up to your choice, next to stack after stack of all kinds of soups. 21 ingredients in vegetable soup alone. They come from many different states and even a foreign country. And nearby, the larger size packages of the same taste-tempting varieties that go to hotels, restaurants, and institutions. Here are all sorts of pickles, sweet, mixed, gherkins, and fresh cucumber pickle. Sparkling vinegars, white, cider, malt, and tarragon. Wonderful spaghetti and macaroni. Full-flavored jellies of choicest fruits, apple, grape, berry, quince, and others. Those popular baby foods, strained fruits, vegetables, meat products, even desserts. As well as junior foods in the same wide and tempting selection. All through the day, the cases come in to be loaded for delivery to the stores. In some of the larger warehouses, the local delivery trucks are loaded at night so that they can be on their way first thing in the morning when the stores open. These are the glistening white motor trucks that replaced the gleaming white delivery wagons of days gone by. But they too are kept spick and span, as clean and wholesome as the food they transport. So the trucks deliver the goods to the stores in their territory, the last stop before the consumer's kitchens. To make it easy for Mrs. Housewife to reach out and pick any of these cans, jars, or bottles of nourishing, mouth-watering foods, a specially trained company representative is also on hand regularly to assist his friend, the grocer, as well as the restaurant operator, with his inventory and display. But his main job is to keep that stock rotating, to see to it that the amounts delivered are in perfect timing, to maintain that unbroken flow from the big kitchen to Milady's kitchen. It does look appetizing, doesn't it? This one of the 57 we took for our example. Heinz is the world's largest producer of ketchup. Even the shape of the bottle is their invention, designed to expose as little as possible to the air when opened. Of course, we could have taken any other product, for instance, vinegar. We could just as easily have traced its flow from the arrival at the plant of these mountains of lush, golden, russet, and flame-red apples, the movement of their tangy juice to and from the vinegar house in specially constructed wooden tank cars, till it, too, can be bottled, boxed, and delivered here, clear, sparkling, and aromatic, and uniform. Whether you're a housewife in Portland, Oregon, or a bulk user in Miami, Florida, you know that every bottle, every gallon, every cask you buy is always the same. Or we might have taken pickles, one of the most eaten canned vegetables in America, and so on through all the 57. Why have we shown you all this? Because we hope the next time you see any of these products of which we are so proud, that they will rouse in you a mental picture or two. Well, 3 if that's all right with you. So the next time you see a can of, say, Heinz cream of tomato soup, you will see through and back of the famous label baskets of those garden-ripe aristocrats of tomatoes, to be brought together with rich, sweet cream in stainless steel kettles under the loving care of famous chefs who know exactly when to say, "That's it." That is one of the pictures we'd like you to see when you pick up this can. Another is the great network of the National Distribution System that maintains for you that flow of freshness for which these foods are famous. And last but not least, the third picture we hope you see is its ultimate use, for which all that's gone before was planned. The moment the soup itself appears on your table, steaming, redolent, and inviting. Or in a can of these oven-baked beans, we want you to see sun-swept vistas of these and other vegetables ripening in the country's richest soil, as well as the vision of their crowning appearance on your table, all honey-brown, succulent, and tempting. Or among the baby foods, strained vegetables, soups, and fruits, an enticing, nutritious serving like this. And isn't that a dainty dish to set before the king of your household? Or the next time you drop in at your favorite lunchroom for a snack, you know what the sight of that familiar miniature soup kitchen will call to your mind. Whether it be soup or beans or spaghetti, you will see not only the satisfying quick energy food, but behind it the big kitchen that prepared it at its peak of perfection. And equally important, the big delivery wagon that rushed it to you at its peak of freshness. 2 big reasons why we in America are the best fed people on earth.
Private Eye Popeye, at your service. Gosh. I better trace that call.
Madam is expecting you, sir.
Stop! Stop!
Oh!
I'm Private Eye Popeye, ma'am. At your service.
I'm so glad you're here. I have a job for you. Guard this precious stone with your life.
That's quite a rock you got there. Huh? Just as I thought, it's the butler. Come back here, you crook! I arrest you in the name of the law.
Garçon!
Your order, monsieur. Where to, monsieur? Going up. I arrest you in the name of the law.
A present for you, princess.
I arrest you in the name of the... Madam, the case is solved.
My hero!
Gosh, ma'am.
the exciting new Daredevil Trick Track with the incredible Dolphin Racer, gear-driven for longer battery life. Daredevil Trick Track, full of fantastic tricks. A sensational new steering track. A wall of logs. A teeter-totter. And it's up, 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 and over we go. A somersault flip. And now, straight through a fly-apart house. Get Daredevil Trick Track, action-packed with tricks and tracks. It's thrilling, spilling, crashing, smashing. Daredevil Trick Track from Transogram, where the fun comes from. Wow!
From the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C.
Well, that's certainly busy.
Well, I hope Coach gets a kicker.
Mr. Jerry, Journal wants you on the phone.
Okay. I wonder what he wants.
Probably wants to fire you.
Oh, you would think of something like that, wouldn't you?
Where in the world do you suppose he is? What do you suppose is keeping him? Do you think Miner's been hurt?
Oh, Mrs. Smith.
Do you? Do you think Miner's been hurt?
Oh, I hope, probably.
Hello. Well, it's just about time.
Well, I came just fast as I could. What do you want? Does Jeff Farmer want to talk to me?
No, I do. How much longer are you going to be? Where's Miner? Has he been hurt?
No, Miner's not hurt. He's okay. We'll be along a little while. The boys are just practicing. Will you quit bothering me?
Jerry. Jerry Major. Jerry. He deliberately hung up on me. Something tells me that Miner's been hurt.
Oh, Mrs. Smith, how could he be hurt in practice? He couldn't, could he, Mr. Farmer?
Certainly not.
Managing editor, Mr. Farmer, on your phone.
It's Miner. I know he's been hurt.
Mrs. Smith, may I have my phone, please?
Certainly, Mr. Farmer.
Thank you. Hello. Yes, I know that Jim Thorpe is out at Southern College helping the coach to find a kicker for the big game against Stratford. Jerry Major Smith interviewed Thorpe this morning. He's out at the practice field now. No, I haven't the interview yet. Yes, here it is. His sister just brought it in. Jim Thorpe played with the Carlisle Indians and beat Harvard single-handed. When? I don't know. I'll look it up.
It was November 11, 1911. It was 3 goals, one from the 30-yard line, one from the 40-yard line, and one from the 48-yard line. And the score was 18-15 in favor of Carlisle.
Listen, boys. If the laces are not up on receiving the ball from the center, don't take too much time. Adjust the ball on a step forward and kick. Pass the ball to you, Sonny. What do you want?
Boy, is that a pip.
Boy, it's a daub, isn't it?
Well, that's sure wonderful, ain't it? Can you imagine being a kicker like that?
You're quite a kicker yourself, Jerry.
Well, I'll show you how I can kick. me up, will you?
Come on, get up. Oh.
Well,
I can't get you up, brother, but I'll sure keep you company.
Say, listen, you. Wait till your sports editor sees my story about Thorpe. It's in the Journal now. I saw Thorpe at the hotel.
Yeah? I met him at the train.
Oh.
Once again, Jim.
Okay.
Everybody watch this closely.
Hold it a minute, Jim, will you? I want my nephew to see you. Hey, Jerry Minor! Go!
Hey,
go! Jerry Minor!
Go! Go!
Go!
Hey, what happened there? Who left that machine?
Jerry, I want you to get over there and watch closely now when Jim kicks.
Okay, Major.
Oh, will you please? All right, Jim.
Now remember, boys, the art of drop kicking is to always keep your eye on the ball and never look up until the ball's in flight. All right, son.
That's marvelous, Jim. The same old form of 10 years ago, huh? Say, Jerry, I want you to meet Jim Thorpe. My nephew, Jerry Minor,
Hello,
Jim.
Jerry.
Hello, Mr.
Say, you know what I wish you'd do for me? I wish you'd give the kid here a few pointers on how to kick.
Sure.
That'll be swell.
I'm sorry, Jerry, but I got to run my squad my own way.
Well, that's okay, Bill, but listen. Now, you lost the last 3 games with 1 point, didn't you? Because you didn't have a kicker. Now, I'm going to tell you how to get that 1 point. Jim here can give Jerry Minor a few pointers, and your troubles are over.
Go over and hit that dummy, Smith.
All right, Coach.
I've got to have discipline on this squad.
Well, that's okay, Bill.
Well, that's not all you're going to get. Say, when your sister finds out that you've been encouraging...
you hush?
Yes, Mrs. Crutcher, yes. Yes?
Hello.
Yes?
All right, just a moment. Joe, get on your phone and take a story.
Yes, Mrs. Crutcher, yes.
Brown, the Stratford football player, has been hurt in practice. He won't be out in time for the big game against Southern. Put in the box on page 1.
Okay.
Yes, Mrs. Crutcher. Something's happened. I'll call you later. Did you say somebody'd been hurt?
Yeah.
That settles it. I am not going to allow Minor to even practice with those boys.
No, I wouldn't.
All right, Dad. Come on, boy, in there. Charge hard in there. Leave your feet in there, boy. That's the way to hit it in there. That's fine. Fine work in there. Come on now, boy. Let's see it. Charge hard. That's the way to hit it. That's fine work this time. Come on. Hit him hard in there this time. Roll with that old dummy this time. Come on, boy. Of all the dumb tricks, turn in your suit.
Oh, look, Coach. Gee, I'm sorry. Give me another chance, will you?
Hey, you've had more chances than any man on this squad. Now get out of here. Scram.
Oh.
I don't want you around here at all. Get out. Come on, gang. Let's go to work in there. The dumbbell. That's the way to hit it. Roll with it under this time, boy. Leave your feet.
Well, what are you going to do about your All-American?
Well, I guess Minor's just not cut out to be a football player.
You sure kept your promise to your sister.
What promise?
That Jerry Minor would never play football. You're certainly a man of your word.
Oh.
What's the matter, kid?
Oh, I got to turn in my suit. I'm through.
Is there anything I can do?
No. Thanks, Mr. Thorpe.
I'm sorry.
See you kick one the way Jim showed you.
Coach, look it! Who kicked that ball?
What a kick. Find the man that kicked that ball and bring him here.
Come on, boys. Hey! Did you kick that ball?
Yeah?
Boy,
Well.
we got one. Come on, the head coach wants you.
Look! It's Minor. Didn't I tell you? I knew he could do it.
I don't believe it.
Well, you saw the ball, didn't you? What more do you want?
I still don't believe it.
No, you wouldn't. Well, Coach, you've got that extra point. You've got a kicker now.
2 state players were sent to the hospital after today's practice.
Put it on page 1.
Okay.
Ginger, did you hear that? Oh, if we stay here long enough, every football player will go to the hospital.
Oh, Mrs. Smith, more people are killed in bathtubs than in football.
Well, I'll take mine in the bathtub. It's a cleaner sport.
Bill, what was the Southern California Notre Dame score last year?
16-14 favors Southern California.
Come on, Miner. Well, here he is. Look at him. Today's big story. Southern College's ace kicker, Jerry Miner Smith. Look at him. Jeff, what do you think?
Yeah?
I go out to watch Thorpe work, and here I find the answer to a coach's prayer. Hello, dear.
So
what?
you lied to me. You told me Miner wasn't going to play football.
He didn't play football. He only kicked the ball. And what a kick, Jeff. It must have gone 100 yards.
What? Miner actually on the team?
That's what the coach says.
Oh, Miner, did they really pick you?
Well, I guess so.
Oh, Miner.
Boy, get a photographer. Okay, Chief.
I understand this, Major. You have deceived me.
I did not. I had nothing to do with it. Do you know what's happened? Do you know what's about to happen? Your son is about to become an All-American.
Why, he is an American. He was born here.
Okay, Chief, what do you want?
Photograph Jerry Miner Smith and have it ready for the sports page tomorrow.
Okay, sit over there, kid.
If anybody's going to have their picture taken with Jerry Miner, I am.
Well, I discovered him.
Are you his mother?
Are you his uncle?
I'm his mother.
Well, I'm his uncle.
Will somebody please tell me who I'm photographing?
You guess.
With the score 0-0 in the last quarter and only 5 minutes left to play, it seems likely that the big game between Southern College and Stratford will end in a tie. Stratford has the ball on Southern's 25-yard line. 3rd down and 7 to go. Fans, this is some football game. The stadium is jammed and every seat is taken.
They're going into a huddle now.
What's a huddle?
A huddle? Oh, you tell her,
Oh,
Ginger.
I know. It's like the dugout in baseball, isn't it?
Yeah.
Southern's all spread out. My end is wide.
Can we crash through him now?
Sure.
Okay, it's 33. Stratford's out of the huddle. They're in line. The ball is snapped. The Stratford back has it. He's coming around left end. He's away. 5, 10, it's a touchdown.
Well, it's all over now. Those 6 points were as good as 100.
If they kick goal, we're sunk.
They're lined up. The ball is kicked, and it goes over. They make the extra point. The score is now 7-0.
Well, for goodness sake, they're starting all over again.
They're kicking off. They always... Oh.
Well, that's the 3rd time they've done that.
They're kicking off to get the ball in play.
Well, why doesn't the coach let Miner kick? If he isn't going to let him kick, why don't he let him come up here and sit with us?
Fine. This is just where he should be.
Oh, will you hush?
Southern kicks off deep in the Stratford territory. What marvelous interference those boys in black have. They've passed the middle of the field. But the Southern man is through, and look, he makes the tackle on the Stratford player.
Oh, you big brute! He hit that poor man when he was carrying the ball and couldn't defend himself. 3 minutes left to play.
Stratford's ball on the 30-yard line.
First down and 10 to go.
Do they have to go down 10 times before they can play?
Oh, no, lady, no.
Looks like Stratford's on the way for another touchdown. Oh, he fumbles. The Southern man gets it. Oh, boy, a touchdown. That may tie the score. No, the referee is blowing his whistle.
Oh, goody. It's a put down.
Oh, will you sit? He didn't score. His body, other than his hands or feet, touched the ground. And when that happens, under the new rule, the ball is dead. See, they're bringing it back now.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, that's tough. A touchdown right within their grasp and a good chance to tie this score, but the new rule kills it. Every minute counts. There goes the fullback. It's a lateral pass. He's away. He's out there. No, he's thrown out of bounds. Boy, oh boy, this game isn't over yet. They're out of the huddle. They're lined up. Center snaps the ball to the quarterback. And the quarterback has it. It looks like a reverse. No, it's a fake reverse. And boy, that line opened up a hole that a wagon could drive through. And look, now they're going. They're going. Hooray! A touchdown!
Hope we make this point. Wonder if I better put Jerry Smith in the kick.
Ah, you'll never make it, Coach.
1, 2, 3. Southern now has a chance to tie the score. Will they do it? Oh, it's wide. That makes the score still 7-6.
Well, you might as well get your flash extra out now. Southern College, those kickless wonders, fail to convert. Yeah, it's the same old story. Too bad. Too bad.
2 minutes left to play. If that dumbbell to put Jerry Minor in there to kick, the score would be tied now.
I wish they'd put Minor in.
An onside. It's an onside kick, and it's good. Adam Southern end has it, and they tackle him hard. Looks like he's hurt. There's only 1 minute more to play.
Time out for Southern.
We're sunk, Coach. A drop kick's our only chance.
How about putting Jerry Smith in?
The only thing to do.
Oh, Coach, put Jerry Minor in. Don't you do it.
It's our only hope.
Smith, come here.
Where are you going?
I'm going down to get my boy. I'm not going to let them hurt him.
Will you calm yourself and sit down?
It's just time for a drop kick. Make one like you did the other day, boy.
Take him to hell
Take
out
him
of
off the field, boys.
Carrying Adams off the field. He's a great player, and they're giving him a great hand.
Jerry, don't you let them put Minor in. Haven't you got any influence with that head man?
Oh, will you sit down, sis?
Mr. Gallagher, why is Minor standing way over there by himself? Don't the boys like him?
Why, no, you see, an incoming player can't talk to his teammates until after the first play is over.
That's to prevent him carrying instructions from the coach.
Oh.
Coach sent Smith in to kick. Stratford knows that. Let's fool him. Pull a pass to Minor.
All right, let's go. Going to be a pass. A long one to Smith. And he misses it.
Poor Minor, just his luck.
Poor Minor.
Well, he did his best.
Only 30 seconds left to play.
Coach wants me to drop kick. From clear back here?
Sure.
Holy smoke. Well, come on, let's try it.
The timekeeper's ready to end the game.
Cutting.
It'll be time enough for this play.
No! Get him in there.
The ball is snapped. He's going to kick it. There goes the gun. And it goes over, and Southern wins 9-7.
Southern 9, Stratford 7.
Minor made the kick. I told him so.
Yeah, Minor made the kick.
Yes, Minor made the kick.
Of course Minor made the kick.
Minor, come out of that huddle.
This has been a presentation of the Library of Congress. Visit us at loc.gov.
Hello everyone, welcome to our Becoming Your Mom support group. We have some visitors with us today. Welcome to you. My name is Mark and I'm the group leader. And I think we'll start by reciting our mission statement. We love our moms, but we are not our moms.
We love our moms, but we are not our moms.
Carol, would you mind starting us off this week?
Hi everyone, I'm Carol.
Hi Carol.
I'm the oldest of 3 roommates and I'm turning into my mom. I clean up everything after them. I've even started doing their laundry.
I talk to myself in the grocery store all the time.
All of my status updates are just pictures of kids. I don't even have kids.
Same. Well, kids and recipes.
The other day, I almost licked my finger and wiped the face of a total stranger.
I keep saying words like garbage and target. What is that?
I'll send a text to someone just to let them know I sent them an email.
Well, how else would they know?
Right?
I mean, these shoes were on sale. What am I supposed to do? Not buy them?
I call my husband my son's name. And sometimes I call my son the dog's name.
I always tell people, I'll be like 2 minutes, then it'll be like an hour.
Whoa, whoa, take it easy there. Shannon already has a tissue. We really don't need to offer her one.
I do.
Did you see how they let the momness overtake them? So you may not be able to avoid becoming your mom, but the key is to let the beautiful things about moms shine through in your life. The kindness, the caring, the compassion, the qualities that God gave moms when He created them.
Oh, like when I text my friends, LOL, lots of love.
That's not what LOL means.
That's what my son told me it meant.
LOL, lots of love. What else would it mean?
You know, I used to be an amazing dancer. Now when I dance, people just get embarrassed. Can I show you?
Yeah. Oh, no, Carol. Carol, sit down. It's not bad. Carol, please. 1, 2.
The boom, the skeet, scat, scoot, scat, the skiddly doo, the dee, dame, the bee, beam, the bum, the eel, you could, the bee, bime, the diddly dee, the skiddy, the doo, the dee, the bite, the biddly bow. Skiddly dee, the bee, bum, the boom, the bee, babe, the skeet, scat, scoot, scat, the skiddly doo, the dee, dum, the bee, bum, the boom, the eel, I did, dum, the
This spot is taken, bub.
Taxi! Hey, taxi!
Coming right up, bub.
The Rich Hotel, son, and step on it.
Taxi, mister.
I said the Rich Hotel, nabbit.
That rube was a healthy tipper.
You taxi!
Well, I'm getting this fare.
23 Skidoo Street, driver.
Uh-oh, a train's coming. There's something fishy going on around here.
I've had enough.
No fare is getting away from me. Oh, no. You ain't eating no spinach in this picture.
Teddy. What you doing?
Oh, Willie. Well, hello. I'm just taking a look-see at some of our many national wildlife refuges.
One? How many are there?
There are over 500 refuges in the National Wildlife Refuge System. Why, there is one near every major city in the United States. Take a look. We have refuges all across this great country. Special places where the needs of the wildlife come first.
What kind of wildlife live at these refuges?
All kinds. Refuges protect every kind of plant and animal, from bears to bison, loons to sea otter. Wildlife refuges protect goats, owls, even geese. Why, all the animals in the United States can find home at our national wildlife refuges.
Well, that sounds great for the wildlife.
Ah, but refuges are for people, too.
Wow! How can I find a refuge near me?
Just log on to www.fws.gov.
All right, Teddy. I think these guys might know the way. I'm off to find a new home. Hey, guys, wait up!
Willie.
From these ingredients, the witches brew their magic potions. Those who partake of this potent liquid will become imbued with an unearthly spirit. But woe to the unfortunate disbeliever, for an evil spell shall be cast upon him. So beware this Halloween Eve, when the earth will be haunted by spooks, ghosts, and hobgoblins.
Olive, there ain't no such things. They're just figmentations of the imaginations.
Pardon me, folks, but it's way past my bedtime.
Sorry you have to go, Chubb. Good night, Pluto. Boy, oh boy, I thought he'd never leave.
There's someone at the door.
Good evening. Is this the olive oil residence?
Popeye! There's a headless man at the door!
There ain't no such camel. Olive and her stupid stishkins. Why, it's nothing but a jack-o'-lantern, Olive. I'll get you some water, Olive. Here's your Glasgow water, Olive.
Oh, thank you.
like a cool drink of water to revive your spirits. Olive. Is that you? I didn't recognize you without your skin on.
Get out of this house at once, you hobgoblin! Popeye! So you're the one that's been horrorizing me. Get out and stay out!
Now there's a girlfriend for you. So long, chump. I gotta protect Olive from those nasty old hobgoblins.
Oh! It's you, Bluto!
Yeah, Olive. I thought you might want some company.
So, that's Bluto's scheme. I think I'll do some spooking myself. Just what I need.
And you don't have to be afraid of ghosts while I'm around. Hey! Witches! Hobgoblins! Help! Ghost! Let me out of here!
Popeye! You're back!
Loves them ghosts.
You'll freeze to death if you stay here.
And you won't have any food either.
Don't worry about me. I got plenty of food. And right now, I'm going swimming. Must be hard water in this lake. Blow your head off. See if I can. It's nice and warm here, and I got plenty of food. Go on and blow. Hey, come back here with my food.
I'm that hungry little kitty cat you just read about. I'm so hungry I could eat a woodpecker. Yeah, that's it.
Pardon me, buddy. That's probably the grocery man. Come in. You're just in time for dinner.
Yeah? What are you going to have for dinner?
I'm going to have catfish.
Yeah?
Let me take your scarf.
You know, I think that pigeon tried to choke me.
You must be pretty cold, buddy.
No, I ain't cold.
Oh, yes, you are. Step over by the fire and get warm for dinner. Oh, boy. Feline fricassee. You missed me.
Now, my fine pigeon, I'm going to pick you dry. Mice. Meat. That was pretty good. But you know I'm still hungry.
Yeah? So am I.
Oh, I brought you orchids.
Flowers.
Hello, Olive. I come to take you to the zoo to see the animals.
I'm too busy, Popeye.
Oh, you're lost.
But you can take Sweet Pea.
Huh? Okay. Come on, Sweet Pea, we're going to the zoo.
Don't let him get scared.
Oh, I'll take good care of him. Don't worry about that. Well, zoodly-oo.
Remember, don't frighten him. Oh, what a
Whoa, Sweet Pea. Oh, Sweet Pea. What? Oh, there you are. Here's the zoo. Whoa, Sweet Pea. Oh, Sweet Pea. I wonder where he went. I see you hiding under there. Or maybe he crawled up in it. I know where he is. There he is. Whoa, Sweet Pea. Oh. Hey, get away from that dangerous elephant. You want to get hoided? Come on now, be a good little boy. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, hey. You can't do this to me. I'm a taxi. Oh. Oh. You packed the mean drunk, hasn't he? Hey. Oh. Oh, he's trying to tell me something. That's what it is. All right, you. That'll give you something to remember. Sweet Pea. Sweet Pea, come back here. Hey, look at, oh, it's a dragon up. Oh. All right, zip him out. You asked for it. Sleep tight, young fella. You've chucked your last chuck. Oh. Hey. Oh, Sweet Pea. Oh, Sweet Pea. Sweet Pea. Wow. How did you get in there? Look out. Why you over? If you want to play with aminals, play with this.
Huh? Well, what's the matter with that now? Is that cute?
There's no ifs or maybes. I'll never have babies. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man.
In a typical city or town, on a typical residential street, we find a typical home occupied by a typical American family. Like millions of his fellow Americans, John Q. Public earns enough money to keep up the payments on a new car. He takes great pride in owning a fine, new, long-term mortgaged home that was built to last a lifetime. Mrs. John Q. Public no longer finds housework fatiguing drudgery, thanks to a host of labor-saving devices, including her husband. Mr. John Q., because of a 40-hour week, has the leisure to dream about his favorite sport.
Darling!
Oftentimes, in a secluded corner of his private den, John Q. reflects on some of the better things he has done with his life. Insurance to protect his family if he is called before his time. Money in a savings account for emergencies, for summer vacations, and to help put John Q. Jr. through college. In spite of the high cost of being a husband and father, John Q. has a private little nest egg. His practical nature tells him it ought to do more than collect moths.
Let's see, where did I put this thing? I know it's... common stock. Do I own any? I don't even know what they are.
In that case, it might be a good idea to get a little information with a fellow who owns and operates a company that makes and sells oil drums. Each year, customers buy more and more from our, because he makes a better oil drum than his competitors. One day, customers demand more oil drums than the owner can produce. He figures it will take about $3 million to do the job. So he decides to form a corporation to sell shares in his business to raise the capital he needs. First, the owner goes to the state government to get a corporation charter and permit sell shares in this business. Next, our friend goes to an investment banker and shows him the record of the oil drum manufacturing company's past performance and plans for expansion. The investment banker decides to help our friend sell shares in the corporation to raise the $3 million. However, before any shares in the corporation can be sold, certain information must be filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission in Washington. The investment banker and the owner must swear that the information they file contains nothing but the truth. Registration with the SEC does not imply that the government approves the stock issue as a good investment, but only assures the public the material statements about the stock issue are false. Punishment will be according to the law. After SEC registration is effective, the investment banker pays the owner $3 million in exchange for a certain number of shares in the Oil Drum Manufacturing Corporation. The investment banker sells shares of the common stock to people at a price of $3 million investment and shows a profit for his services in selling the stock. Money received from the sale of shares in the business builds a new and better plant, which produces more and better oil drums. The people who bought common stock own proportionate shares in the corporation, tools, equipment, and all of its assets. Common stockholders elect the directors of the corporation. Directors represent the stock and are responsible for the way the business is run. Directors determine the amount of dividends, if any, to be paid out of earnings to the stockholders. Naturally, when stockholders invest in a business, they hope to receive dividends to help pay for necessities of life. Within a few short years, an increasing demand for the company's product poses a friend. How can he fill all the orders? He will have to build more plants and buy more tools to increase production of oil drums. It will take about $20 million to do the job. One way to get this additional capital is to sell more stock to many more people. So the Oil Drum Manufacturing Corporation votes to send its president to the New York Stock Exchange to see if their common stock can qualify for listing. The corporation wants to list its securities on the exchange so that the additional stock they need to sell will be more attractive to investors all over the nation. Securities listed on the New York Stock Exchange can be sold for cash any time in this national marketplace.
Each year, inquire about listing their securities, but only those which can pass a thorough examination as to their financial health are accepted.
Calling the president of the Oil Drum Manufacturing Corporation. Calling the president of the Oil Drum Manufacturing Corporation. Report to Examination Room B. Attention all members of the Stock List Department. Report to Examination Room B.
The Stock List Department examines the qualifications of corporations to be listed on the New York Stock Exchange. The corporation must have substantial assets in plants, tools, equipment, and cash. There must be a broad distribution of its shares among a large number of stockholders. The corporation must show successful management and sales records and annual net earnings at the time of listing of at least $1 million. The proposed stock issue must meet federal, state, and New York Stock Exchange regulations. The corporation must agree to report to its stockholders at frequent intervals. If the examination by the Stock List Department indicates the corporation meets minimum requirements of the exchange at the time of the examination, the corporation's application for listing is recommended. The Board of Governors of the New York Stock Exchange finally approves the application and sees that it is made public.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Now that the Oil Drum Manufacturing Corporation stock is listed, its name is abbreviated for use on the ticker tape. Each time ODM stock or any other stock listed on the exchange is bought or sold, the ticker tape flashes all over the nation the price and number of shares traded. A buyer in Colorado wants to purchase some ODM stock. The buyer's broker in Colorado sees that the last ODM transaction was at $10 a share. The buyer could buy from 1 to 99 shares, which would be known as an odd lot. But our Colorado friend decides to invest in 100 shares, known as a round lot. The Colorado broker wires the order to his New York office. The buy order is telephoned to the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It is given to the firm's floor partner, who becomes the representative of the buyer in Colorado. The floor partner goes to the post where ODM stock is traded. The representative of the buyer in Colorado bids $10 a share for 100 shares. But at the moment, there is no stock offered for sale at this price. In the meantime, however, in Maine, an ODM stockholder who needs cash decides to sell his 100 shares if he gets $10 a share. The Maine broker wires the sell order to his firm's representative on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. This firm's floor partner, representing the seller in Maine, offers to sell 100 shares of ODM stock at $10 a share. The price of $10 a share is mutually acceptable, and the transaction is made. Like the cowboy in Colorado and the fisherman in Maine, investors all over the country use the facilities of brokers who are members of the New York Stock Exchange whenever they want to buy or sell stock of companies listed on this national market. Yesterday's savings financed the miraculous growth of our railroads, automobiles, airplanes, farm machinery, communications, electric light and power, textiles, and countless other industries contributing to a more enjoyable life. If a part of our savings continue to flow into industry, American labor, management, and capital can continue to build new tools and plants. Industrial expansion creates jobs for hundreds of thousands of young people who must find employment each year. A growing capacity to produce things which make life better in peacetime can be our greatest protection in time of war. When danger threatens, we can convert industry to produce the things we need to defend ourselves. Common stock investments have helped to make our country prosperous and powerful. Owning a share in American industry is like owning a share in the future of our nation. But remember, John Q, there is a risk as well as an advantage in owning any kind of property. So get the facts before you put your money to work.
Pretty nifty rig, eh, Popeye?
Pluto, that's unethical.
Listen, Rut, a little competition never hurt anybody.
I says you gotta move that chow wagon.
And who's gonna make me?
I am.
Oh, yeah?
Pardon me, gentlemen.
Our customer. Right in here for the best meal in town.
A 7-course dinner for the price of the tip balloon.
The red carpet treatment. This is obviously the better beanery.
Why, that double-crosser?
I'll have a hamburger, for which I will gladly pay you Tuesday.
One burger coming up. Here's your... Huh?
My specialty today is baked beans.
I'll have a generous portion, for which I will gladly pay you Tuesday.
There you are. Eat hearty.
There you are, chum. One hot steak on a sizzling platter. Spaghetti as you like it.
More powerful than the pounding surf. Mightier than a roaring hurricane. This amazing stranger from the planet Krypton, the Man of Steel, Superman. Possessing remarkable physical strength, Superman fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice, disguised as a mild-mannered newspaper reporter, Clark Kent.
Flash, following close
Fourthly, in the wake of a series of baffling crimes, the body of an elderly man has just been found in the marsh flats outside the city. He has been identified as the watchman at the Metropolis munitions plant.
There's a story, or I'm no reporter.
He is believed to be the victim of an organized ring of saboteurs. More news later.
Sounds like there might be a story at the plant, Lois.
Lois? Me name is Louis, not Lois. Gee whiz, everybody interpolates me name wrong. It's Louis. L-O-U-I-S. Lois. Louise. Lucy. Now I'm so mixed up, I don't know who I am.
Okay, Watchman. Take your post in the main shop. Be on the alert. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Oh, pardon me.
Upstairs, 12 o'clock. Very important. Report upstairs, 12 o'clock. Very important. I wonder what the big shot was. Job you did on the Watchman last night. Now, how about that dynamite charge under the shops? It's wired to the switch on the plant floor below. When the new Watchman pulls that switch tonight, the whole place... Get that girl. Now load him with dynamite.
Jones speaking.
Hello, Jones. We're ready for the test. Send out the torpedo immediately.
Immediately.
Here comes the torpedo now. And that old hulk out there is the target. Naturally, for experimental purposes, there is no explosive in the torpedo. Okay, stand by. Ready?
plane. Are you all right?
Superman. They're about to blow up the plant.
Hurry, pull that switch.
Well, Pop, Superman put an end to their little act, and this puts an end to yours. Clark Kent.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, able to leap tall buildings at a single bound, this amazing stranger from the planet Krypton, the Man of Steel, Superman. Possessing remarkable physical strength, Superman fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice, disguised as a mild-mannered newspaper reporter, Clark Kent.
What do you think of the professor's show now?
I still think it's pretty dangerous business.
Hope nothing goes wrong.
And I realize, gentlemen, that the safety of the public is of special import to you. Perhaps almost as important to you as my ambitions are to me. But you request that I give up my experiments, experiments which are the combination of 30 years of dreaming and planning is impossible. Tonight, those dreams will become real. The Comet of Falcon will be my toy. Under my control, it will be brought to within a mile of us. Then, after a close examination, I'll send it back again into space.
You're tampering with nature endangers thousands of lives.
Yes, and even at the possible cost of those lives, I shall continue my experiment.
I warn you, Professor, we're prepared to stop you.
And I warn you, sir, any interference may prove disastrous. Stop! Listen to me, you meddling fools.
Do you know that the power...
Without that power, the comet is out of my control. The pull of gravity will bring it crashing to Earth any minute. Stop! Do you hear?
City editor.
Look, Chief. The panic's on. The thing's gone haywire.
Lois. Lois, what happened? Lois. Are you all right?
Yes, for the moment, but
Miss Lane, the controls.
Superman, you were wonderful.
You're pretty wonderful yourself.
Oh, how did you get here?
Thanks to Superman.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is John Nesbitt bringing you the Hollywood premiere of Sonny Sweet in his latest picture, Good Wrinkles. Here he is now, and listen to those fans. There are many celebrities here, but tonight all eyes are on Sonny Sweet. Maybe I can break in here and get him to say a few words. How about it, see?
Please, Sonny, sign mine first.
Here's mine.
Yes, I know what you would have said. 6 or 7 prunes a day are good for you in every way. And that's good advice. Hollywood star now. But me tell you the story of how this local boy made good. Sonny comes from a famous French family in California. He was born on a balmy spring day. And as any baby, at first he just lay there, drinking in the sunshine. As the months passed by, Sonny was nourished by Mother Nature with nutrient riches that poured down from the warm California sunshine and up from the rich soil in which the parent tree was rooted. By the time fall had come, Sonny was fully grown, ready to go into the world. There he goes, off to seek adventure in Hollywood. Well, Sonny was soon to find out that there was much new world of his. In the first place, he had never realized that all prunes are plums, but all plums are not prunes. For prunes, you see, are a special kind of plum that can be dried without fermenting. But Sonny qualifies, and his career as a movie star was well underway. He was soon to find out that there were many prunes from his family here at the studio, and that he would have the opportunity to work with some of them. Sonny's French prune family, sometimes called the prune d'Agen, is famous for its sweetness, flavor, and quality. Prunes of the French prune family run to the middle sizes. So when you see the words medium, large, or extra large on the package, remember these sizes refer to French prunes, which never grow so large as some other varieties, but which are never surpassed in sweetness and good eating quality. In his first picture, Sonny played the part of a French duke. In his regal costume, he fittingly represents true prune royalty, for French prunes are the most popular of all prunes.
Quiet! Action!
There are larger prunes, to be sure. Here's Pearl, one of Sonny's best friends. She is an imperial prune, and her family, which thrives in very few areas, is not sufficiently numerous to be a major factor in the prune industry. My, but she is a shy one, and rightly so, for she comes from a prune family that is shy in many ways, especially at fruit-bearing time. From Pearl, Sonny learned that there were various other varieties of prunes, but most of them are grown only in small quantities and are not important on a commercial scale. She told him that should he come upon any members of the prune family grown in the Pacific Northwest, he would find them noticeably tart, this tartness being due to a larger acid content and a slightly smaller sugar content than the French prunes grown in California. Sonny finished his role as the Duke, and the studio assigned him almost immediately to a film in which he portrayed a world's champion prize fighter. He played many important parts in the movies, just as prunes in real life play an important part in keeping us healthy. And now, with his great supply of prune energy, movie actor Sonny winds up for the knockout punch. Sonny knocks out fatigue, just as prune sugar energy overcomes fatigue in our bodies. The average sugar content of French prunes is 49.5%, which comes from their long natural ripening in the sun. Prune sugar is in the form of readily digestible carbohydrates, chiefly invert sugar, which is readily absorbed into the blood to do the job of supplying quick energy, so needed when the going gets a bit rough and the tired body needs a pickup. Now let's see some of the requirements for that good to feel good feeling. If you don't mind, I'll be scientific for a few moments. There is carotene, for instance, which is changed by the body to vitamin A. Prunes are an excellent source of carotene and therefore of this valuable vitamin, of which the minimum requirement is 5,000 international units per day. This is the vitamin that does so much to protect precious eyesight and is important for proper growth, too. Then there is riboflavin, one of the B complex vitamins. Prunes have a higher riboflavin content than any other fruit. The average requirement of this vitamin is 1 8/10 milligrams per day. It is needed for steady nerves, a clear skin, and good digestion, as well as for proper growth. Thiamine, also known as vitamin B1, contributes to healthy nerves, a good appetite, and proper growth. The daily requirement of thiamine is 1 2/10 milligrams. Also, there is the mineral iron, so necessary for its blood regenerating powers and an essential part of every living tissue in the body. Your daily requirement of iron is 12 milligrams. This is Sonny's way of showing just how much good 6 or 7 prunes a day can do for you. They furnish a great percentage of these essential needs of man. 6 or 7 quality prunes are approximately 50 grams of edible fruit, which furnish 27% of the average daily minimum requirement of vitamin A, 38.5% of the daily requirement of riboflavin or vitamin B2, 12.5% of the daily requirement of thiamine or vitamin B1, and 16 6/10% of the average daily minimum requirement of iron to feel good. The story of Sonny's life as a movie star would never be complete without his most famous role as Dr. Sonny. It's a natural for him, for prunes can surely do much to keep us healthy and well. As every nurse and dietitian learns early in her training, prunes are highly effective as a gentle, natural aid to regularity. This is due partly to the abundance of soft fruit cellulose, food bulk in its natural and most valuable form, and partly to the presence of a specific laxative element, which has certain chemical and physiological properties similar to caffeic and chlorogenic acid.
Calling Dr. Sweet, calling Dr. Sonny Sweet, emergency, room 208.
Hey, Doc, emergency, room 208.
Say, ah, coated tongue. Most irregular, eh? But Dr. Sonny knows the answer. The patient will be well in no time. And now he says with the rest of us, it's good to feel good. Now let's turn from Sonny's Hollywood career and get a little better acquainted with his family background. We've found that prunes are unique in more than just their downright tastiness and food value. For example, there's the way prunes are harvested. In the springtime, they begin their gradual development, and throughout the summer are richly nourished by Mother Nature. Finally, in August, they begin to ripen. However, the finest prunes are not picked like other fruit, but are allowed to hang in the sunshine until they're so plump and heavy with juicy goodness, they drop from the trees of their own weight. When nature says, "You're ready," down they go. The soil has been previously turned and worked to a cushiony mattress to catch the falling fruit. And there they lie, purple and plump, all ready to be carefully gathered by hand. Now here we are at the plant. Let's see how plums become prunes by what is known as the dehydrating process. They are first put through a hot 15-second alkaline bath to slightly crack the skins and allow for more rapid evaporation of the moisture in the fruit. Next, they are thoroughly rinsed. Then they are spread in single layers on large trays to be dried. While open field drying was the only method employed for many years, this method has now been largely replaced by modern mechanical dehydrators. And it is in these dehydrators that the prune, as we know it best, actually comes to be. These are truly good wrinkles. The one place where wrinkles are looked upon as a sign of distinction. The next step is to sort the prunes according to size. As they pass over a series of graduated holes in the sorting conveyor, they drop through the holes they fit and are thus automatically graded. Prune sizes are designated by the number of prunes it takes to make a pound. Naturally, the fewer the prunes to the pound, the larger the individual prunes. The medium size is graded 67 or less prunes to the pound. The large size runs 53 prunes or less to the pound. Then comes the extra large size, which averages 43 prunes or less to the pound. Thus, you are reminded again, the fewer the prunes per pound, the larger the fruit. The final step before packaging is the special SunSweet tenderized process. Using only heat and moisture, this process leaves the prunes plump and tender, which permits very rapid cooking, thus eliminating the vitamin loss which sometimes results from longer preparation. From the tenderized process, the prunes are immediately packed steaming hot into parchment paper bags, which are enclosed in protective cartons. Also, as an added protection against air, dust, light, and heat, the cartons are in turn enclosed and sealed in a lustrous gold or silver foil wrapper. This hot packing and foil sealing ensures uniform moisture, tenderness, and fine eating quality throughout the contents of the package. In addition to protecting the full rich goodness of the fruit, the foil wrapper is an easy way to always identify your favorite brand. Fresh from the carton, the prunes are ready to be served in an infinite variety of ways. Raw, for example. The special tenderized process makes prunes so tender and good you can eat them just like candy right out of the box. And raw, they provide all the qualities of the natural fruit. Or prepare them in this simple way. Just fill a jar with prunes, add boiling water to cover, screw on the lid, let cool, then place in your refrigerator for several days. The longer they stand, the thicker the juice. This American breakfast tradition is delicious when served with a little cream or with a dash of lemon or just sitting pretty in their own juice. For serving with meat, spiced and pickled prunes. Or prune pie, a tempting, luscious dessert with a billowy meringue that can be put together in a twinkling. Prune whip is another famous American dish, the perfect dessert for a perfect meal. Here's another wonderful treat, prune birthday cake, a tender, moist, fruity cake, just right for every day of the year and for special occasions too, such as Junior's birthday party. Our country, however, isn't the only one that knows all about the delectable uses of prunes. They are a favorite fruit in many countries. Let's see what the people of Scandinavia know about prunes. If you should find unexpected guests are on the way, and a quick sweetbread is what you'll need, just try prune biscuit roll. Prepare about 2 cups of your favorite biscuit mix by merely adding milk. Then roll the dough to a 1/4-inch thickness and spread evenly with 1½ cups of chopped and pitted cooked prunes. You then top the prunes with a 1/4 cup of melted butter, 1/2 cup of sugar spiced with cinnamon or nutmeg, and carefully roll like a jelly roll. Then place the roll in a buttered baking dish and bake in a moderate oven 45 minutes to an hour. When cool, the roll is cut into slices, and there you are. As easy as that, coffee time's complete with dainty prune biscuit rolls. Here's a dessert. The vanilla cream portion in this bowl is a blend of eggs served cold. Delicious. Another delightful dessert of theirs, which can be served cold, is prunes with meringue. The meringue is spread over the prunes, and the dessert is cooked until the top is golden brown. If you have a sweet tooth, serve it with cream or vanilla sauce, and it's a mouth-watering treat. Another favorite of theirs, prune souffle, as light and fluffy as a dream. And believe it or not, the Scandinavians even make a soup of prunes, which they serve cold. A Swedish specialty, no doubt, but try it sometime. You might like it. Scandinavian cooks use prunes a great deal with meat, especially with fatty meats like pork. One method is to stuff spare ribs with pitted prunes before baking. This adds a delicate, succulent flavor to the ribs. Another popular method of theirs is to serve boiled prunes right along with fried or baked pork chops. Yet another delicious way they combine meat with prunes is to place the prunes on slices of pork, rolling them till crisp and brown. And here is an idea of theirs that works wonders with fowl. Stuff chicken, turkey, or duck with prunes. The sweetness and richness of the prunes really enhances the flavor of the fowl. Yes, there are hundreds of ways to serve prunes. And to help in preparing these you have seen, plus countless other prune delicacies, Sunsweet has gathered together a wonderful collection of prune recipes which have been put into a handy booklet. Merely mail your request to Sunsweet, Box 670, San Jose, California, for a free copy. However you serve these prunes, you can be sure they are a delicious, full-flavored, perfect-eating fruit. Just as important, they are rich in nature's own vitamins and valuable food minerals. A quick energy food that gives children and adults alike that good-to-feel-good feeling. Serve prunes often. They are good anyway, anytime. So there in all his regal splendor sits Sonny, proud of his royal heritage, proud too of the golden carton which he sponsors, and which is your guarantee of extra tenderness and extra goodness in the prunes you buy. Your sure guide to good wrinkles when you go shopping for prunes.
Or 7 prunes a day are good for you in every way. Buy Sunsweet prunes and you'll agree, cooked or they're heavenly.
Right now, at this very moment, as you watch these light rays striking the magnified eye, similar tiny beams of light are entering your own eyes. And it's by our eyes that we are able to gain a great part of our knowledge. Nature has located the eye close to the brain so that its messages may arrive there quickly. Nature has also provided ample protection for this very delicate organ. Here, with the outer coverings removed, we see the eyeball completely surrounded by a layer of soft, fatty tissue and placed within the bony orbit, where it lies protected against sudden jolts. Seen from the side, the protected position of the eyeball within its funnel-shaped eye socket is shown still more clearly. Once again, we see the fatty cushion which protects it on all sides. Note this white stalk, which is the optic nerve, and also these muscles, which move the eyeball. This is the empty eye socket within the skull, with its bony walls inside and the rim of the bony orbit in front. By gradually restoring the outer portions of the skull and also the covering tissues, we can now realize the location of the entire eye in relation to the outline of the face. Another important safeguard to the eye is the tear gland, which secretes the tear fluid. This is an effective germicide which drains through the tear ducts into the nose after flushing and cleaning the entire eye surface. The eyeball itself has a white, glistening surface. Its front part bulges and forms a highly transparent window. In this sectional view, the capsule of the eyeball is seen to have 3 layers. This thick, tough outer layer is called the sclera and serves to protect the delicate structures within. This transparent bulging portion is called the cornea. Notice also the crystalline lens, which is one of the main features of the eye mechanism. The second layer is called the choroid. It consists of 3 different belts or zones. The first zone is called the choroid proper and is the part that carries nourishment to the tissues of the eye. The next zone is called the ciliary body. This is a broad ring-shaped band of thin muscle fibers which play a very active and vital part in the visual adjustment of the eye. The third zone is the well-known iris, which expands and contracts the pupil much like the diaphragm of a camera. The iris will soon be described in greater detail. Here is an outside view of the entire choroid, which shows the dense network of arteries and veins carrying nourishment to the eyeball. You can also see the shape of the ciliary body and the iris. The innermost layer of the eyeball is the retina, a very delicate membrane. The retina is actually a part of the optic nerve which transmits the light impulses to our brain. The retina is the most important and complex structure in the eyeball. Magnified many hundred times, the retina is seen to consist of this complicated arrangement of rods and cones, which convert light waves into nerve impulses in some manner which even science of today cannot fully explain. Between the lens and the cornea is the aqueous humor, consisting mostly of water and a little salt. This larger space within the eye is filled with the vitreous humor or body, consisting chiefly of water with some salt and albumin. The vitreous humor is really a highly transparent jelly and plays a very important part in the act of visual adjustment. Thus, light rays entering the eye must pass in succession through first the cornea, second the aqueous humor, third the pupil, fourth the crystalline lens, and fifth the vitreous humor in order to reach their destination, the retina. Now, just how do light rays act to form a clear picture within the eye? First, let us realize that light rays reflected from any object radiate in all directions, and that as an object moves farther away from us, the angle between the rays that enter our eyes grows smaller and smaller. And finally, when the object has reached a distance of 15 feet or more, the rays entering our eyes are practically parallel. Now, nature has provided that parallel rays shall produce a sharp image upon the retina without any effort, and, as one may say, with the eye in a state of complete relaxation. But if a distant object approaches the eye, the angle between entering rays again grows larger. This increasing angle changes the direction of the light rays as they pass through the lens, so that the sharp image falls behind the retina. As a result, the image upon the retina tends to become blurred. This blurring causes a response or reflex within our brain, which brings about harmonious internal adjustments of all parts of the eye. This adjustment is called accommodation. Accommodation restores the sharply focused image with marvelous speed and accuracy. This is all the more remarkable because the distance between lens and retina is fixed, and the lens itself must change its shape. Now compare this with the focal adjustment of a camera. Here the lens remains unchanged, but the film itself is moved until it reaches a sharp focal image. It is also necessary that both our eyes be fixed upon the same point in order that we may see an object clearly. Thus, as an object approaches us from a distance, our eyeballs turn accordingly. This movement is called the convergence of visual axes. This action is shown here as the object approaches and recedes. Here, in addition, we see the lenses accommodating their optical shape under the combined influence of blurred image and eyeball movement. And now let us look at this highly enlarged view of the lens itself. It has a soft, yielding body and is as transparent as glass. But it also has a firm, ball-shaped central core or nucleus. It is contained within a thin, elastic membrane and is suspended all around by a spoke-like arrangement of delicate threads or ligaments. The lens itself lies between two liquids. These liquids can exert pressure. All liquids cannot be compressed. You may ask then, how is this soft, pliable body of the lens made to take on the different degrees of convexity necessary for accommodation? In order to explain this, let us again call attention to the important ciliary muscle, which we see here in the diagram. This muscle is shaped like a broad ring which can expand and contract. Whenever it does contract, it must press upon the non-elastic vitreous humor. This liquid is confined within the rigid capsule of the eyeball and must, therefore, exert pressure upon the lens. Now, the lens as a whole cannot give way against the equally non-elastic aqueous humor and its confining cornea. So the only part which can possibly yield to the pressure of the vitreous humor, or body, is the soft substance of the lens. This lens substance is thus molded into an even curve against the rigid ball-shaped core, thus forming this highly convex bulge, which science has called lenticonus. So whenever the image upon the retina becomes blurred, the brain automatically causes the ciliary muscle to contract or to relax until the lens has attained just the right shape to restore a sharply defined image upon the retina. This is the remaining portion of the choroid, called the iris, with its central opening, the pupil. Like the diaphragm of a camera, the iris regulates the amount of light and sharpens the image upon the retina. The iris acts automatically, and so is an important link in the process of accommodation. Its action is caused by two sets of delicate muscle fibers within the iris itself. These muscles are shown here in a simplified diagram. These spoke-like radial fibers pull the pupil open. This ring-shaped muscle around the pupil closes it. In this side view, we see the opening and closing of the pupil, so that we may more clearly understand another important part played by the iris. Whenever demanded by conditions, the lens acquires this peculiar bulge called lenticonus. This cone-shaped curve at first causes light rays to become distorted into aberrations upon the retina. As a result of these distortions, the pupil now contracts until the diffused rays have been shut away and only a clear image remains upon the retina. These interesting mechanics of the lens are not generally known, and the facts presented here have only recently been accepted by science. It is well for us to know that our eyes are one of our greatest gifts of nature and are indeed worthy of our constant care and protection.
Lazy days, warm and free, pathways to climb, rivers to see. Magic's here for you and me as we travel the roads to romance.
Sun and sand, sagebrush and tumbleweed, rolling mountains and giant cactus. This is the old Santa Cruz Trail, running from Santa Cruz in Old Mexico to Tucson. Here the Tumacacori National Monument stands, preserving the ruins of Tumacacori Mission. Another mission, San Javier del Bac, stands on a slight hill facing south across the Santa Cruz Valley. Work on this magnificent shrine was started in the early 1700s. Not far from busy Tucson, an exact replica of old Tucson has been built as a motion picture location. Children of the Carrillo School in Tucson re-emphasize that the Santa Cruz Valley is the blending place of many cultures. This is a Mexican Christmas festival. When the pageantry of the festival is done, there is candy for all who scramble for it. You and your family can enjoy the vacation thrills of this spot, and no matter where you live, you can reach it quickly, comfortably, and with utmost economy. Travel this year the roads to romance, to places you have always wanted to go. And when you travel, go in one of the quality motor cars your Chevrolet dealer has to offer. It will be your magic carpet that will carry you to the land of your heart's desire.
Welcome once again to our Becoming Your Mom support group. This is a special day for us. It's our 1-year anniversary. Congratulations to all of you who are getting your 12-month pens. Richard, why don't you read what it says there?
Okay, it says, our mission statement. We love our moms, but we are not our moms.
Let's all say that together.
We love our moms, but we are not our moms.
Progress reports. Who'd like to share? Sure.
Hi everyone, I'm Rachel.
Hi Rachel.
I am very excited to share that I have not posted a picture of my food on Instagram in over 3 weeks.
Oh, nice.
I am now limiting myself to only 4 coupons per shopping trip.
Oh, and I've stopped referring to every cashier as honey or sweetie. Let me tell you, that is a struggle.
I started buying my own napkins instead of taking them from restaurants.
Oh, Shannon's gonna be late. And she sent me a text with 16 different emojis.
16? Okay, well, we'll discuss that later. Anyone else? Okay, well, what things are still giving you difficulty?
Whenever I'm in a vehicle and the driver pushes the brakes, I always grab the dashboard like we're gonna die or something.
I stay up at night worrying about whether my friends are taking all their vitamins.
I daydream about having just 5 minutes to myself.
Don't you live alone?
Yeah, it's weird, right?
Sometimes I still ask my friends if they have to go potty. They're all adults.
I put up shelves just so I can put little knickknacks on them.
Hi, sorry I had to drop my sister off at dance, and then I had to bring the dog to the groomer, which is right before my voice lesson, and then I had a meeting.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. Who can tell me, what was Shannon's mistake?
Overbooking.
She overbooked.
Too many activities.
Right.
So even though you're still working through some of these things, it just shows that your mom is part of who you are. And that includes all of their love, their devotion, the heart of God that now lives in you.
And remember, you can still be hip and cool. I even started playing that video game, Fork Knife.
Fork Knife? I think you mean...
Is that some kind of culinary game?
Oh, the one where you crush all the candy.
How does this always happen? Carol, just a reminder, there's no dancing during group time.
But why?
Because I said so. That's why.
Cigars. Have one, Popeye? Oh, thanks, Bluto. April Fool! Well, what do you know? April Fool. In front. April Fool! Why, you big palooka?
Popeye! Can't you take a joke? I'll set the table, Bluto, and you chop some firewood.
Okay, Olive. I'll chop some wood for you, Olive. Why, that no-good runt. April Fool! You dirty rat!
Popeye, where's your sense of humor?
Got a match, pal? I lights the fire with me pipe. This gag will burn him up. Why, April Fool! I'd like to April Fool that guy.
Popeye, would you mind serving the lemonade?
April Fool! Oh my gosh, this is embarrassing. Hey, Popeye, come and get it. Hot dog's coming up. Olive, what happened? Huh?
Explosive hot dog. You and your April Fool jokes. I don't think that's funny.
April Fool!
Come on, Bluto. Let's go rowing.
Okay, lover girl. That Popeye sure is a sucker for an April Fool gag. April Fool!
There's no fool like an April Fool.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird.
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. This amazing stranger from the planet Krypton. The Man of Steel. Superman. Empowered with X-ray vision, possessing remarkable physical strength, Superman fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice, disguised as a mild-mannered newspaper reporter, Clark Kent. Lois, what are you doing here?
Oh, just getting the woman's angle on this story.
The mechanical monster! Look out!
Come on, you fool! You want to get trampled?
Now, you wait here. I'll phone this in. Yes, I'll give you the details later, Chief. All right, Lois. Lois! This is a job for Superman.
What a story this is going to make.
The jewels. What have you done with the jewels?
You'll read about it in tomorrow's paper.
Are you going to tell me what happened to those jewels? Won't tell me. You'll soon change your mind. Superman. step and she's doomed.
That's a wonderful story, Lois.
Thanks, Clark, but I owe it all to Superman.
Up in the sky, look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman! Faster than a streak of lightning. More powerful than the pounding surf. Mightier than a roaring hurricane. This amazing stranger from the planet Krypton, the Man of Steel, Superman. Possessing remarkable physical strength, Superman fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice, disguised as a mild-mannered newspaper reporter, Clark Kent.
could sleep for a racket like this?
Well, it's been going on every night since we've been interned. What do you suppose it could be?
Could be sabotage, I hope.
Me too. But who? Clark, do you suppose...
Yes, Lois?
Oh, nothing. Just a silly hunch that maybe Superman might be over here.
Quiet. Do not talk. Shadasta! The sabotage must stop at once. Konetawa!
Miss Lane. This way, please. How does it feel to be home? Smile, please.
How about Clark Kent? Did he get away?
No. No, he's still over there. But don't worry. Superman promised to look after him.
And don't forget, folks, when you goes to the polls today, a vote for Popeye means free ice cream for all the kiddies.
All right, men, step right over here and get your free cigars.
And what we needs is bigger elephants in all our zoos. Oh, my gosh.
Now, just remember your old pal Bluto at the polls today, fellers. And there's an extra cigar for each and every vote you give me. Yes, sir.
And furthermore, I promises 2 cans of spinach for every pot. Here's me past record, folks, which speaks for itself.
You double-crosser. Steal my voters, will you? That winning vote. Guess I'll do over the White House in canary with green trim.
Get off the road, son. You're blocking traffic.
Finish my chores.
Miss Oil, I'd like you to vote for me for president.
If you want a good-looking guy in the White House, vote for me, babe.
I can't go to the polls till I get the wood all chopped for the winter.
No sooner said than chopped, darling.
That vote is mine.
Votes for me?
Well, the field still needs plowing.
Okay, Olive. All done. Now to the polls.
Oh, I almost forgot. That hay must be put in the hayloft.
to the polls?
Popeye, I'm casting my vote for you.
Let's go, Toots. You're voting for me.
You, I'm not voting for.
Oh, yes, you are.
Faster than a streak of lightning, more powerful than the pounding surf, mightier than a roaring hurricane. This amazing stranger from the planet Krypton, the Man of Steel, Superman! Possessing remarkable physical strength, Superman fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice, disguised as a mild-mannered newspaper reporter, Clark Kent.
Stupid. It's about time you showed up. Come on, hand it over.
Okay, boss. Here it is. This is a swell racket, boss. And the Superman outfit, it works like a charm. Gee, boss, it was only a fin.
Next time, it'll be a Mickey fin.
Friend turns foe. Well, that's ridiculous. It couldn't be Superman. What do you make of it, Clark?
Hey, you two. The editor wants you to cover the opera tonight. And don't forget, it's formal.
Good. Now I can wear my new evening gown.
So babe, as she came, like the future seemed to loom, till her clear, brilliant steel knew its light dispelled the gloom. Oh, she fled, quickly fled,
yourselves in for some trouble.
Superman, you got me all wrong. It ain't me. Honest, it ain't me. It's the boss. He made me do it. Oh, take it easy, will you, Mr. Superman? Give me a chance. I'll come clean. I'll talk. Honest, I'll talk. Oh, don't touch me.
I knew there was more to the story.
Did you enjoy the opera? What's the matter, stupid? Did you lose your tongue? Don't stand there like a dummy. Give me the jewels. Are you trying to double-cross me? Why, you...
Hey, boss, that's Mr. Superman.
Well... I didn't expect to see you here.
Next time you'll play Superman.
Boy, have I got a story. What's the matter, Bright-Eye? The opera get you down?
Just been dreaming I was Superman.
Fine Superman you'd make.
Well, I can dream, can I?
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
It is the first human footstep on the moon, and the world is forever changed.
Fantastic feeling. It was one of great accomplishment.
It was almost miraculous.
We did it for all the right reasons. We did come in peace for all mankind.
On July 20th, 1969, as the lunar dust compresses beneath the boot of astronaut Neil Armstrong, NASA's Apollo project scores a bullseye. Until the fall of 1957, the moon is Earth's only satellite, orbiting for eons in silent vigil. That October, the hush of space and America's sense of security is shattered by Sputnik. The sound of the Soviet satellite becomes eerily familiar to Americans. Fears escalate that the Cold War could heat up with catastrophic effect.
Immediately, everyone thought, well, they're now able to really send their military machines around the world up above. Who was not going to be in danger?
President Eisenhower combined several agencies working on rocketry and flight to create one civilian agency, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Over the next years, the United States successfully launches satellites with great scientific payback. To prepare for human flight, several animals, including a chimpanzee named Ham, survived the ride to space and back. But once again, these American accomplishments are eclipsed by the Soviet space machine. April 12, 1961, cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin becomes the first human in space. To temper this latest Soviet triumph, the U.S. needs to put its own man in space. That man is astronaut Alan Shepard.
Shepard's flight had tremendous impact. I think it was the leading technological accomplishment of that era and led to the whole future of the exploration to the moon.
Unlike Gagarin's 108-minute orbit of Earth, Shepard's suborbital flight, the nation's lone human venture into space, lasts just 15 minutes. Nonetheless, President Kennedy goes before Congress and lays down the gauntlet.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth.
The combination of the Gagarin flight and the Bay of Pigs disaster with Cuba, I think, pushed Kennedy towards something that would be positive and would show that we were ahead of the Soviet Union.
President Kennedy's interest in space moves beyond just beating the Soviets. As his passion grows, so does his rhetoric.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
It will take an all-out effort by thousands of dedicated Americans to design and build the machines and methodologies needed to succeed, one small step at a time.
Godspeed, John Glenn.
February 20th, 1962. John Glenn circumnavigates the Earth 3 times.
The single most important factor was that man could survive and perform as well at 0 gravity as he could at 1G.
0G, and I feel fine.
By May 1963, the U.S. Mercury program flies 6 manned flights. But the last, Gordon Cooper's 34-hour solo mission, still leaves the moon out of America's reach. The Gemini program is the next step. Its larger capsule carries 2 astronauts. Mercury veteran Gus Grissom flies with John Young aboard Gemini 3, the program's first manned flight. On Gemini 4, Ed White opens the hatch and steps out into the void as America's first spacewalker.
I feel like $1 million. I'm a good guy.
Extravehicular activity, EVA, in NASA speak, is critical to a moon mission.
Go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Engine start.
So too is the ability of 2 spacecraft to meet up or rendezvous in space. It happens on Jim Lovell's first flight.
The first rendezvous, Gemini 6 with Gemini 7, I think was a magnificent milestone in the quest to go to the moon, because we had to determine the types of rendezvous that we want to do around the moon, and we first had it just about around the Earth.
By Gemini's 12th and final mission, rendezvous and docking are well practiced.
Gemini 12, Houston Capcom, 1 minute to LOS. New EVA record, beautiful job.
NASA is now ready to shoot for the moon. But there are just 3 years left to meet President Kennedy's goal, and no one really knows how close the highly secretive Soviets are. And of the moon itself, little is known.
Could be dust up to 25, 30 feet thick. If you landed on it, you would sink into the moon. If you landed on it and set out some fire from the rockets, exhaust, it would cause this huge inferno on the lunar surface. What were the radiation problems on the moon from the sun? What were the thermal conditions you had to deal with on the lunar surface?
Getting answers falls to a series of robotic spacecraft. In mid-1966, Surveyor 1 lands on the lunar surface. The 11,000 photos it sends back help to dispel fear and clear the way for the Apollo moon landing program. 2 short months after the final Gemini flight, astronauts Gus Grissom, Ed White, and Roger Chaffee are posing for photos and spending hours in simulators as they prepare for the first Apollo mission less than a month away. January 27th, 1967. The crew is in the capsule, mounted atop an unfueled Saturn 1B for a dress rehearsal of the countdown sequence.
Now we gotta get the moon. We can't talk between 2 or 3 buildings.
A series of problems has already raised tensions at the launch pad. When 5.5 hours into the test, Ed White's shouts are heard.
At that point, things progressed with absolutely stunning speed. I mean, it was only a matter of 20 seconds before the crew was unconscious. Moments later, the pressure from the fire had increased to the point where it literally ruptured the hull of the spacecraft. Toxic smoke spewed into the White Room. The technicians were struggling to get the hatch open and rescue the crew, but they were driven back by the intense heat and the smoke. Many long minutes passed before they could open the hatch, and of course by that point the crew had died. All 3 astronauts were dead.
The loss of Grissom, White, and Chaffee momentarily cripples NASA's moon landing program. But as the 3 astronauts are given heroes' burials, Apollo, like another mythological figure, Phoenix, begins its rise from the ashes. Following recommendations of an accident review board, the Apollo Command Module is redesigned and rewired for safety, all under the wary eye of the astronauts who will fly it. 20 months later, from the same pad Apollo 1 had occupied, Apollo 7 roars off for an 11-day shakedown in Earth orbit.
We inherited the first manned Apollo mission, which turned out to be Apollo 7. But as with many things with NASA, what was a disaster with Apollo 1 turned out to be a real triumph with Apollo 7, because the spacecraft itself was a marvelous flying machine.
It's also the first time live television shows Earthbound humans what it's like to be in space.
It says from that lovely Apollo something. You guys should write Apollo room. High atop everything. High atop everything.
Apollo 7's success restores some swagger to America's space program. But there are reports the Soviets may be closing in on the moon.
The original plan was for Apollo 8 to be an Earth orbit test, but the lunar module wasn't ready. And so the decision was made to actually do a circumnavigation of the moon. So that's what actually happened in December of 1968.
The engines are on. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Commander Frank Borman, veteran astronaut Jim Lovell, and rookie Bill Anders are the first humans to ride the Saturn V's 7.5 million pounds of thrust.
We were way up on the top, like a ladybug on the end of your automobile's whip antenna. So as these big engines were thrashing around to keep this thing straight up, boy, the ladybug was getting thrashed. And it was so loud, we couldn't talk. The vibration, the thrashing was violent, and you couldn't see the instrument panel. But when we cleared the pad and had some aerodynamic stability and didn't have this noise, boy, things steadied out, and by that time my heart stopped racing.
Apollo 8 is the first time humans venture beyond Earth's gravity. Lovell marvels at never-seen-before sights.
I can see the entire Earth now out of the center window. I can see Florida, Cuba, Central America.
Christmas Eve Day, 1968. With the moon dwarfing the nearing spacecraft, Commander Borman fires the main engine on the Apollo service module. The craft slows, then slides into orbit around the moon. The world watches in awe, but none more so than the three men peering out the tiny windows of their capsule.
We were the first three people to leave the confines of the Earth and be captured by another body. First time three people saw the far side of the moon. First time that we had gone so far, and the first time that we saw the Earth from 240,000 miles away. So in that respect, I kind of thought that Apollo 8 was really a milestone and a high point in my career.
The vast loneliness up here on the moon is awe-inspiring, and it makes you realize just what you have back there on Earth. The Earth from here is a grand oasis in the big vastness of space.
As the moon's pockmarked surface slips quietly by, the Apollo 8 crew ends its Christmas Eve broadcast with a special message for those back home.
And from the crew of Apollo 8, we close with good night, good luck, a Merry Christmas, and God bless all of you on the good Earth.
For all its success, Apollo 8 is missing one key component for a moon landing. The lunar module, still being built, is overweight and behind schedule.
It's not a simple thing. Spacecraft never landed on another celestial body, so the design had to be done from scratch. One of the main things you had to figure out was that you had to have a rocket on the ascent stage especially that you had to be 100% sure would work, because you didn't want the two astronauts sitting on the lunar surface and the rocket didn't work.
The first LEM is ready for testing in Earth orbit on Apollo 9. The LEM is put through its paces and proves it's ready to go to the moon. With one significant limitation. Still too heavy, the LEM can't land. So Apollo 10, like Apollo 8 before it, will only orbit the moon and test rendezvous the lander with the command module.
This is really a rugged planet.
As John Young watches from his command module, Charlie Brown, Commander Tom Stafford and LEM pilot Gene Cernan undock Snoopy, their lander that can't.
And I was doing backup maneuvers to the attitudes, and if they couldn't do the maneuvers, I would do the maneuvers and hopefully rescue them. But I was always ready in case their vehicle blew up or something to come back without them.
To test a landing approach, the LEM drops to within 9 miles of the moon's surface and gets a good look at the site NASA has selected for the first touchdown. Skimming the surface at nearly 3,700 miles an hour, Cernan peers out his window at Lunar Mountains.
We is down among us, Charlie. Roger, I hear you weaving your way up the freeway.
Roger, fantastic, Charlie, fantastic.
I felt like I had to pick up my feet to keep from dragging my heels on the top of those mountains. When you move that fast across the surface and you're that close, it's an overpowering experience.
On their second flyover, the experience turns almost deadly when the lunar module tumbles out of control.
I saw the lunar horizon 8 times in 15 seconds in all different directions. That was a man-made problem because we were switching computers to check out a little backup computer we had. The guidance switch had to go in the other direction. I had already put it in the other direction. And so Tom went and moved it in the other direction. And so the computer that had the spacecraft at that moment didn't know where it was. But Tom was able to stop it, control it.
Finally, as in the comics, Snoopy returns to his master, Charlie Brown. Even before Apollo 10 enters lunar orbit, the Apollo 11 spacecraft has been rolled out to the launch pad atop its Saturn V rocket. In less than 2 months, its crew will try and safely set it down on the moon.
That's one small step for man.
I was in the student houses at Caltech, and we were watching the TV and all the excitement about, landing on another celestial object. And I had no idea that one day I'll become the director of JPL. But reflecting back on it, I mean, that was really something I remember forever.
One giant leap for mankind.
They've all been to space before. Commander Neil Armstrong on Gemini 8, Command Module Pilot Michael Collins on Gemini 10. Lunar Module Pilot Buzz Aldrin set an EVA record on the final Gemini flight. The morning of July 16, 1969, spectators line the beaches around the Kennedy Space Center. America will attempt to end the space race. Moon fever is rampant.
And there was just great excitement, and you could hear lots of people saying, gosh, this is almost, I can't believe that somebody's going to go to the moon.
T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6.
At 9:32 a.m., the Saturn V's giant engines roar to life. At the viewing stand 3 miles away, spectators feel the thunderous drumbeat of unearthly power pounding their chests as the heat of the rocket's exhaust washes over them.
When that rumble came across the ground, it was like somebody was putting their hands on your chest and pressing. I almost couldn't breathe. It was so unbelievable that the United States was going to send 2 men to walk on the surface of the moon. It was almost unthinkable.
For 3 days, the crew of Apollo 11 cruises towards the moon, then drops its spacecraft into lunar orbit.
I just thought there were so many unknowns that I would have given us about a 50-50 chance of being the first flight to land and return someone safely.
With Collins remaining in the command module, Armstrong and Aldrin prepare the LEM and themselves to become the first humans on the moon.
Okay, all flight controllers, go for landing. Retro. Go. Fido. Go. Guidance. Go. Control.
And
Telcom. Go. GNC. Go. Econ. Go. Surgeon. Go. Capcom, we're go for landing. Eagle, Houston, you're go for landing. Over.
But the landing veers from the planned script. As the LEM nears the surface, The onboard computer flashes an alarm the crew doesn't recognize.
1201. Roger, 1201 alarm.
Any one of thousands of technical glitches could abort the landing. But Houston quickly diagnoses the problem as non-critical, an overloaded computer.
1201 alarm. Same type, we're go, flight. Okay, we're go. Same type, we're go.
That's when real trouble threatens the mission.
540 feet down at 30 and at 15.
As the LEM pitches upright about a mile above the moon's surface, Armstrong gets his first look at where computers will set them down. A field of boulders, any one of which could prove deadly. Armstrong wraps his hand around the joystick and takes manual control.
8.5 down, 220 feet. 13 forward.
With fuel running out, Armstrong flies the LEM like a helicopter. Aldrin keeps his eye on their altitude, forward speed, and rate of descent, calling out the numbers.
100 feet, 3.5 down, 9 forward.
At 60 seconds, we're still 100 feet up. I was nervous. Okay, at 30 seconds, we were 10 feet. I figured we had it made. But 100 feet, we're thereabouts at 60 seconds. You can very easily just not be where you want to be.
4 forward, drift into the right level.
Sort of like driving your car when the gas gauge is reading empty, but you know that when it gets down there, you got a few more miles left. Well, that was the situation we faced. And I think it was in the last seconds. Everybody was holding their breath. It was pretty dicey.
Contact light. Okay, engine stop. APA at a descent. Mode control both auto, descent engine command override off. Engine arm off. 413 is in.
We've had shutdown.
We copy you down, Eagle.
Okay, everybody, T1. Stand by for T1.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Man on the moon. Ooh. Oh, boy.
Thank you. You're looking good here.
Boy.
Okay, we're going to be busy for a minute.
Like people around the world, of every persuasion and from every walk of life, mission controllers in Houston are overwhelmed.
Okay, keep the chatter down in this room.
Now in the control room, we had work to do because we had to very rapidly look at the spacecraft systems and give the crew a stay-no-stay decision that everything was safe to remain in the moon, and we had to accomplish that within the first 2 minutes.
Okay, T1, stay, no stay, retro. Stay. Fido. Stay. Guidance. Stay. Control. Stay. Telcom. Stay. GNC. Stay. Ecom. Stay. Surgeon. Stay. Capcom, we're stay for T1.
So basically, we had to keep our emotions in check and keep the chatter down for the first 2 hours after landing while everybody in the entire world was celebrating.
And we're getting a picture on the TV. You had a good picture, huh?
It's distorted, flickering, and at first, upside down. But a small black and white television camera mounted outside the LEM gives the world its first live glimpse of an alien landscape. No one is more interested in seeing that first picture than the man responsible for bringing it to everyone's TV.
This whole mission was now about television, in my mind. There were hundreds of millions of people watching, waiting to see the first step on the moon and people on the moon, see a spacecraft on the moon, anything. And if it doesn't work, then probably people actually will know my name years from now as the guy who didn't bring you television from the moon.
Okay, Neil, we can see you coming down the ladder now.
The world just marveled at this right along with us, and we more or less made the whole world our partners in this thing by inviting people to be there during the launches. And I think that's one of the best things we ever did in the space program, one of the best decisions ever made with regard to the space program was to share that with the world.
Okay, I just checked getting back up to that first step. That isn't collapsed too far, but it's adequate to get back up.
More than 500 million people around the globe watch as Armstrong first makes sure he can get back into the LEM, then gives the first eyewitness account from the lunar surface.
Although the surface appears to be
fine-grained as you get close to it. It's almost like a powder.
6.5 hours after landing on the Sea of Tranquility, Neil Armstrong steps off the footpad of the lunar lander and ends the race to the moon.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
For 2 hours and 31 minutes, Armstrong and Aldrin share their observations.
The surface is fine and powdery. I can pick it up loosely with my toe. There seems to be no difficulty in moving around as we suspected. It has a stark beauty all its own. It's like much of the high desert of the United States. It's different, but it's very pretty out here. Beautiful view. Isn't that something? Magnificent sight out here. Magnificent desolation.
Aldrin says magnificent, but thinks otherwise.
What a desolate place we just landed on. Absolutely no life, no color, really, until you get down and look at the minerals in the rocks, because everything's covered with this little dust.
They are the only two beings here, but Armstrong and Aldrin have come for all humanity.
Here men from the planet Earth first set foot upon the moon, July 1969 AD. It came in peace for all mankind. The primary and secondary struts are in good shape.
With future moon landings dependent upon its integrity, the LEM is examined closely.
Antennas are all in place. There's no evidence of problem underneath the LEM due to either the engine exhaust or drainage of any kind.
What little science this mission has time for is conducted with a seismometer. A core sampling is taken.
I hope you're watching how hard I have to hit this into the ground to the tune of about 5 inches, Houston.
No trip is complete without souvenirs. Commander Armstrong tallies up their take of moon rocks for study back on Earth.
And we got about, I'd say, 20 pounds of carefully selected, if not documented, samples. Houston, roger, well done, out.
As Armstrong and Aldrin study the moon, controllers in Houston watch closely over them. Their life-sustaining suits have limited supplies of oxygen and power, and they're reaching their safety margins.
Buzz, this is Houston. It's about time for you to start your EVA closeout activities. Roger.
19 minutes later, the first moonwalk is over.
Okay, the hatch is closed and latched.
As the ascent stage of the Eagle takes flight and Tranquility Base recedes beneath it, the magnitude of the accomplishment begins to sink in for Chris Kraft.
In terms of technology, in terms of advancement of the state of the art in science and technology, it was probably the most productive 10 years in the history of man. And when you reflect back on it, it probably was even greater than I could comprehend today.
With a scant 5 months to spare, NASA has met President Kennedy's goal. America has gained preeminence in human spaceflight. Yet it's only the beginning. Lunar exploration and science are Apollo's new mission, and the program will land 10 more men on the moon to fulfill it.
That's one small step for man.
We're in the viewing room at the Mission Control Center in Houston, watching the terminal phase of that flight and the landing itself on the moon. I was telling Neil not to land because we were next. But he did a great job.
One giant leap for mankind.
Every Apollo mission starts the same. 3 men in a capsule sit atop the giant Saturn V rocket. waiting for its monstrous engines to propel them off the Earth. The three-stage Saturn V stands 363 feet tall, and at launch weighs more than 6 million pounds. Its three stages generate nearly 9 million pounds of thrust. It is the largest rocket ever flown.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engines running. Commit. Liftoff.
When Apollo 12 leaves Pad 39A on the second moon landing mission, the Saturn V proves its mettle. 36 seconds after lifting off in a rainstorm, lightning hits the rocket and waylays the crew's control panel.
I don't know what happened here. We had everything in the world drop out. I'm not sure we can get hit by lightning.
16 seconds later, as if to confirm Commander Pete Conrad's theory, a second lightning bolt strikes the rocket. Command Module pilot Dick Gordon watches his entire electrical system shut down.
The moment of the lightning strike, the reverse current relays did their job and shut down the fuel cells. So we were not receiving any electrical power from the fuel cells, which was our main source of electrical energy. Fortunately, at that time, the batteries were on the line for the launch itself, so we had electrical power, and that really saved us from automatic abort.
13 Saturn V rockets fly during Apollo, including every moon mission. Although anomalies occur, no Saturn V ever fails.
I think I see my crater. Hey, baby. I'm not sure.
Including Apollo 12's.
There it is! Son of a gun! Right down the middle of the road!
A major goal of the mission is to execute a pinpoint landing in an area called the Ocean of Storms.
So NASA said, we're going to demonstrate this by picking a certain crater, and then we'll send you there. And the crater we're going to pick is the one that has Surveyor 3 in, that landed inside this crater some 33 months earlier.
And that may have been a small one for Neil, but that's a long one for me.
And we landed, and the first thing Pete did when he got out was go around and looked and see if Surveyor was in that crater.
Boy, you'll never believe it. Look what I see sitting on the side of the crater. The old Surveyor, huh? The old Surveyor, yes, sir. Does that look neat? It can't be any further than 600 feet from here. We have a good shot of you there, Pete.
Live television from the moon is now in color.
Okay, Houston, I'm going to move the TV camera now.
But the achievement is short-lived when Alan Bean accidentally points the camera at the sun and burns out its video tube.
Pete and I didn't know that, and so when it burns out, we're standing around not knowing why. Now, the people on the ground knew immediately why, but they never told us. They never said, you pointed it at the sun, it's ruined forever.
Al, we have a pretty bright image on that TV. Could you either move it or stop it down? That's as far as it goes, Houston. How does that look to you? No, it still is the same, Al.
Big disappointment to all of us and everyone on Earth. Someone told me one day, they said, there's one thing good about it that came out of it. We used to have discussions that maybe we shouldn't have a TV. They said, after your mission, never had that discussion anymore. Everybody agreed we needed TV.
NASA closes out the 60s by landing humans on the moon. Not once, but twice. The third attempt comes to be known as NASA's most successful failure.
Okay, Houston, we've had a problem here. That's one small step for man.
It's pretty indelible. I remember sitting in my parents' bedroom in front of the old black and white Zenith. It was truly an incredible moment, and I knew that I was witnessing something that was absolutely a turning point in human history.
One giant leap for mankind.
Apollo 13, the third planned moon landing. Commander Jim Lovell's second trip to the moon. This time, He'll not only orbit the lunar surface, but also leave his footprints in its powdery dust.
Houston, we've had a problem.
But instead of describing a lunar landscape, Lovell finds himself halfway to the moon, talking with Mission Control about his dying command module.
Main B bus undervolt.
Roger, main B undervolt. Stand by 13, we're looking at it.
Electrical power is disrupted, and readings in the capsule and at Mission Control don't jibe. Then Lovell sees something out his window.
It looks to me, looking out the hatch, that we are venting something. We are venting something out into space.
The explosion of an oxygen tank in the service module has damaged several key systems. The astronauts must scour 24 instruments, 40 alarm indicators, 71 lights, and 566 switches to regain control of their spacecraft.
With the loss of oxygen, because we used oxygen to produce electricity, all of our electrical power would quit. And when that happened, because we controlled our engine by means of electrical power, we'd lose the entire propulsion system. And so, you know, essentially it took a while for all that to sink in, that it dawned on me that we were in very serious trouble.
The crew of Apollo 13 never gets the chance to land on the moon. They can only slingshot around it and, with their lunar module Aquarius as their lifeboat, hope to make their way safely back to Earth.
We had to invent ways to navigate. We had to find ways to stretch the electrical power. Our crew was suffocating. We had to find ways to remove the carbon dioxide so the crew wouldn't suffer from CO2 poisoning.
We never had discussed the possibility of not surviving or getting back to the Earth. It was probably in all of our minds, but we were working hard to figure out what we had to work with and what we had to do to get back.
The command module, shut down and unheated for 3 days, would now have to be restarted. Condensation is everywhere.
The whole instrument panel was covered with water, and of course I knew that there was water probably behind the panel on all the wiring harnesses, and so we worried about electric shorts. We were virtually going down rows and pushing in circuit breakers. We figured the best we could do is we started down the row and started smelling. You can smell an electric short. We'd back up and pull some out and hope we could quickly isolate which was the culprit.
But there are no shorts, due perhaps to the capsule redesign after the Apollo 1 fire. Sealing the electrical connections also means they're now waterproof for landing.
Let's get it. Farewell, Aquarius. We thank you.
After its harrowing 6-day ordeal, Apollo 13 safely splashes down in the Pacific. The moon landing mission may have failed, but Flight Director Gene Kranz remembers it as the space team's finest hour.
NASA, contractor, people out in subcontractors, in the test facilities, and individual. It was really, really amazing to be at the point of the spear and watch this team perform basically against all odds and to come up with solutions that we had never trained or thought about before.
While just getting to the moon can prove difficult, landing on its dusty, boulder-strewn, cratered surface is even more problematic. A lunar lander must maneuver like a helicopter, with its rotors replaced by rocket engines. Training with the LEM in Earth's atmosphere is impossible, so the Lunar Lander Research Vehicle is used. The Apollo astronauts call it the Flying Bedstead. To simulate the 1/6 gravity of the moon, the LLRV's central jet engine supports most of the vehicle's weight. But flying the LLRV is dangerous. On the afternoon of May 6, 1968, the craft nearly kills Neil Armstrong. Astronaut Bill Anders had flown the same vehicle just hours earlier.
The thing flamed out. The attitude control system ran out of fuel, and so Neil was flopping around there and just managed to get out of it. Well, he was very lucky because this thing was just on its main engine with no attitude control, and was getting close to the ground, and it just kind of rolled out, and Neil looked like he came out of the Fireball. And it did look like he went back into the Fireball when with his parachute, but he landed just beyond it.
4 of these earthbound trainers are used. 3 will crash, but the actual lunar modules land safely every time.
There's good dust. Okay, down, looking great. 60 seconds. 40 feet. 3 feet per second.
America's first astronaut, Alan Shepard, returns to spaceflight 10 years later to command Apollo 14's LEM and Terry's to a skillful set-down.
We're on the surface. Okay, we made a good landing.
Apollo 14 is on the moon almost 34 hours. About a third of that time is spent moonwalking in the lunar highlands.
Certainly the Fra Mauro area where we landed was an interesting place, and with far more relief up and down of the terrain than the earlier flights, which also made the navigation a little more difficult. Particularly, it was kind of like wandering around in the sand dunes, and one sand dune looks about like the other. So finding our landmarks that the geologists wanted us to find as we did our traverse on foot to Cone Crater was difficult.
I'm going to try an old sand trap shot here.
But Shepard manages a few seconds to become not only America's first man in space, but also its first golfer.
Miles and miles and miles.
2 miles is all the Apollo 14 astronauts are able to walk during their 2 EVAs. But the next mission will have wheels.
This is really a rock and roll ride, isn't it? That's one small step for man. Beautiful, beautiful. Isn't that something?
I was in Orlando in my parents' house, and as the first pictures came through, we were of course all just very enthusiastic and enthralled with what was happening.
One, science leap for mankind. Okay, Houston, as I stand out here in the wonders of the unknown at Hadley, I try to realize there's a fundamental truth to our nature. Man must explore.
When Apollo 15 Commander Dave Scott descends the LEM's ladder 2 years after Neil Armstrong, he achieves his own first. Scott climbs aboard the first lunar rover with crewmate Jim Irwin, and as space's first motorist, proceeds to peel out.
This is really a rock and roll ride, isn't it? Never been on a ride like this before. Oh boy. I'm glad they got this great suspension system on this thing.
More than just a toy, the moon buggy is a science platform, allowing astronauts to venture farther from the LEM than the previous 3 Apollo missions. During 10.5 hours, Scott and Irwin cover 17 miles and examine many interesting sights.
A boulder exposed to the surface here, which has got layering within it. It's been weathered away apparently, and just the surface top is exposed, but the boulder must be about a meter long with 2 to 3 inch layers in it.
Working in a suit is very fatiguing. You don't get the food, the water, the rest. So actually we were not only probing the boundaries of geology and exploration, we were also probing the boundaries of human performance. The Apollo 15 mission really took us back to the drawing board in several areas to look at how we train crews and how we provide them adequate nutrition and hydration and all of these things.
Hey, John, this is perfect with the LEM and the rover and you and Stone Mountain and the old flag. Come on out here and give me a salute. Big Navy salute.
In the summer of 1972, Apollo 16 astronauts John Young and Charlie Duke spend 20 hours searching for volcanic rock in the Descartes Highlands.
Charlie, such form. Oh, Stephen. How about that? I'm going out for the ballet when I get back.
You learn another line of work up here.
Because of the geological diversity of the moon, they wanted to get some samples from the mountains of the moon, if you will, or the highlands, which was a considerable elevation above the Luna Mare.
That is the most beautiful sight. What's that? You're standing there on the rim of that crater.
Well, it's great to have a lunar rover. When you turn wheels, the front wheels would go this way and the rear wheels would go that way. So you could turn in your own diameter. And because of all the holes on the moon, you need to be able to do that.
Ah, here he comes, folks. He's got the hammer out. I knew he couldn't resist.
I don't know if this will work or not, Shirley, but it couldn't pick a better spot.
Here we go. Hot dog. He did it. It's a very friable rock, apparently, Houston.
Okay, outstanding.
Science was certainly in the front seat. Of the 6 landings on the moon, the last 3, I think, were devoted completely to the science of it.
We'll sample right there and get you a scoopful of this underlying regolith.
There'll be just one more flight to the moon. Apollo 17 lifts off in the midnight hour of December 7th, 1972.
My God, it was like the sun coming up in the middle of the night. I mean, all of a sudden, this golden light, this flame that was the color of a sunrise, just exploding and filling the sky and filling my field of view, and in silence seeing this rocket ascend, and then without anticipating it, this roar of sound that just swept over us. It was absolutely spectacular. I mean, I've seen launches since then, but I don't think anything can compare with knowing that you're seeing 3 people who are on their way to the moon.
Okay, stand by for pitch over. Oh, are we coming in? Oh, baby. And there it is, Houston. There's Camelot. Wide on target. I see it.
Being the last mission, we built on all the other missions before us. And so our landing site was in the northeastern edge of the moon, which was off-center. We landed in a valley, the Valley of Torres Litro, that was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, higher than a Grand Canyon is deep. About, I don't know, give or take 20 miles long and maybe 5 miles across.
Okay, Houston, the Challenger has landed.
Roger, Challenger, that's super.
Houston, you can tell America that Challenger is at Torres Litro.
We landed within a couple hundred feet of our landing site. Pretty exciting.
Hippity hopping over hill and dale. Da 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 da. Hippity hopping along.
If America's moon missions must end with Apollo 17, Commander Gene Cernan makes it memorable.
Can you use the other end against the right side of the rock? I'll press it. Oh.
His partner, Jack Schmidt, is the only trained geologist to fly to the moon. At times, his mission zeal overtakes his ability to traverse the terrain.
No, dadgummit. Well,
hey, Gene, would you go over and help twinkle toes, please, Gene?
Really?
Well, working on the moon is a lot of fun. I mean, it's like walking around on a giant trampoline all the time, and you're just as strong as you were here on Earth, but you don't weigh as much. You only weigh 1/6 of what you weigh on the moon, even with a suit. In the backpack, my total weight was only 61 pounds.
Cernan has been to space twice before, including on Apollo 10's lunar orbit checkout of the LEM. Yet Cernan is awestruck by this valley and what hangs in the pitch-black sky overhead.
You have to pinch yourself when you're on the moon. Am I really here at this point in time in space? And the answer is yes, but it's almost like you're in the middle of some science fiction plot, because back there is the Earth, the multicolored blues of the oceans and the whites of the snow and the cloud you see from pole to pole, across oceans. Every 12 hours you look at the other side of the world. It truly is an ongoing, overpowering experience.
Meanwhile, Schmidt finds unexpected color in the gray moonscape.
There is orange soil. Well, don't move it till I see it. It's all over. Orange. Don't move it till I see it. I've stirred it up with my feet. Hey, it is. I can see it from here. It's orange.
Once it was back in the laboratory, everyone realized it was volcanic material that had been erupted in the valley and somehow protected for 3.5 billion years without getting mixed up with everything else. And it has become a very, very important sample, an increasingly important sample in trying to decipher what the actual origin of the moon might be.
The next day, Cernan ends Apollo 17's 75-hour sortie as the last man on the moon.
This valley of history has seen mankind complete its first evolutionary steps into the universe, leaving the planet Earth and going forward into the universe. I think no more significant contribution has Apollo made to history. It's not often that you can foretell history, but I think we can in this case.
When I left the moon and made those final steps, look back down, and at my last footstep on the moon, I'm not coming this way again. I wanted to stop the clock. I wanted to push the freeze button. I needed time to try and understand where I've been and what I've done, what the last 75 hours have meant to me, have meant to you. Was the risk worth what I have just, whatever it was I've just done and wherever I've been? I couldn't stop the clock and look back at the Earth and came to the conclusion, you know, I don't know what it all means yet, but I've been lucky.
On December 14th, 1972, human exploration of the moon is ceased.
2, 1, ignition. Right away, Houston.
What I felt was a sense of disappointment at a great adventure that was ending before its time. And also the sense of a grand human adventure that had ended too soon. We had just begun to scratch the surface of what the moon could tell us. And we go there and we can actually turn the pages in the earliest history of the solar system, which is recorded on the moon like no other place in the solar system.
Apollo really was a blip in human history in a number of ways, but it was an anomaly that I think the country will never forget, the world will never forget. I think it was worth it, not only for in the geopolitical context, which is what drove the whole thing, but also from the exploration context.
I am not the last man to have walked on the moon. Maybe the last man of Apollo, maybe the last man of the 20th century, but not the last person, not the last man or possibly the last woman to have walked on the moon.
Today, the moon is again coming within our grasp. And again, 40 years later, Apollo will help us reach it. A new generation of moon machines is being built and tested. Many of the new designs are directly descended from Apollo hardware, including the lunar lander. Engineers are eager to hear from the man who flew the first one to land.
And I don't know exactly where this CG is and so on, but sometimes the amount of motion that you get at the cockpit is different than the amount that the footpads are seeing by a substantial margin. And you have to get a sense of that to know how careful you have to be up on top to make sure the bottom is doing the right thing.
The next generation lunar rover will bear little resemblance to the Apollo buggy. Its explorers will drive the moonscape in shirt sleeves.
The key thing about this vehicle is it's a small pressurized rover, so we actually live in the vehicle under pressure. The suits are hanging off the back on devices called suit ports. What we do is we literally open a hatch inside the vehicle, open the back hatch of the suit, step into the suit, and 10 minutes later we're boots on the surface sampling rocks. In an Apollo-style unpressurized rover, you've got 8 hours of consumables in your suit, so you have to go out and turn around and come back at the end of each day, whereas here we're going to live in it.
The next astronauts to make footprints in the lunar dust will stay longer, explore farther, and learn more than ever hoped for on July 20th, 1969, when Apollo 11 changed the world forever.
It's something that I always hoped would happen in my lifetime, and to see it happening now, to potentially be a part of it, and whether it's my foot on the moon or one of my classmates or somebody from my generation is going to do it, and I think it's great.
We did a lot of great work in the 1960s and 70s when we went to the moon, but unfortunately we didn't stay there very long. Now, with our experience, especially under the belt of what we got from the International Space Station and the capability that the Crew Exploration Vehicle gives us, we can actually really explore the moon. It's a whole new planet, a whole new world to go explore. And we've only been to 6 little small spots on it. Now we can go more places. We have a chance to stay there longer.
The human endeavor which people put forth to get us to the moon is the human endeavor we once again need. The spirit of Apollo, the legacy of Apollo, is that human endeavor to do what has never been done before, to reach further than we've ever reached before. To be willing to try, to not be deterred by failure. That's what Apollo was all about.
And as the centuries unfold, we'll go many, many places, but this is the first, and this needs to be remembered as one of the wonderful things of the 20th century. It is a great adventure.
In 1943, it was one of our strategic aims to draw as many German forces as possible away from the Russian front and French coastal areas and to contain them on the Italian peninsula while liberating as much of Italy as might be possible with the means at our disposal. As the bulk of our supplies was directed to England for the forthcoming invasion, operations in Italy had to be conducted on an extremely limited scale. Thus it came about that during the winter months, the number of Allied divisions in Italy was greatly reduced. Yet so determined was their effort that they succeeded in holding in Italy a very large number of German divisions during the pre-invasion period. San Pietro in the 5th Army sector was the key to the Liri Valley. We knew it, and the enemy knew it. We had to take it, even though the immediate cost would be high. We took it, and the cost in relation to the later advance was not excessive. By its very nature, this success worked bitter hardships upon each individual soldier, calling for the full measure of his courage and devotion. The response of our 5th Army troops provides an inspiring page in our military history. To these individuals, living and dead, and to those who now continue in their tradition, this picture is dedicated.
Valley lies in the Italian Midland, some 60 miles northwest of Naples to some 40 miles southeast of Rome. A wide, flat corridor enclosed between four walls of mountains. In winter, the highest peaks of the Liri Range ascend into the snows, but the valley floor with its olive groves and ancient vines, its crops of wheat and corn, is green the year around. That is, in normal times. Last year was a bad year for grapes and olives, and the fall planting was late. Many fields lay fallow. There are two ways from the south into the valley. One, a narrow pass. The other, a high, scenic road over the mountains. They converge before the site of the ancient village of San Pietro, which for 700 years has stood at the threshold of Liri Valley, welcoming the traveler. The stones of its walls were quarried out of the parent hill from whose slopes it rises. Population 1,412 at the last census. A farming community. Patron saint, Peter. Point of interest, St. Peter's, 1438. Note, interesting treatment of chancel. From the end of October 1943 until the middle of December, San Pietro and the surrounding ground was the scene of some of the bitterest fighting on our Fifth Army front. The Italian campaign had entered its second phase, the push forward again, after a static period brought on by heavy seasonal rains. Our battle lines were haphazard as the terrain itself, with its flood-swollen rivers that twisted back and forth across our line of march so that each river seemed like five. And where there was no river to cross, a mountain blocked our going, each peak ahead being a few meters higher than the last we had won, so that each new peak had to be fought for, the hard, uphill way, with the enemy looking down our throats. They had had time to fortify and camouflage their positions. No amount of artillery fire or aerial bombardment could force them to withdraw. That was for the infantry to do, employing those weapons that confine and destroy life in narrow trenches, caves, and fighting holes. It was up to the man with the rifle, the man under fire from all weapons, the man whose way all our weapons, land, air, and sea, serve only to prepare. It was up to the foot soldier to attack a hidden enemy over ground that was sown with mines, the anti-personnel S-mines that fly up at a footfall to explode beneath the groin. Nowhere along the entire front were enemy preparations more elaborate than in the San Pietro area. For San Pietro stands at the threshold of Liri Valley, and through Liri Valley, wide and level, runs the most highly prized length of road south of Rome. By early December, we had taken and were holding high ground to the northeast, east, and south of San Pietro, the Camino Maggiore hill mass being last to fall. An Italian brigade under Allied command had made a vain attempt to capture Mount Lungo, possession of which would have acted greatly to our benefit in the impending action. The Italians were all but annihilated. In view of their excessive losses, further operations against Mount Lungo's strategic heights were abandoned. And it was decided to make a direct frontal assault on enemy positions in and around San Pietro. Elements of the 36th Texas Infantry Division were rotated from position to position, overlooking the valley, so the troops might study the terrain ahead from various viewpoints. Patrol activity was continuous. Day and night, units went out to reconnoiter the ground, draw fire, take prisoners, thus adding to the sum of our information about the enemy. High points, Mount Lungo's 351 and Mount Simucro's 1205 and 950 were all manned in force. The town itself was strongly garrisoned, with numerous mortar, machine gun, and heavy weapon emplacements. 4 enemy battalions were dug into a line of connecting trenches and mutually supporting pillboxes in depth that extended from the base of Mount Lungo, northeast across the valley floor to the base of Mount Sammucro. Another battalion was organized to defend the high ground northwest of San Pietro. Areas before these positions were heavily mined and held a confusion of barbed wire and booby traps. On the afternoon before, D-Day and H-Hour were communicated to battalion commanders. December 8th, at 0620 hours, the 1st Battalion of the 143rd Infantry Regiment to attack the summit of 1205, having moved up the mountain under cover of darkness, and upon achieving its objective to attack along the ridge to a point northwest of San Pietro. The 3rd Ranger Battalion likewise to attack 950, another feature of the Mount Sammucro hill mass. The 2nd Battalion of the 143rd to attack over the terraced olive orchards northeast of San Pietro. The 3rd Battalion acting in support to follow the 2nd at 400 yards. Of the original force to establish the beachhead at Salerno, the 143rd had since spent all but a fortnight in action under extremely bitter weather conditions. At Salerno, at the Volturno crossing, it had taken mortal punishment. The task ahead promised no less bloodshed, yet it was undertaken in good spirits and high confidence. The 1st Battalion began the long, rugged climb up Mount Sammucro. As night fell, our artillery opened up, and throughout the night hours, intense fire was laid down on the enemy's main line of resistance. It had rained most of the night, and it was raining at H-Hour when the 2nd and 3rd Battalions crossed the line of departure. Some 200 yards forward, they encountered mines and automatic fire from pillboxes. Artillery were deadly accurate by reason of excellent enemy observation from Mount Lungo, overlooking our advance, which continued another 200 to 400 yards. Many men gave their lives in attempts to reach pillboxes and throw hand grenades through the narrow gun openings. The 3rd Battalion was committed. But the advance never got more than 600 yards past the line of departure. Our initial assault on San Pietro had been repulsed with heavy casualties. The attack on Hill 1205, however, was a brilliant success. Leading elements of the 1st Battalion had gained the summit of the objective before a strongly entrenched enemy knew that an assault was in progress. To the right of 1205, the 3rd Ranger Battalion had also captured its objective, but only after successive attacks and costly casualties. For on 950, the enemy was not taken unaware. Counterattacks were to be expected on both 1205 and 950. They were not long developing. The first was launched during the early daylight hours, and even as it was beaten off, another took form. Day and night they followed in unremitting violence. The toll of enemy dead mounted with each new attempt. But German prisoners captured on 1205 and 950 said they had been ordered to retake those positions at all cost. In addition to defending Hill 1205, the 1st Battalion, obedient to the field order, undertook the reduction of enemy defenses which were organized along the ridge running west. On the 12th of December, the 1st Battalion was reinforced by the 504th Parachute Battalion, which took over and maintained the defenses of 1205 and 950, thereby enabling the 1st Battalion to throw its entire remaining strength into the assault along the ridge. But the 1st strength had dwindled and shrunk in the 5 days past, and there was now a question as to whether its existing numbers were sufficient to prevail. Reports during the night of the 14th of December stated that the enemy was offering bitter resistance and that the issue was in grave doubt. Meanwhile, on the olive terraces below, the 2nd and 3rd Battalions had twice again attempted to reach their objective. Both times they had come up against a wall of automatic weapon, mortar, and artillery fire. Volunteer patrols made desperate attempts to reach enemy positions and reduce strong points. Not a single member of any such patrol ever came back alive. Our attacking forces were furnished excellent aerial cover by Allied fighter patrols. But now and then, enemy planes were able to slip through and to bomb and strafe our positions, which to all purposes had remained unchanged since the first day. To break the deadlock, orders were given for a coordinated divisional attack. The 2nd and 3rd Battalions of the 143rd to proceed in the execution of the original orders. Acting in conjunction, Company A of the 753rd Tank Battalion to attack San Pietro from the east over the high road. 1 battalion of the 141st to attack over the flat valley floor. After nightfall on D-Day, the 142nd Infantry Regiment to attack Mount Lungo. The earlier decision not to attack those strategic heights having been reversed in view of the present critical situation. In preparation for the attack, all 5th Army artillery within range, including tanks and all tracks, was directed against San Pietro and the surrounding area. H hour, 1200 hours. D-Day, the 15th of December. The 141st Infantry advanced some 400 yards from its line of departure, to be borne down and held powerless under the weight of enemy fire. The 2nd and 3rd Battalions of the 143rd advanced some 100 yards beyond their former positions to a point almost directly before forward enemy defenses. And for the 3rd time, they were forced to take such cover as the quaking earth could offer. And the tanks. Orders were for them to enter the town and to locate and destroy the heavy weapons there, which were leveled against our attacking foot soldiers. The high road into San Pietro is a narrow mountain road, and from the beginning of its winding descent in the Liri Valley, it was under direct enemy observation. "16 tanks started down that road. 3 reached the outskirts of the town. Of these, 2 were destroyed, and 1 was missing. 5 tanks were immobilized behind enemy lines, their crews having to abandon them. 5 tanks hit enemy mines within our lines and were thereupon destroyed by enemy gunfire. 4 tanks returned to the bivouac area. After dark, 2 companies, 1 from the 2nd Battalion and 1 from the 3rd, finally succeeded in penetrating enemy positions before San Pietro. But receiving both frontal and flanking fire, they were forced to retire. Company E having been reduced in strength to a handful of riflemen, and Company L faring little better. On the Mount Samocro Ridge, the 1st Battalion fought its way to within a few hundred yards of the objective. But it had paid for ground gained at the rate of a man a yard, and it did not have strength to carry the fight any further forward. On Mount Lungo, however, despite bitter resistance, battalions of the 142nd in successive waves kept pushing upwards until, in the early daylight hours of the 16th of December, its foot soldiers had gained the summit and were wiping up what remained of a stubborn enemy. And that height proved to be a key position in the enemy plan of defense, for even as Mount Lungo fell, the enemy throughout the San Pietro area made preparations to withdraw. Almost invariably, the enemy will counterattack to cover a withdrawal. The first violent thrust was delivered within a few hours. And thereafter, counterattacks came in waves, the roar of the last mingling with the rush and fury of the next to break. Many companies lost all their officers. Enlisted men came forward as inspirational leaders to rally their battered companies into resisting yet one more onslaught. Our own artillery was brought to fall within 100 yards of our front-line elements. After 5 hours, during which the earth never ceased to tremble, counterattacks ended, indicating that the withdrawal of the enemy's main body had commenced. an effort to maintain contact with the enemy, our patrols immediately pushed ahead. Entering the town, they discovered that San Pietro was ours for the taking. The 2nd and 3rd battalions, less than a rifle company in strength, weary to death who were alive, stumbled forward past San Pietro to consolidate gains and re-establish contact with the enemy, now taking up new positions some 5 kilometers beyond. That is the broad shape of the Battle of San Pietro, which was but the first of many battles in the Erie Valley. It was a very costly battle. After the battle, the 143rd Infantry Regiment alone required 1,100 replacements. The lives lost were precious lives to their country, to their loved ones, and to the men themselves. For the living of the 143rd Infantry Regiment, more than 100 decorations for acts of valor above and beyond the call of duty. Many among these you see alive here have since joined the ranks of their brothers in arms who fell at San Pietro. For ahead lay San Vittore and the Rapido River and Cassino, and beyond Cassino more rivers and more mountains and more towns, more San Pietros, greater or lesser, 1,000 more. As the battle passed over and beyond San Pietro, westward, townspeople began to appear, coming out of their caves in the mountains where they had stayed in hiding during the enemy occupation. They were mostly old people and children. Townspeople were warned against enemy mines and booby traps, which were in the process of being cleared. Children are able to forget quickly. Yesterday they wept. Today there are smiles and even laughter. Tomorrow it will be as though the bad things had never happened. Living was resumed in San Pietro. Our prime military aim being to engage and defeat the enemy, the capture of the town itself and the liberation of its people is of an incidental nature. But the people in their military innocence look upon us solely as their deliverers. It was to free them and their farmlands that we came. Behind our lines, southwest of the sea, the fields are green with growing crops planted after our coming by other people of other towns who believed likewise. The new won earth at San Pietro was plowed and sown. It should yield a good harvest this year. And the people prayed to their patron saint to intercede with God in behalf of those who came, delivered them, and passed on to the north with the passing battle.
On a Sunday afternoon in 1936, a young boy and his father played hooky from church and took a sightseeing trip in a Ford Trimotor over Warren, Ohio. The young boy was impressed and soon was flying in the back seat of an Aeronca Champion. However, it was not long until he was in the front seat and at the controls himself. At 16, the age most boys are working on their driver's license, he obtained his pilot's license. So began the aeronautical career of Neil Alden Armstrong. Like a lot of flyers, Neil continued his airplane education with the assistance of the government. He interrupted his formal education at Purdue to study at the Annapolis of the Air, Pensacola, where he majored in SNJs. It was here that he sharpened the skills of his trade, and it was not too long before he got a chance to use those skills. During the Korean conflict, Neil flew over 75 combat missions, earning several medals for his exploits. But not all of these ended happily. One flight concluded with Neil nursing a leaking F-9 to a soggy rice paddy in South Korea. After Korea, he resumed his studies at Purdue and graduated in 1955. Later, he became a research pilot at NASA's Flight Research Center in Southern California. Here, he flew almost all of the Century series of jet fighters. The F-100, the F-101, the F-102, the F-104, and the F-105. He also piloted the F-5D, the KC-135, and the B-47. During this time, he served as launch pilot on the extensively modified B-29 that was used to air launch the X-1E. He also flew the X-5, the first aircraft capable of sweeping its wings in flight, a technique in use on the F-14 and B-1 of today. While at the Flight Research Center, Neil made several flights in the X-1B, a rocket-powered airplane that eventually reached speeds up to 1,600 miles an hour. And in 1958, he was named as one of the original 7 pilots for the X-15 program, which was later acclaimed as the most successful of the rocket-powered research aircraft. Specializing in stability and control, Neil worked closely with engineers in developing an adaptive flight control system that would eventually allow the X-15 to fly to near orbital altitudes. He piloted the first 4 flights on this system in the number 3 X-15 and later received the AIAA's prestigious Octave Chanute Award for this effort. Although originally developed in the early 1950s to increase man's knowledge of hypersonic aeronautics, manned spaceflight was the immediate beneficiary of the X-15 flight research program. The program dramatically demonstrated the capability of the human pilot for employing a fantastic variety of acquired skills in sensing, judging, and coping with the unexpected. The X-15 was air-launched as far as 300 miles from its destination. The rocket engine would only burn for 90 seconds until its fuel was exhausted, and the aircraft would continue its climb ballistically to altitudes in excess of 300,000 feet and speeds over 6 times the speed of sound. Yet, barring any unforeseen mechanical problems, the pilots were almost always able to maneuver their hypersonic glider to a landing within 1,000 feet of their intended mark. In the early 1960s, Neil became involved with the development and testing of a new concept that was being considered for use as a possible method of recovering both manned and unmanned spacecraft. Although the concept showed promise, subsequent testing revealed operational problems that made the paraglider more suitable for hang gliders rather than spacecraft recovery. It was during this same time period that Neil, flying a prototype jet fighter, developed a technique for the abort rescue of a new manned spacecraft under consideration. It was called the X-20 Dinosaur and was to have been built for the U.S. Air Force. It would have been launched into space using a Titan III booster. Once in spaceflight, the X-20 would orbit the Earth using a principle called dynamic soaring, developed originally by the Germans during World War II as a method of bombing New York. Once the speed decreased, the spacecraft would re-enter the Earth's atmosphere and land like a simple glider. After serving as a member of the original X-20 pilot team, Neil was named in the second astronaut selection in 1962. His first flight assignment came with fellow astronaut Dave Scott as the crew of Gemini 8. On March 16, 1966, the Agena target vehicle roared into orbit. One revolution later, Gemini 8 lifted off the launch pad. Six hours later, the first docking in space had occurred. But after 30 minutes of docked flight, the two joined spacecraft began to tumble. Assuming the problem to be with the unmanned Agena, Neil undocked and separated the two spacecraft. Unfortunately, the problem was on board Gemini, which began to tumble even more violently, completing a full revolution every second. Using backup controls, the two astronauts were able to make an emergency re-entry flight path over China, and the crippled Gemini made an early splashdown in the Pacific. Back on Earth, Neil began to train for his Apollo 11 mission with flights in the Lunar Landing Research Vehicle. This strange-looking craft would help train him for the actual landing. But these flights were not without their problems. In May of 1966, a loss of helium pressure caused a premature shutdown of the flight controls, and Neil ejected. Fortunately, he was not seriously injured, and the accident had minor impact on the upcoming mission. Preparations for the Apollo 11 flight otherwise went forward without serious delays. On July 16, 1969, at 4:15 in the morning, Neil was awakened. At 5:30, after a breakfast of orange juice, steak, scrambled eggs, toast, and coffee, he and his two crewmen, Mike Collins and Buzz Aldrin, began to suit up for their historic trip. At 6:27, the trio departed in their van for the 8-mile trip to the launch pad. Almost 10 seconds before liftoff, the first of the Saturn V's first stage engines ignited. From the viewing stands 3.5 miles away, the flames appeared as a bright yellow-orange star on the horizon. Soon, the other 4 engines fired, and the light of the engines became a huge fireball that lit the scene like a rising sun.
Tower clear. On your roll.
On schedule to within less than a second, Apollo 11 blasted off from Pad 39A at Cape Kennedy, Florida, to start what has been called the greatest single step in human history, a trip to the moon, a manned landing, and return to Earth. 4 days into the mission, already in lunar orbit, the crew began final preparations.
185. 6 forward. 60 seconds. Lights on. 6. Down 2.5. Forward. Forward. 40 feet down 2.5. Picking up some dust. 30 feet, 2.5 down. Straight shadow. 4 forward. 4 forward. Drift into the right a little. 6. Down 1/2. We copy you down, Eagle. Houston, the Eagle has landed.
Okay, Neil, we can see you coming down the ladder now. Buzz, this is Houston, F2, 1/160th second for shadow photography on the sequence camera. Yeah, I'm going to step off the limb now. I'm at the foot of the ladder. The limb footbeds are only depressed in the surface about 1 or 2 inches. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Every so often we have to check the animal's ID or chub up the animal for some reason. That's the typical chatter the animals make when they're a little upset. So we have the animals in this lower nest box, and since they do bite, we do have to wear leather gloves, and we use this hammer cage. The animals are pretty good about going right into the cage with some little coaxing. So for her, I just need to double check her transponder ID. And just have to be careful not to get bit. I'm also just doing an overall body check of the animal. We typically do this as well when it's time for breeding season. This is how we handle the animals. We give them their vaccines through this cage by kind of squeezing them gently with our gloved hand. And we can also just do an overall body check, make sure there's no swelling, no dental abscess, and overall health of the animal. Hopefully she won't come flying out of here. This is our transponder reader, so we get our reading and we can match that up on her record form, and we can see this is the exact animal we need it to be. And then let the animal go back in the cage. There you go.
Okay, now go ahead and feed. Okay, now hold it. Okay.
Oop, there they go. Roll.
Oh dear, the movers will be here any minute and I haven't finished packing.
How are we going to get our truck in there, pal?
Just leaves it to me, chum.
beautiful doll like you, babe.
But I haven't finished packing yet.
That's all right, miss. I'll pack for you.
Oh, thank you.
There you are. Dish is all packed.
Oh, you're a fast one.
Oh, yeah? Watch me pack.
Oh, you're wonderful.
Why, that little show-off. Get a load of this, babe.
Oh, what a man.
Why, that dirty double-crosser.
I sure got rid of that rut.
Bravo, bravo, you're Superman.
Okay, wise guy. Catch that. And that. And that.
Oh, you're terrific.
The job I did finish, 'cause I ate space spinach. I'm Popeye the Moving Man.
And here it is, the greatest advance in television since color television itself. The ultimate in performance and convenience. 7-function remote control color television, so beautiful it enhances any decor. Clean, modern styling. No knobs or gadgets in sight. Superb cabinetry, master crafted of the finest woods. But the outstanding feature of this great new color set, the one big feature that sets it apart, is an amazing new wireless wizard electronic remote control. So perfected, you can operate every control, all 7 functions, and each function is completely variable. Tint, color, brightness, volume, fine tuning, channel selection, on/off. You can tune either with the remote unit from your easy chair or use the push button panel in the cabinet. Here, hidden, is the push button panel. It operates exactly in the same way as the wireless remote unit. These rocker bars control all of the necessary tuning functions. To use the 7-function wireless wizard remote control, turn on the power for the remote amplifier at the set. From then on, the set is operative on remote push-button tuning. This red button lights up and signals that the remote amplifier is on and ready for use. Take the remote unit from its handy storage space, and you're set for hours of pure pleasure. Enjoy your favorite programs, black and white or color. Turn the set on, select your channel, see all color shows in living color. Once you've adjusted fine-tuning for each channel, you never need touch fine-tuning again, either at the set or on the remote unit. But if you want, touch, and you can adjust fine-tuning to suit your taste at any time. If you overtune on this or any other control, just push the companion button to reverse the direction of the control. In the same way, press this rocker bar to adjust the color, variable all the way from black and white to maximum color intensity. To adjust the tint control for natural face tones, press the right rocker bar, or the left. Lets you enjoy the picture you want, the way you want to see it. Right at your fingertips, adjust brightness, lighter, darker. Like all the controls on this remote unit, the volume is fully variable. Select any volume you want. Should the telephone ring or guests arrive, and you want to lower the sound for conversation, turn the volume down to your taste. Or surround yourself with room-filling 4-speaker sound. To change channels, press this bar. See all regular programs in crisp, clear, black and white. This selector button changes channels clockwise, in ascending order, to pre-selected local channels. While this front window channel indicator lets you know at a glance what channel you're viewing, even from across the room. This button changes channels counterclockwise to lower numbered stations. When you want to turn off picture and sound, just press this button. It turns off the set amplifier, but the separate remote control amplifier is still on, ready for you to return to any later program you wish to see. To turn off this separate remote amplifier, press this button on the push button panel. When the red pilot light is extinguished, you know both amplifiers are turned off. Yes, here is the ultimate in television, a supreme achievement in television engineering. A color set that puts RCA Victor years ahead in dependable performance, armchair convenience, luxurious styling. A set where the pride of ownership is truly second only to the pleasure.
Through the years, RCA Victor has built a tradition of continually introducing new ideas and products to bring new thrills and pleasures to millions in home entertainment. In keeping with that tradition, RCA Victor now offers a completely new development for new listening enjoyment with tape. Watch this. How long do you think it takes the average person to take off one tape and thread in a new one? 2 2/5 seconds? 32 1/5? Or 1 minute and 10 seconds? Let's find out. Ready, set, go. 2 2/5 seconds exactly. How did she do it? Here's how. The new RCA Victor conceived, developed, and designed tape cartridge for easy magazine loading to make playing a tape as simple as or even easier than playing a record. Simple, convenient, practical. The first truly sensible approach to tape. But that's only part of the story. The new cartridge cuts basic tape costs to 1/4 of what they used to be for the same playing time. And here's how. The old reel-type stereo tapes carried 2 soundtracks, 1 for each speaker system. The new cartridge tape carries not just 2, but 4 tracks, 2 in each direction for stereo or 4 tracks for monaural, giving twice the playing time for the same length of tape. For monaural home recording, all 4 tracks can be used, giving 4 times the playing time, giving you more uninterrupted music than is possible from a full stack of 45 RPM records on an automatic phonograph. And there's even more. On the old type tape recorders, the slowest speed at which music could be satisfactorily recorded and played was 7 1/2 inches per second. But now, high fidelity music at the new low speed of only 3 3/4 inches per second, made possible by the development of precision-controlled RCA Victor sound heads and precision-balanced motors, the product of 4 1/2 years of research, and to be manufactured in RCA Victor's own Cambridge, Ohio factory. 1 whole hour of stereophonic music or 2 hours monaural in a single tape cartridge. In the past, stereophonic tapes, like this one, gave about 36 minutes of music and cost about as much as 3 LP records. But with the new tape cartridge with easy magazine loading, living stereo will be available at a cost of a little more than 1 LP record. Along with the new tape cartridge goes a complete line of brand new RCA Victor tape cartridge recorders and players in a complete price range to put the ultimate in high fidelity music listening and home recording pleasure within the reach of everyone. All models both play and record, while all the stereo semi-automatics and fully automatic models record stereophonically as well as monaurally, bringing the new thrill of living stereo to home recording. All models feature a fast forward action as well as a fast reverse for editing and selection. All models also feature an automatic shutoff that turns off the machine when the tape has finished playing. The tape is now completely rewound, ready for playing. No need for rewinding. The new tape cartridge is at all times ready for play. The new RCA Victor Deluxe models include the completely automatic features of reversing and shutting off, playing up to 2 hours of music at the push of one button, making it unnecessary even to turn the cartridge over. Presto, tape reversed, sound head switched to the B track, all without the touch of a hand. And now some more features of the dramatically new RCA development. For easy, convenient indexing, you have first the footage counter, giving you an indication at all times of how much tape has been recorded or played. Second, 2 conveniently located windows to provide a further visual check on how much tape remains on each reel. Third, for easy reference, the first side of each selection is labeled A, while the second side is labeled B. Conveniently packaged in a rugged polystyrene case that keeps the tape protected against damage. A package actually containing twice as much music as is found on the conventional 7-inch pre-recorded tape reel. All in one small, neat cartridge that does not need a spare second reel for winding and rewinding. A simple brake holds the reels firmly, prevents tape unwinding and fouling in shipment or handling, virtually foolproof. When the cartridge is magazine loaded in position to play, the brake is automatically released. 2 easily removable screws permit the cartridge to be opened to edit or repair the tape. No need to worry about your pre-recorded music tapes being accidentally erased. It can't happen. All cartridges include a special feature that makes accidental erasure of pre-recorded tapes impossible. So simple, so convenient, so practical, so easy to use, and with all the unquestioned advantages of tape. Now ready to move the tape recorder out of the closet and into the living room where it belongs, as part of the newest and most exciting home entertainment center for the entire family. One more keenly significant example of RCA's aggressive leadership, playing a vital role in developing a dramatic new product to further and advance a great new industry, the tape cartridge.
Good evening, dear ladies. I am the International. Come a little closer, and I will make the great love to you. Ah, your eyes are like the limpid pools, sparkling in the sunshine. And your lips, they are so red like the ruby. The flowers that bloom in the spring do not compare with your exquisite beauty.
But Olive!
Shush, Popeye. Don't interrupt the International.
But Olive, what about our date? You and me are supposed to go to the movies.
Why, that runt Popeye got here ahead of me. And now I have a surprise for you lovely ladies. One of you shall be selected to have a date with me tonight. So stay at home, for who can tell? You may be the lucky one. Good night. See you later.
Come on, Olive. Let's go out.
No, Popeye. I may have a date with the International.
Good evening. Is this the residence of Mademoiselle Olive Oil?
Oh, it's the International. Oh, wow. Do come in.
I'll show Olive I can be romantical, too. Pardon me, Ellen.
Mademoiselle Olive Oil, citez-vous.
Listen, Olive, you...
Ah, my cherry, nothing shall ever separate us again. Now that we are alone, I shall give you the magnificent kiss.
Olive, don't you remember? You and me has a date tonight.
Huh. You've got some nerve butting in on the International.
We shall take a stroll in the moonlight.
Just a minute. I got a date with Olive.
Ah, you wish to fight the duel for Mademoiselle Olive?
Okay, you asked for it.
Ooh, a duel over me? How perfectly romantical.
Have one.
Oh, thank you.
On guard.
Mademoiselle Olive, you have the date with me.
I'm just like butter in your hands.
Mom, look at all these poor trees.
I know. This used to be a beautiful green forest.
Everything looks so dead around here.
Well, if you look a little closer, you'll see there's really lots of living things.
I bet it used to be pretty here.
It was beautiful.
Mount St. Helens, a 9,677-foot sleeping volcano nestled in the wild abundance of the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest in southwest Washington. Before it began to awake from its slumber in March 1980, Mount St. Helens was indeed surrounded by beautiful, bountiful forests and lakes and streams. From the summit, the views were breathtaking. Below lay Spirit Lake, and in the distance, Mount Rainier. The natural setting was a recreational haven for campers, hikers, picnickers. Thousands of children had their first camping and boating experiences on Spirit Lake at the YMCA's Camp Meehan and other youth camps. Forest Service campgrounds like Bear Cove, Cedar Creek, and Donnybrook provided an inspirational setting for those who would venture into this postcard world. Though a sleeping volcano, Mount St. Helens was active many times in the history of the area, so much so that early Native Americans called it Fire Mountain. Big eruptions were seen as late as the mid-1800s. Then, the mountain seemed to go back to sleep again.
We are directly over Mount St. Helens right now, and there is no question at all that the volcanic activity has begun. You can see smoke and ash pouring from the top of the mountain, especially on the north side of the mountain.
March 27, 1980. Following a series of earthquakes under the mountain during the previous week, Mount St. Helens began to wake up. A 250-foot wide crater opened, spewing ash and steam. It came as no surprise to geologists who had predicted 2 years earlier that Mount St. Helens would erupt before the end of the century. Volcano experts from the government, the University of Washington, and elsewhere rushed in with electronic equipment to measure the slightest twinge.
845.
And a young scientist, David Johnston, of the U.S. Geological Survey, predicted a series of events which would later prove to be incredibly accurate.
In the initial phases, we'd see probably very large eruptions that would extend high into the air. This would spread ash over large areas in western Washington, maybe possibly in an extreme case even farther east. In the near flanks of the volcano, there would be more damage done by possibly hot avalanches, pyroclastic flows. Farther downstream, we could see mud flows and floods.
Because this is such a symmetrical volcano and because the crater is so high, if there's an explosion, it's probable that the debris, the very hot incandescent ash that would come down, could come down all sides. But right now, there's a very great hazard due to the fact that the glacier is breaking up on this side of the volcano, on the north side, and that could produce a very large avalanche hazard.
By early April, the crater had expanded to 1,500 feet wide and continued to grow. The Forest Service had already closed portions of the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest surrounding the volcano. Those having homes, lodges, or camps in the area were urged to leave. Using a donated helicopter and a large drop box, the operators of the Spirit Lake Youth Camp began hauling out. Most were taking the warnings seriously. Still others were not impressed with the warnings.
You don't mind working in the shadow of the mountain, then?
No, not at all. There's nothing to be scared of. More danger than one of them trees falling on the backside than there is mountain of exploding.
For 83-year-old Harry Truman, operator of St. Helens Lodge on Spirit Lake, the warnings fell on deaf ears. He wasn't moving anywhere.
That's my life. Spirit Lake and Mount St. Helens is my life, folks. I've lived there 50 years. It's a part of me. That mountain and that lake is a part of Truman, and I'm a part of it.
Sunday morning, May 18th, 1980. It was like any other morning for a Forest Service tree planting crew on the lower southern flank of the mountain until 8:32 a.m. It seemed to happen in an instant. The whole top of the mountain, tons of ash, rock, and ice, rocketed into the stratosphere. The cloud reached some 15 miles up into the sky. The sight was spectacular.
As most of you already know, we had a major eruption occurring at 8:32 approximately this morning on Mount St. Helens. It does appear that the northwest flank of the mountain seems to be gone. They have indicated that there have been some mud flows that come down the southeast flank of the mountain. Emergency procedures have been put into effect. At 10:15 this morning, Cowlitz County reported that a 12-foot wall of water was coming down the Tula River, and this was verified by the Washington State Patrol.
The raging wall of water caused by the melted ice and snow roared through a logging camp, picking up more debris as it went, knocking out bridges, cabins, and homes. In a matter of hours, the flood surged under the Toutle River Bridge on Interstate 5, forcing closure of the main arterial between Seattle and Portland. Entire forests with logs hundreds of years old passed by stunned onlookers. Eventually, the logs and mud reached the Columbia River, clogging the river channel and closing it to freighter traffic. But the wind was blowing the ash in a northeasterly direction, and at noon it was pitch black in much of central and eastern Washington.
CITAM and CATS FM urges everyone to not panic. If you want to start getting out some water
The
supplies
gritty
now,
clouds seemed to some like the end of the world.
I'm sorry, the road is closed from here any further east. Okay. This is as far east as you can go.
All over eastern Washington, people and other living things suddenly had to deal with a world full of ash. Ash from a plume that eventually spread around the world. For a while, roads and highways hundreds of miles away had to be closed due to blowing ash. The ash was everywhere, and because it was so light and fine, the grit got into everything. Water simply turned it into a substance with the consistency of wet cement. Meanwhile, the biggest rescue operation in the history of the Northwest was underway, involving military helicopter units, volunteers, and Forest Service employees, all coordinated by the county sheriffs.
Look at this. It doesn't even look like the same country. Even the valleys have changed. And nothing matches the map.
Where's Spirit Lake? Is that it over there? I can't believe I camped up in this area. Doesn't look like any place I've ever been before.
Rescue operations lasted for 2 weeks. 170 people were brought to safety, but 57 were dead or missing. Geologist David Johnston was at a scientific research station 6 miles northwest of the mountain.
Okay.
Harry Truman was at his lodge.
Posted right.
Neither was ever found.
Okay, I think we got a car down here on the left. Looks like a Japanese car of some type.
From the perilous vantage point of a still photographer and the actual recorded transmission of a ham radio operator, we learned a lot about what actually happened in the first few minutes of the eruption.
I just felt an earthquake. Now we've got an eruption down here. Now we got a big slide coming off. The slide is coming off of the west slope. Now we got a whole great big eruption out of the crater. And we got another that opened up on the west side, and the whole west side, northwest side is sliding down. All right, we got it, boy. The whole northwest section and north section blown up. It's coming up over the ridge towards me. I'm going to back out of here.
Photographer Gary Rosenquist barely escaped. Radio operator Jerry Martin did not. And later a tunnel to keep